Hello everyone, I am the storyteller and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. The Aldridge building stands 32 stories above the downtown grid, a monument to Art Deco excess and the optimism of 1927. I've worked the overnight desk for 3 years now, and I've never believed in ghosts. Still, I keep a notebook, black, college-ruled, where I document what my coworkers claim to see. Not because I believe them, because patterns interest me, and fear is the most predictable pattern of all. The third floor report started with the cleaning crew. They spoke of a presence in the old ballroom, always peripheral, always small. The way they described it made my skin crawl despite my skepticism. Something watching from behind the velvet curtains. Something that moved when you turned your head but never when you looked directly. They called it innocent, which somehow made it worse. I wrote it down with the date and time, noting that all sightings occurred between 2 and 4 a.m. The dead hours when even the city outside seems to hold its breath. The north stairwell reports came from the security guard who worked weekends, a man whose name I never learned because he quit after 2 months. He'd been making his rounds when he heard footsteps echoing from several flights up. The sound of small feet, he said, running down toward him. He'd waited, hand on his flashlight, but the footsteps stopped 1 floor above. When he climbed to investigate, he found the stairwell empty except for a cold draft that had no source. He transferred to a different building the following week. I documented it all with the same clinical detachment I'd learned in my brief, failed attempt at journalism school. Just the facts. Times, locations, weather conditions. I told myself I was studying the psychology of isolation, the way night shifts and empty buildings could warp perception. The human brain, I reminded myself, is hardwired to find patterns, to populate darkness with meaning. Then the top floor started calling. The first time my desk phone rang with an internal extension from the 32nd floor, I assumed someone was working late. The Aldridge still hosts events in its crown jewel, a restored ballroom with windows overlooking the entire city. But when I answered, there was only silence. Not dead air, but presence. The specific quality of someone listening on the other end of the line. I could hear something behind the silence. A soft sound like fabric moving, or breathing, or wind through a space that shouldn't have wind. The second call came 3 nights later. Same extension, same hour, 3:47 a.m. This time I didn't say anything. I just listened. The sound on the other end resolved into something almost like footsteps, muffled and distant, pacing back and forth across what might have been the ballroom floor. Then a sound I couldn't categorize, low and sustained, neither mechanical nor animal. It raised every hair on my arms before the line went dead. I logged it in my notebook. Extension 3200, duration 43 seconds. Probable explanation: old building, crossed wires, the phone system's aging infrastructure creating phantom connections. Probable, not certain. The calls became regular. Every third night, always between 3:45 and 4:15 a.m. I stopped answering after the first week, but I couldn't stop watching the phone when that time approached. The anticipation became its own form of torture. The waiting, the certainty that the red light would blink, that the ancient bell would shatter the lobby's silence. Sometimes I'd pick up just to make it stop, and I'd hold the receiver away from my ear while that presence breathed and moved in whatever space it occupied 30 floors above me. I started staying away from my desk during those hours, making unnecessary rounds through the building's lower floors. The Aldridge has good bones, marble corridors, brass fixtures maintained to gleaming perfection, carpets so thick your footsteps make no sound. But at night, its elegance becomes oppressive. The shadows pool deeper in corners designed for light. The heating system groans and settles with sounds that could almost be voices. Every reflective surface, and there are many, shows you your own movement from angles that feel wrong, like you're being followed by a version of yourself that's half a second out of sync. On one of these rounds, I found myself outside the third floor ballroom. I'd never entered it during my night shifts, It wasn't part of my patrol route. But standing in that hallway, I felt compelled to look inside. The door was unlocked, which should have been my first warning. I pushed it open and was met with the smell of old perfume and wood polish, underlaid with something else. Something like ozone before a storm, or the metallic tang you taste before a nosebleed. The ballroom stretched before me, chandeliers dark, their crystal elements gleaming dully in the ambient light from the windows. The curtains the cleaning crew had mentioned hung motionless along the far wall. I stepped inside, and the door swung shut behind me with a sound like a sigh. I should have left immediately. Instead, I walked the perimeter, running my hand along the wall, feeling the texture of old wallpaper under my palm. Halfway around the room, I stopped. One of the curtains was moving, not swaying, but bulging slightly outward, as if something pressed against it from behind. The fabric stretched and relaxed, with the rhythm of breathing. My rational mind supplied explanations. Air current, ventilation system, a trick of shadows and my own overwrought nerves. But I couldn't move. I stood transfixed, watching that curtain breathe, and I became aware of a sound underneath the building's ambient noise. Humming. High and tuneless, it seemed to come from everywhere at once, resonating in my teeth and the bones of my skull. I left. I didn't run, but it was close. Back in the lobby, under the harsh fluorescent lights, I tried to convince myself I'd imagined it. The notebook sat on my desk, open to my latest entries. I picked up my pen and began to write, but my hand was shaking too badly to form legible words. That's when the phone rang. Not the desk phone, the internal extension that should only ring when the main line was busy. The sound was different from the calls from the 32nd floor, sharper and more insistent. I stared at it for 6 rings before answering. Static washed through the receiver, but beneath it I could hear that humming. The same tuneless sound from the 3rd floor ballroom, and then a voice, so distorted by interference that I couldn't tell if it was young or old, male or female, spoke 2 words. "Come up." I hung up. My hands were steady now, steadied by a terror so complete it circled back to calm. I wrote in the notebook, internal extension, unknown origin, possible voice recording or radio interference. The words looked thin on the page, inadequate to describe what I'd heard. The north stairwell was closer than the elevator. I don't know why I decided to investigate. Perhaps because acknowledging my fear felt worse than confronting its source, or because 3 years of skepticism had built a framework I was desperate to maintain. I told myself I would climb to the 3rd floor, verify the ballroom was empty, and return to my desk with my rationality intact. The stairwell was colder than it should have been. The concrete walls seemed to absorb sound, making each footfall both muffled and too loud. I climbed past the 2nd floor landing, my breath visible in the unheated air. Between the 2nd and 3rd floors, I heard it. Running footsteps above me, descending fast. The pattern was wrong. Too quick, too light, striking the stairs with a rhythm that didn't match any human gait I knew. I pressed myself against the wall, and the footsteps grew louder, closer, accompanied now by a sound like laughter or crying, high and wild. They reached the landing directly above me and stopped. Silence. My heart hammered against my ribs. I waited, counting seconds, straining to hear any movement. Nothing. Just the building's distant machinery and my own ragged breathing. I forced myself to climb those last steps, emerging onto the 3rd floor landing. Empty. The door to the 3rd floor stood slightly ajar, revealing the carpeted hallway beyond. The ballroom was down that hall. I knew I should turn back, return to the lobby, perhaps call my supervisor or even the police. Instead, I pushed through the door. The hallway lights were on, casting their usual warm glow. Nothing seemed amiss. I walked toward the ballroom, my footsteps silent on the thick carpet, and I noticed something I hadn't before. The wallpaper between the sconces had patterns, floral, intricate, faded with age. But in the spaces between the light, those patterns seemed to shift. Not moving exactly, but rearranging themselves when I wasn't looking directly at them, forming shapes that might have been faces or merely the chaos of my own pattern-seeking brain. The ballroom door stood open. I hadn't closed it when I left. Inside, the curtain I'd seen breathing now hung perfectly still. The room felt larger than before, the ceiling higher, as if space itself had expanded in my absence. I stepped inside, and this time the door remained open behind me. Hello? My voice sounded strange, flattened by the room's acoustics. The humming started again, but now I could locate its source. It came from the windows on the far side of the room, where the city lights pressed against the glass. As I watched, something moved across one of the windows. Not a reflection, but a shadow that blocked the external light, passing from left to right with a slow, deliberate pace. It had the wrong proportions. Too tall, too thin, with angles where the human form should curve. I backed toward the door. The shadow paused, as if aware of my movement, and then it turned. I couldn't see features. It was simply darkness cut into the light, but I felt its attention focus on me with an intensity that made my knees weak. The humming rose in pitch, no longer tuneless, but forming something almost like words, almost like a command. I ran. Through the hallway, through the stairwell door, down the stairs 3 at a time. The footsteps returned, keeping pace with me, sometimes ahead and sometimes behind, echoing from every direction until I couldn't tell if they were real or just the sound of my own panic reverberating through the concrete shaft. I burst into the lobby, gasping, my security lanyard swinging wildly, and stumbled to my desk. The phone was ringing. All 3 lines, the main desk phone, the internal extension, and the emergency line I'd never heard activated. Their overlapping tones created a discordant song that filled the lobby. I stared at them, knowing I couldn't answer, knowing that whatever was calling wanted something I wasn't prepared to give. They rang for 3 minutes and 17 seconds. I timed it on my watch, documenting because documentation was all I had left. When they finally stopped, the silence that followed was worse than any sound. I sat at my desk and opened my notebook. My earlier entries stared back at me, neat columns of observations, times, and rational explanations. 3 years of collected data, all of it suddenly suspect. If I was experiencing these things, if they were real to me regardless of their objective existence, then what had my coworkers experienced? Were their reports as vivid, as visceral, as what I'd just endured? Or, and this thought arrived with a cold certainty that made my stomach turn, were their reports real? And had I simply been fortunate enough to avoid the building's attention until now? Had my skepticism protected me? And had documenting their experiences somehow marked me, made me visible to whatever occupied the spaces between floors? I turned to a fresh page and began to write. Not observations this time, but questions. How many calls had there been? When had they started? Were there patterns I'd missed? Connections between the 3rd floor and the top floor, between the stairwell and my desk? Had the building been trying to tell me something through these disparate hauntings, these layered presences that occupied different floors but seemed to share a common purpose? My pen moved across the page, and I realized I was no longer writing questions. I was drawing. Shapes that resembled the patterns from the wallpaper, spirals and curves that my hand produced without conscious thought. They covered the page, intricate and meaningless, and when I tried to stop, my hand continued. Driven by something that felt like compulsion or perhaps possession, dawn came slowly, the city waking floor by floor around me. The morning shift supervisor arrived at 7 a.m. and found me still at my desk, surrounded by pages of drawings I didn't remember making. She asked if I was feeling well, her voice careful in the way people speak to those who might be unwell. I told her I was fine, that the night had been quiet, that nothing unusual had occurred. I left the notebook behind when my shift ended, not on my desk where anyone might read it, but tucked between 2 filing cabinets in the basement storage room, hidden among boxes of old tenant records and maintenance logs. Perhaps I was protecting others from its contents, or perhaps I was protecting myself from the temptation to continue documenting what I couldn't understand. But I know I'll return tonight. I'll sit at that desk and wait for 3:47 a.m. I'll listen for the phone, watch for movement in the stairwell door's narrow window, feel the weight of attention from 30 floors above. Because whether these presences are real or products of a mind slowly fracturing under the weight of isolation and night. They've become the most authentic experience I've had in years. The Aldridge building keeps its secrets, and I've become one of them. When the next night worker arrives, fresh and skeptical, they'll probably hear stories. The crypt keeper in the lobby who talks to himself, who stares at empty corners, who sometimes answers phones that haven't rung. They'll hear about the third floor and the stairwell and the top floor's shadow, and they'll start their own notebook, documenting with the same clinical detachment I once possessed. They'll tell themselves it's all psychology and pattern recognition, and the tricks an old building plays on tired minds. They'll believe that right up until the night the phone rings and they hear what's on the other end. Or until they realize that the calls might not be coming from the building at all, that they might be coming from somewhere inside themselves, from a part of consciousness that only wakes when everything else is sleeping. That the real haunting isn't in the floors above or the darkness of the stairwells, but in the recognition that the boundary between observer and observed, between documenter and documented, was never as solid as we needed it to be. I'll be here tonight, waiting. The notebook is in the basement, but I don't need it anymore. The patterns are written somewhere deeper now, in a language I'm only beginning to learn. And when the phone rings, I think this time I might answer. Not to hear what's on the other end, but to discover what I've become in the listening. Story 2. The sanctuary smelled like old hymnals and floor wax, a scent that had seeped so deep into the wood that 40 years of Sundays couldn't have scrubbed it out. I preferred it at night, when the stained glass saints became dark silhouettes, and the only congregation was the hum of my equipment. 3 a.m. was my sweet spot. No interruptions, no well-meaning volunteers asking if I needed help. Just me, my duplicator, and 200 sermon CDs that needed burning before the weekend conference. The audio booth sat at the back of the sanctuary, elevated just enough to oversee the rows of empty pews that stretched toward the pulpit like wooden ribs. I dimmed the house lights to almost nothing, just enough amber glow to navigate by. Because the less I saw of this place after midnight, the better I slept. Not that the church was creepy, exactly, just old. Old in a way that made every settling beam sound deliberate, every draft feel like breath on the back of your neck. I loaded another stack of blank discs into the duplicator's towers, the plastic cases clicking together with mechanical precision. The source material was already queued up, Pastor Whitmore's series on spiritual warfare, ironically enough. His voice emerged from my headphones in tinny waves as I spot-checked the audio levels, talking about unseen battles and the thin places where darkness pressed against the light. The first clink came at 3:47 a.m. I almost missed it beneath the pastor's voice, but my ears were trained to catch anomalies. It was ceramic on ceramic, distinct and crisp, like someone tapping 2 coffee mugs together. I pulled one headphone back, letting it rest against my jaw, and waited. The duplicator whirred through its mechanical rhythm. The building's old bones creaked. Nothing else. I chalked it up to the pipes. This place had plumbing from the Eisenhower administration, and it made conversation at odd hours. I returned both ears to the headphones and adjusted the EQ on a particularly muddy section of the sermon. The work was mindless enough that my thoughts drifted to the bills stacking up on my kitchen counter, to the amp I'd been rebuilding in my garage, to whether I should have taken the youth pastor up on his offer to stay and keep me company. He'd lingered in the doorway around 10 p.m., coffee in hand, asking if I was sure I didn't want someone around. I'd waved him off. I always worked better alone. The second clink came 14 minutes later, sharper than the first. This time I caught it clearly, even through the headphones. I paused the playback and lifted both cans away from my ears, letting them hang around my neck like a stethoscope. The sanctuary exhaled around me, that particular silence of large empty spaces that isn't really silence at all, but rather the absence of human sound, leaving all the other noises exposed and raw. I stood, knees protesting after hours in the chair, and peered out over the booth's half wall into the sanctuary below. Shadows pooled between the pews. The emergency exit signs glowed red at either end of the space, and the dim house lights barely pushed back the darkness accumulating in the corners. Nothing moved. Nothing that I could see anyway. The kitchen was below me, one floor down. Maybe something had fallen in a cabinet. Maybe a mouse had knocked over a stack of saucers. The church had mice. I'd seen the traps the custodian set out. Those old-fashioned spring-loaded ones that made a sound like a gunshot when they went off. I settled back into my chair, telling myself it was nothing, but my pulse had quickened to a frequency I could feel in my wrists. The duplicator continued its patient work, burning sermons about darkness and light onto disc after disc. I checked the counter. 63 down, 137 to go. The sun wouldn't rise for another 3 hours. When the third clink came, it was accompanied by a sound like something being dragged across ceramic, a slow, deliberate scrape that raised the hair on my forearms. I was on my feet before I'd consciously decided to move, my hand fumbling for the flashlight I kept on the equipment rack. The beam cut through the darkness as I descended the booth stairs, my footsteps over-loud on the metal steps. The sanctuary floor was carpeted in that industrial blue that hid decades of dirt and the occasional coffee stain. I moved between the pews toward the kitchen entrance, the flashlight beam swinging back and forth like a pendulum. My breathing had gone shallow, each inhale catching in my chest with a hitch I recognized from late-night horror movies, when characters did stupid things like investigating strange noises alone. But this was my job, my space. I'd been working in this church for 3 years, often through the night, and nothing had ever happened beyond the occasional startled janitor or a door left swinging by an HVAC draft. I was being ridiculous, paranoid. Maybe I'd been listening to too many sermons about spiritual warfare, letting the pastor's dramatic cadence seep into my subconscious and ferment there. The kitchen door was closed. I didn't remember closing it, but I didn't remember leaving it open either. That was the problem with routine. You stopped actively recording the small actions, your hands moving on autopilot while your brain wandered elsewhere. I pushed the door inward, the hinges crying out in their particular frequency of complaint. The flashlight beam swept across stainless steel counters, industrial-sized mixing bowls hanging from hooks, and a row of coffee urns lined up like soldiers awaiting deployment. Everything appeared exactly as it should. I moved deeper into the space, my shoes squeaking against the linoleum, and checked the cabinets. Plates stacked neatly, mugs hooked on their designated pegs, nothing disturbed, nothing out of place. I was turning to leave when I noticed the communion cups. They were kept in a cabinet near the industrial dishwasher, hundreds of tiny glasses, the size of shot glasses, nested in plastic trays. The cabinet door hung open about 6 inches, and the top tray sat askew, several cups clustered near the edge as though they'd been examined and imperfectly replaced. My mouth went dry. I tried to remember if I'd come down here earlier in the night, maybe for water, maybe for a snack from the fridge. But my memory offered only the steady progression of hours in the booth, the blue glow of the duplicator's display, the pastor's voice in my headphones. I hadn't left the booth. I was certain of it, almost certain. I closed the cabinet firmly, the latch clicking into place with a sound that seemed to carry through the kitchen like an announcement. Then I retreated, backing toward the door while the flashlight beam made one final sweep of the space. The emergency exit light above the back door cast everything in a reddish tinge, making the shadows deeper and the chrome surfaces look slick, almost wet. Back in the booth, I couldn't settle. The duplicator continued its work with mechanical indifference, but I found myself pausing every few minutes to listen, to scan the sanctuary below, to convince myself that I was alone. The sermon had moved on to a new topic, something about testing the spirits, about discernment, about the difference between divine whispers and demonic mimicry. Pastor Whitmore's voice had taken on that particular intensity he reserved for the harder topics, each word enunciated with such force that I could hear the wetness of his mouth on the microphone. I tried to focus on the technical aspects. The audio was clean, well recorded. The pastor's cadence was steady, his breathing controlled. These were good takes. The conference attendees would be impressed. I just needed to keep duplicating, keep moving forward, keep... The fourth clink was directly behind me. I spun in my chair, the wheels screeching against the floor, and the flashlight beam caught nothing but the back wall of the booth and my rack of equipment. But I'd heard it, clear as anything. Close. So close that it couldn't have been the kitchen, couldn't have been the pipes, couldn't have been anything except something in the booth with me. My hands shook as I swept the light across every surface. The duplicator, the backup drives, the boxes of blank CDs, the small table where I kept my coffee thermos and a half-eaten sandwich from dinner. Everything was exactly where I'd left it, but the sound had been real. I hadn't imagined it. My body knew the difference between phantom noise and actual vibration in the air, the way a sound engineer knows the difference between a recorded cymbal crash and the real thing happening 3 feet away. I remained standing, the flashlight clutched in my grip like a weapon, and tried to breathe normally. Maybe it was stress. Maybe I'd been pulling too many late nights, stacking gigs on top of gigs, sleeping 4 hours and calling it enough. The mind played tricks when deprived. I knew this. I'd experienced it before, the false movement in peripheral vision, the feeling of falling when your body finally surrendered to sleep. But this felt different. This felt observed. I checked the time, 4:23 a.m. The duplicator's counter read 98 complete, just over 100 to go. 2 more hours, maybe 3 if I hit technical issues. The sun would be up by then. People would start arriving for the early morning prayer group. The sanctuary would fill with light and voices and the mundane concerns of the waking world. I could do this. I could finish the job. I sat back down, positioning the chair so I had a view of both the equipment and the sanctuary floor, and tried to return to the work. But my attention kept fragmenting, pulled in a dozen directions at once. The pastor was talking about strongholds now, about fortified places where darkness dug in and refused to yield. His voice had taken on a rhythmic quality, almost hypnotic, and I found myself syncing my breathing to his cadence without meaning to. That's when the scraping started. It came from below, from the sanctuary floor, not the kitchen, and it moved. The sound of something heavy being dragged across carpet, slow and methodical, traveling from the front of the church toward the back, toward me. I stood again, nearly knocking over my coffee thermos, and gripped the edge of the booth's half wall until my knuckles went white. The sanctuary stretched out below me in shades of shadow and dim amber light. The pews sat in perfect rows. Nothing moved, but the sound continued. Scrape, pause, scrape, advancing up the center aisle with deliberate patience. I could almost see it in my mind. Something low to the ground, something that scraped because it was being pulled rather than walking on its own power. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers clumsy with adrenaline, and pulled up the flashlight app. The screen's glow made my eyes water after hours in the darkness, but I angled it downward, trying to illuminate the aisle without leaving the booth. The beam was too weak at this distance, creating more confusing shadows than clarity. The scraping stopped. The silence that followed was worse. It had weight, that silence. A presence rather than an absence. I could feel it pressing against my eardrums, against my chest, against the back of my thoughts where fear lived in its most primitive form. My body wanted to run. Every instinct screamed to leave the booth, leave the sanctuary, leave this entire building and not return until daylight had burned away whatever was happening here. But I needed this job, needed the money, and some stubborn part of me, the part that had chosen audio engineering precisely because it meant working in controlled environments where everything could be measured and mixed and mastered, refused to surrender to panic over sounds I couldn't identify. I forced myself to sit, to breathe, to count to 10 and then to 20. The duplicator continued its work, oblivious to my terror, and the numbers on the counter climbed with excruciating slowness. 103, 104, 105. Then every audio meter in the booth slammed into the red. I hadn't touched anything. The duplicator wasn't connected to the meters. It had its own internal displays. The meters were for live sound checks, for events and services, and they'd been powered down since Sunday, but now they were peaking, all of them at once. The needles pinned so far right they looked like they might snap off their posts. The lights on each meter glowed angry red, and though no sound came through the speakers, everything was still powered down, still disconnected. The meters insisted something was playing. Something loud enough to damage equipment, loud enough to shatter eardrums. My hands moved before my brain caught up, reaching for power switches that were already in the off position, yanking cables that weren't connected to anything. But the meters kept peaking, kept insisting that sound existed where there was only silence. Then the room started shaking. It began as a vibration in the floor, subtle at first, like a distant train passing underground. But within seconds it had escalated into a violent rumble that rattled every piece of equipment on the racks. The duplicator's towers swayed. Coffee sloshed out of my thermos. The boxes of blank CDs slid across the table and crashed to the floor, cases scattering like playing cards. And still the meters pegged in the red, measuring phantom sound, registering frequencies that existed only in whatever reality had invaded this space. I gripped the edge of the table to keep from falling, my pulse hammering so hard I could see it in my vision. The edges of things throbbing in time with my heart. The shaking intensified, and through the chaos I heard something else. A sound like wind rushing through a tunnel, or breath through enormous lungs, or the susurrus of countless voices speaking in unison too low to distinguish individual words. The stained glass windows rattled in their frames. The pews below shuddered and groaned, and the meters kept peaking, kept insisting that something was being broadcast at volumes that should have been tearing the booth apart, should have been making my ears bleed, should have been doing something other than existing in this impossible state where effect manifested without cause. I was moving then, stumbling toward the stairs, my body making the decision my mind was too overwhelmed to process. Survival instinct overrode everything else. The job, the money, the stubborn pride that had kept me in my chair. None of it mattered when the world was shaking itself apart, and invisible sound threatened to burst my eardrums, even though I couldn't hear a single thing. The stairs were treacherous under my feet, the rumbling making each step uncertain. I clutched the railing with both hands and half fell down the metal steps, my shoulders slamming into the wall at the bottom hard enough to send a spike of pain through my clavicle. But I kept moving, kept pushing toward the emergency exit at the back of the sanctuary, kept running even though I couldn't see clearly because everything was shaking and my vision couldn't stabilize, and the panic had taken over every system in my body. The emergency bar gave with a shriek of metal, and then I was outside, stumbling into the parking lot where the air was still and the ground was solid, and the only sound was my own ragged breathing, mixed with the distant hum of the highway. I bent double, hands on my knees, and gulped air like a drowning man breaching the surface. The rumbling had stopped. Or maybe it had never left the building. Or maybe it had never existed at all except in my head, in the space between my ears where sound lived and panic bred and reality began to fray at the edges. I stayed there in the parking lot for a long time, watching the sanctuary's dark bulk against the pre-dawn sky, waiting for something to happen. For lights to come on, for the building to collapse, for something to emerge from the doors I'd left hanging open in my retreat. But nothing happened. The church sat silent and still, just a building, just brick and mortar and stained glass and all the ordinary materials that made up the constructed world. Eventually, my breathing steadied. My pulse descended from its panicked sprint to something approaching normal. The adrenaline began to metabolize, leaving behind a bone-deep exhaustion and a tremor in my hands that wouldn't quit. I pulled out my phone. 5:14 a.m. The early prayer group would arrive in less than an hour. I pictured them finding the booth in disarray, CDs scattered across the floor, equipment still running, my coffee thermos spilled across the table. They'd call me. They'd ask what happened. And what would I tell them? That I'd heard ceramic clinking. That the meters had peaked though nothing was powered. That the room had shaken with sound I couldn't hear. They'd nod with that particular expression reserved for the unreliable, the unstable, the people who couldn't be trusted with keys and after-hours access. Or maybe they'd believe me. Maybe Pastor Whitmore would recognize the symptoms from his sermons about spiritual warfare, about thin places, about the battles fought in frequencies humans couldn't register. Maybe he'd arrange a prayer circle, a cleansing, an exorcism of whatever had manifested in his sanctuary at 3:47 a.m. on a Tuesday night. The thought made me laugh. A short, sharp bark of sound that didn't contain any actual humor. Because I didn't know what I believed. Couldn't separate what had happened from what I'd perceived. Couldn't draw a clean line between reality and the stories we told ourselves about reality. When it refused to behave according to expectation, what I knew, the ceramic sounds had been real. The cabinet had been open. The meters had peaked. What I didn't know, everything else. The scraping, the rumbling, the phantom sound that registered on equipment but not in the air. Whether any of it had happened outside my own skull, or whether I'd experienced some kind of break. Stress-induced, sleep-deprived. The product of too many nights alone with sermons about darkness pressing against thin places. The sky was lightening now, purple bleeding into gray at the eastern horizon. I should go back inside, should pack up my equipment, should finish the job or at least leave things in a state where someone else could pick up where I'd fled. But my body refused to move, refused to return to that space where the ordinary rules had suspended and something else, something I couldn't name or explain, had manifested. My phone buzzed. A text from the youth pastor asking if I'd made it through the night, if the duplication was complete, if everything was okay. I stared at the message for a long moment, my thumb hovering over the reply field, trying to formulate words that would communicate something true without revealing how badly I'd unraveled. Had some technical difficulties. Will finish today. The lie came easily. Or maybe it wasn't a lie. Maybe technical difficulties was exactly what you called it when equipment registered sound that didn't exist, when rooms shook with frequencies beyond human perception, when the thin places Pastor Whitmore preached about stopped being metaphor and became experience. I sent the text and pocketed the phone. The sanctuary waited, dark and silent against the slowly brightening sky. Somewhere inside, the duplicator was probably still running, still burning sermons onto disk, still progressing through its programmed task, with mechanical indifference to whatever had driven its operator fleeing into the night. I told myself I'd go back inside, told myself I'd finish the job, but I remained in the parking lot, watching the building, waiting for the sun, and listening to the sound of my own heartbeat in the silence, steady and rhythmic and real, the only thing I could trust when everything else had become uncertain. And beneath my heartbeat, so faint I might have imagined it, I thought I heard ceramic on ceramic, a soft, patient clink that might have been the building settling, or the blood in my ears, or something else entirely, still waiting in the darkness where the sound lived. Story 3. The Whitmore building doesn't sleep, even when it should. I'd been working hospital security for 3 years before they assigned me to the old wing, the part they kept talking about renovating, but never did. Most of it had been sealed off since the 80s, back when they built the modern psychiatric facility across the campus. But the heating system still ran through those 19th century corridors, which meant someone had to check it twice a shift. That someone, as of last month, was me. The first thing that hits you when you unlock that brass-handled door is the smell. Not decay exactly, but something older. Like opening a book that's been closed for decades, all that trapped time suddenly exhaling into your face. The second thing is the cold. A wet, penetrating chill that the heating system never quite manages to chase away, no matter what the thermostat claims. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness of the main corridor, painting everything in harsh whites and deep blacks. The walls still wore their original plaster, cracked and water-stained, and the floor tiles, those old hexagonal ones, had gone yellow with age. Every few yards there were rooms. Most had been emptied, but some still held the iron bed frames they'd used back when this place was the county asylum. I'd developed a rhythm to these rounds. Check the boiler room first, then sweep the north wing, circle through the day room, and finish with the south corridor before locking everything back up. 45 minutes, tops. I'd done it 17 times without incident. Tonight was number 18. The boiler room checked out fine, temperature gauge steady, no leaks, no problems. I was heading toward the north wing when I noticed the doors. They were supposed to be closed. Every single one of those patient room doors was supposed to remain shut, latched tight by their original hardware. Hospital policy, something about maintaining air pressure and preventing mold growth in the unused spaces. But 5 doors stood open, not just ajar, fully open, pressed back against the walls as if inviting inspection. My hand instinctively went to my radio, then stopped. What would I even say? That some doors I'd closed last week were now open? They'd tell me the latch mechanisms were old, probably just failed. They'd tell me to close them again and file a maintenance report in the morning. I approached the first room slowly, my flashlight sweeping the interior. Empty, just like always. Stained walls, bare floor, one iron bed frame pushed against the far wall. Nothing moved, nothing made a sound. I pulled the door closed and heard the latch click into place, solid, firm. Nothing wrong with the mechanism at all. The second, third, and fourth rooms were the same, empty, silent. Doors closing with that same solid click. The fifth room had the wheelchair. I'd never seen it before. I would have remembered. You don't forget something like that sitting in the middle of an empty room. It was old, probably original to the building, with a wicker seat and large spoke wheels spotted with rust. Someone had positioned it facing the door, perfectly centered, as if it had been placed there deliberately, as if it were waiting. The back of my neck prickled. I stared at that wheelchair for a long moment, my breath forming small clouds in the cold air. Then I pulled the door closed, perhaps a bit harder than necessary, and continued my rounds. The north wing yielded nothing unusual, just the familiar landscape of abandonment and decay. But as I crossed through the day room, a large space that once held tables and chairs for patients, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The room felt different somehow, though I couldn't articulate how. The air seemed thicker, more resistant, like walking through water instead of atmosphere. I was halfway across when my radio crackled to life, making me jump. "Security, we've got an alarm activation in the old wing, pediatric ICU, second floor. Can you check it out?" My thumb found the transmit button. "Copy that. On my way." The pediatric unit. I'd only been up there once during my initial orientation. They'd closed it in the 70s when they built the new children's hospital downtown. Now it was just another section of forgotten rooms and outdated equipment, gathering dust behind locked doors. The stairwell leading to the second floor smelled worse than the main level. Something fungal and rotten lurking beneath that old book mustiness. Each step creaked under my weight, and the sound echoed off the close walls in a way that made it seem like someone was following just behind me. I kept glancing over my shoulder, seeing nothing but empty stairs and my own shadow. The pediatric unit door had been propped open with a fire extinguisher. I stared at it, my hand resting on my radio. The door was supposed to be locked. I had the only key. But there it stood, held wide by that red cylinder, as if someone had wanted to make sure I could get in quickly, as if someone had been expecting me. Inside, the alarm panel blinked its rhythmic warning, a door sensor, reading is breached. According to the display, it was a room at the far end of the corridor. I acknowledged the alarm through my radio, my voice sounding steadier than I felt, and started walking. The pediatric unit was smaller than the adult wing, but somehow more oppressive. Maybe it was the murals, faded cartoon animals that now looked more sinister than cheerful in the flashlight beam. Maybe it was the size of the doorways, built lower for smaller patients. Or maybe it was just knowing what this place had been, all those tiny bodies fighting for breath in those small rooms. The breached door stood open, and I could see immediately that the sensor had been triggered deliberately. Someone had wedged a tongue depressor, one of those wooden medical sticks, into the doorframe, preventing it from closing completely. I pulled it free and let the door shut, then radioed in the false alarm. But as I turned to leave, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. On the floor, just inside the doorway, someone had written in dust, "Help, locked in." The letters were crude, written with a finger, recent enough that the disturbed dust still hung in the air around them. I swept my flashlight across the room, my heart hammering. Empty. No one there. No way anyone could have gotten past me. But those words sat there, accusatory and desperate, and I had no explanation for them. I backed out of the room and practically ran for the stairs, my earlier measured pace abandoned. The building seemed to press in around me as I descended. The walls closer than I remembered, the air thicker and harder to breathe. I burst through the stairwell door into the main corridor and stood there, gulping air, trying to calm my racing pulse. That's when I heard the voice. It came from one of the patient rooms, muffled but distinct. Someone calling out, the words unclear, but the tone urgent. I followed the sound to a door near the end of the corridor, one of the rooms that had been standing open earlier. The voice belonged to one of the current patients. I recognized him from my brief rotations through the active psychiatric wing, an older man with a nervous habit of counting on his fingers. They'd transferred him here for evaluation a few weeks ago. What he was doing in the sealed section, I had no idea. He stood in the center of the room, still counting, his lips moving soundlessly. When I entered, he looked up at me with eyes that seemed too focused, too aware. "You need to do something for me," he said, his voice perfectly calm. Not a request, a statement of fact. I asked him what he needed, keeping one hand on my radio, ready to call for backup. "The door," he said, pointing to a small closet in the corner of the room. "You need to make sure it stays closed. Promise me you'll check it. Every night, make sure it stays closed." There was something in his expression that made me nod, made me promise without quite knowing why. He seemed satisfied with this, and resumed his counting, dismissing me as completely as if I'd ceased to exist. I pulled the closet door firmly shut on my way out, testing the handle twice to make sure it was secure. Then I radioed for someone to collect the patient, wondering how he'd gotten into the sealed wing in the first place, wondering why no one had noticed he was missing. I was almost done with my rounds, just the south corridor left, when I heard the crash. It came from the day room, the sound of something heavy hitting the floor, followed by a groan. I ran, my flashlight bouncing wildly, and found him lying beneath the chandelier. One of the other security guards, the new guy who'd started last week, was sprawled on the floor, one arm thrown over his face. Above him, the massive iron chandelier that had hung in the center of the day room for over a century swung in slow, pendulous arcs, its chain still attached to the ceiling but clearly compromised. Chunks of plaster and metal lay scattered across the floor. I dragged him clear just as the fixture gave another groan and dropped another foot, the chain unwinding from its mounting with a shriek of protesting metal. We made it to the doorway before the whole thing came down, hundreds of pounds of wrought iron and rust crashing to the floor where he'd been lying seconds before. In the corridor, while he caught his breath and flexed his bruised arm, I asked him what he'd been doing in the sealed section. He looked at me like I was crazy. "Your radio's been dead for the last 15 minutes. I was trying to find you. This place." He trailed off, looking back toward the day room. "This place doesn't want us here, man. You can feel it, like it's pushing back." I checked my radio. Dead. Battery completely drained, even though I'd charged it at the start of my shift. My flashlight flickered once, twice, then steadied. We left the old wing together, and I locked the brass-handled door behind us with hands that trembled only slightly. In my incident report later, I documented everything: the open doors, the wheelchair, the false alarm, the patient where he shouldn't be, the chandelier. I typed it all up in careful, clinical language that made it sound almost reasonable, but I didn't mention the wheelchair I'd found again when I did one last sweep before leaving. Now positioned in the corridor, facing the door we'd just exited through, as if watching us leave. I didn't mention that when I'd gone to check on the closet in that patient's room. The door I'd secured so carefully was standing open, revealing nothing but empty darkness inside. I didn't mention the way the building felt different on the way out, satisfied somehow, like it had made its point. And I didn't mention that when I got home and checked my watch, my 45-minute rounds had taken 3 hours. I have another shift tonight. The Whitmore building will be waiting, patient and cold, breathing its old book breath into empty corridors. They're going to ask me about the chandelier, about how it could have failed so catastrophically after hanging secure for over 100 years. They're going to want to know why the patient was in the sealed section, why no one noticed him missing, why there's no record of him being transferred there in the first place. I'll tell them what I can. I'll tell them what makes sense. But I won't tell them what I really think, that the building remembers what it was, What happened in those rooms? All those years of suffering and madness soaking into the plaster and the floorboards. I won't tell them that I think it's still operating under those old rules, still performing its function in ways we can't quite see or understand. And I definitely won't tell them that I checked the old census records this morning, looking for information about the patient who'd asked me about the closet. According to the records, he died in that room 40 years ago. My shift starts in 3 hours. The brass-handled door will be waiting, and beyond it, those long corridors full of darkness and cold air. The wheelchair will be somewhere, positioned deliberately, watching. The doors will be open or closed according to rules I don't understand. And I'll walk those rounds again, checking boilers and latches, pretending that I'm in control, pretending that the building is just a building. But deep down, in that part of my brain that still remembers to be afraid of the dark, I know the truth. The Whitmore building doesn't sleep, and it remembers everything. Story 4. The alarm screamed through the silence at exactly 3:07 a.m., and I knew immediately that something was wrong. Not wrong in the way a tripped sensor or faulty wire is wrong, but wrong in the way your gut recognizes danger before your mind can articulate it. I'd been working security at the Ashford Arts Building for 6 months, and the place had never made a sound after midnight. Not once. I sat up in the cramped security office, my chair creaking against the stillness that rushed back in after I silenced the alarm. The monitor bank glowed pale blue in the darkness, cycling through 12 different camera angles of the building's interior. Empty corridors, vacant studios, the grand staircase with its ornate Victorian banister curling upward into shadow. Everything appeared normal, frozen in that peculiar suspension of abandoned spaces at night. But the alarm had been triggered on the 3rd floor, motion detected in the East Wing gallery. I pulled on my jacket and grabbed my flashlight, its weight somehow insufficient in my palm. The building seemed to hold its breath around me as I stepped into the main corridor. During the day, the Ashford was magnificent. All soaring ceilings, marble floors, and elaborate crown molding that spoke of a bygone era when craftsmanship meant something. At night, that same grandeur became oppressive, as if the weight of its history pressed down through the floors above. My footsteps echoed too loudly as I made my way toward the central staircase. The building had been erected in 1887, originally commissioned by some railroad baron whose name I could never remember. It had changed hands a dozen times over the decades, serving various purposes I'd never bothered to learn about. Now it housed artist studios, a small gallery, and administrative offices for the local arts council. Nothing that should draw movement at 3 in the morning. The stairs groaned under my feet, each step announcing my presence. I tried to move quietly, but the old wood betrayed every shift of my weight. The stairwell was narrow, walled in dark paneling that seemed to absorb my flashlight beam rather than reflect it. By the 2nd floor landing, I was breathing harder than the climb warranted, and a thin film of sweat had formed beneath my collar despite the building's chill. That's when I heard it. A dragging sound from somewhere above, heavy, deliberate, like furniture being pushed across a wooden floor. It started, stopped, then started again. A scraping protest of wood against wood that set my teeth on edge. I froze on the landing, my light aimed upward into the darkness of the 3rd floor. The sound came again, longer this time, accompanied by a muffled thump that reverberated through the walls. Someone was moving things around in the gallery. My first thought was vagrants, though the building's security was solid and I'd checked every entry point before settling in for the night. My second thought was that I should call the police, but pride or stupidity or some combination of both kept me climbing. I was being paid to handle situations like this, wasn't I? What would I tell my supervisor? That I got spooked by some furniture being moved? The 3rd floor corridor stretched before me, longer than I remembered, lined with doors leading to various studios and storage rooms. The gallery occupied the entire east wing, accessible through double doors at the far end. Those doors stood slightly ajar, and through the gap, I could see only darkness. The dragging sound had stopped. I approached slowly, my flashlight cutting through the gloom in a narrow cone that revealed too little and suggested too much. The The silence was absolute now, heavy with expectation, and I became acutely aware of every sound I made. The whisper of my jacket, the soft pad of my rubber soles, even my own breathing seemed amplified in the stillness. When I reached the doors, I pushed them open with my shoulder, keeping the flashlight raised. The gallery opened before me, a vast space with exposed brick walls and tall windows that during the day flooded the room with natural light. Now those windows were nothing but rectangles of lesser darkness, and my light seemed pathetically inadequate against the room's enormity. The furniture was exactly where it had always been. The display pedestals, the viewing benches, the reception desk near the entrance. Nothing had moved. Nothing was out of place. But the air felt wrong. I can't explain it better than that. The air itself had a quality I'd never experienced before, a thickness that made each breath feel insufficient, as though the room contained less oxygen than it should. And there was a smell, faint but distinct, acrid, chemical. It reminded me of burned plastic, but with an organic undertone that made my stomach turn. I swept my light across the space, checking corners, examining shadows. The gallery appeared empty, yet the sensation of presence was overwhelming, a pressure against my consciousness that insisted I was not alone. I've felt watched before. Everyone has. But this was different. This felt intentional, focused, malevolent. My radio crackled against my hip, making me jump. Just static, but the sound seemed profane in this place, a technological intrusion that didn't belong. I reached to turn it off, and that's when I heard the breathing. Not my own. Deeper, slower. Coming from somewhere to my right, near the far wall where several large canvases leaned against the brick. I spun, my light finding only art supplies and storage crates. But the breathing continued, a deliberate inhalation and exhalation that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. My mouth had gone dry. I tried to call out, to demand that whoever was there show themselves, but my voice emerged as barely a whisper, weak and uncertain. The breathing grew louder, accompanied now by a new sound, a wet, rhythmic clicking, like a tongue against dry teeth. I backed toward the doors, my light swinging wildly across the gallery. Shadows leaped and twisted with each movement, creating the illusion of motion where there was none. Or was there? Did that pedestal just shift slightly? Had that bench always been angled that way? The temperature had dropped. I could see my breath now, small clouds of vapor that disappeared into the darkness. The chemical smell intensified, mixing with something else, something that reminded me of meat left too long in the sun, of decomposition and rot. A voice spoke from the darkness. It wasn't words exactly, or if it was, they were in no language I recognized. It was more a vibration, a subsonic rumble that I felt in my chest cavity before I heard it with my ears. It carried intention, though. Despite the lack of intelligible speech, I understood what it wanted. It wanted me to stay. Terror finally overrode paralysis. I ran for the doors, my flashlight beam careening wildly as I moved. Behind me, the dragging sound resumed. Multiple sources now, all around the gallery, furniture scraping across the floor in a cacophony of wood on wood. Something crashed. Glass shattered. And above it all, that breathing continued, accelerating to match my panic. I burst through the doors and into the corridor, slamming them shut behind me. Through the gap, before they closed completely, I glimpsed movement in the gallery, a dense shifting of shadow against shadow, a consolidation of darkness into something almost substantial. The corridor offered no sanctuary. That suffocating presence followed me, a weight against my back, a pressure that made my lungs work harder for each breath. The air had become thick, resistant, as though I was trying to run through water. My legs felt leaden, each step requiring enormous effort. The stairwell loomed ahead, and I realized with mounting horror that I had to descend, had to put myself in that narrow enclosed space with whatever was pursuing me. Every instinct screamed against it, but there was no other way down from the third floor. I plunged into the stairwell, taking the steps two at a time, one hand on the railing to keep from falling. The darkness seemed alive here, pressing in from all sides. My flashlight flickered once, twice, and my heart seized in my chest. If I lost the light... Behind me, something followed. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it descending, could hear the stairs groaning under a weight that shouldn't exist. The breathing had become ragged, eager, interspersed with that wet clicking sound that made my skin crawl. I was between floors when my legs simply stopped working, not through exhaustion or fear, but as if something had seized control of my muscles, freezing me in place mid-step. I stood paralyzed on the landing, my body refusing to obey my desperate commands to move, to run, to escape. The presence descended the final steps, and I felt it arrive behind me. Not saw, felt. A consciousness that radiated wrongness, that existed in opposition to everything living and warm and human. It was patient and hungry, and infinitely cruel, and it pressed against my back like a physical force, pushing the air from my lungs, crushing the breath from my body. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even scream. In that moment of absolute terror, with darkness closing around my vision and the last of my air trapped in my chest, something inside me broke through the paralysis. Not reason, not courage, desperation perhaps, or some primal survival instinct that predates language. I prayed, not eloquently, not in carefully constructed sentences, just a single word, repeated like a mantra, pushed out with the last wisps of air in my lungs. Please, 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 and I spoke to it, to the thing on the stairs, told it that I understood it was there, that I acknowledged its presence, but that I would not, could not, stay, that I was alive and had every intention of remaining that way, that it had no claim on me, no right to me, no power over me that I did not grant it. I don't know where the words came from. I'm not a religious man, never have been. But in that moment, they felt necessary, like an incantation against the dark. The pressure lifted, not completely, not all at once, but enough to draw a ragged breath, enough to force my legs to move. I stumbled down the remaining stairs, through the ground floor corridor, and out the main entrance into the parking lot where my car waited under the harsh glow of sodium lights. I sat in the driver's seat for 20 minutes, shaking, before I could grip the steering wheel steadily enough to drive. The building stood silent behind me, its windows dark, giving no indication of the horror contained within its Victorian walls. I should have quit that night, should have called in the next day, collected my final paycheck, and never returned. But I didn't. Couldn't, maybe. Some part of me needed to understand what had happened, needed to know if I'd experienced something real, or if my mind had simply fractured under the isolation and darkness. 3 days later, I was sorting through maintenance records in the basement, looking for any explanation, any historical incident that might account for what I'd felt, when I found the old blueprints. The building's original layout, dating back to its construction in 1887. The third floor had been different then, not a gallery, not studios. The architectural drawings showed a large open space with industrial equipment drawn in careful detail. Furnaces, ventilation systems, processing rooms. A separate document, yellowed with age and barely legible, detailed the building's first purpose. Before it became an arts center, before it was offices or whatever else it had been, the Ashford building had operated as a private crematorium. For 43 years, bodies had been brought to the third floor. For 43 years, the furnaces had burned, and in those 4 decades, thousands of people had been reduced to ash within those walls, their final moments spent in rooms that now housed paintings and sculptures and pottery wheels. I stood in that dim basement, the blueprints trembling in my hands, and understood that what I'd felt on the stairs, that suffocating presence, that malevolence, might have been the accumulated weight of all those deaths. Or perhaps something else entirely, something that had been drawn to all that suffering and had never left. Or perhaps nothing at all. Perhaps my mind, knowing I was alone in a dark building at 3 a.m, had conjured the entire experience from isolation and imagination. Perhaps I'd read about the crematorium in some forgotten document months ago, and the knowledge had surfaced in my subconscious, manifesting as terror on a dark stairwell. I still work at the Ashford building. I still take the overnight shifts, still walk those corridors in the small hours. But I never go to the third floor after midnight anymore. And sometimes, when the building is particularly quiet, I swear I can smell it. That faint, acrid scent, like plastic burning, like something that should have stayed dead. The alarm hasn't gone off again. The third floor remains silent, but I know something is still there, waiting in that gallery, patient and hungry and infinitely cruel. I know because sometimes, in the deepest part of the night, I can feel it watching me through the security monitors, and I wonder if prayer and words are enough to keep it at bay forever, or if one night it will follow me down those stairs again, and this time I won't make it to the door. Story 5. The fluorescent lights in Hendricks Hall buzzed like trapped insects at 2:47 a.m., the sound drilling into my skull as I made my rounds. I'd been working campus security for 3 years, and I'd learned that the worst calls always came in the dead hours, when the world balanced on that knife's edge between night and morning. When Officer Reeves radioed about a student reported missing in the building, I felt that familiar knot tighten in my gut. The missing student was staying in a friend's room on the 5th floor. His roommate had called it in after he'd gone to look for him around midnight and never returned. Standard procedure was to check the building floor by floor, room by room. What made my skin prickle was Reeves mentioning, almost as an afterthought, that someone had reported hearing sounds from the 7th floor. The 7th floor had been locked down for 2 years. I stood at the base of the main stairwell, my flashlight beam cutting through shadows that seemed too thick for a well-lit building. The elevator was the faster route, but something in my bones told me to take the stairs. Maybe it was instinct. Maybe it was the way the elevator cables had been groaning all night, a metallic wheezing that sounded almost organic. Each step up felt heavier than the last. My regulation boots squeaked on the worn linoleum, and I became hyper-aware of my breathing. Too loud, too fast. By the time I reached the 6th floor, my shirt was sticking to my back despite the building's aggressive air conditioning. The hallway stretched before me, doors locked and dark, emergency exit signs casting everything in a sickly red glow. The door to the 7th floor was supposed to be sealed. A heavy chain and industrial padlock had been installed after the university decided the floor wasn't cost-effective to maintain. But when I reached the landing, my flashlight revealed the chain hanging loose, links spread across the concrete like a metal snake. The padlock sat nearby, not broken, but cleanly unlocked. The door stood open maybe 6 inches, just enough for a person to slip through. I should have called it in right then. Protocol demanded it. Instead, I found myself reaching for the door, my palm against the cold metal, pushing it wider. The hinges screamed in protest, a sound that seemed to echo forever in the stairwell below. The 7th floor corridor was a tomb, no emergency lighting, no exit signs, just absolute darkness broken only by my flashlight. The beam revealed peeling wallpaper, exposed patches of water-stained drywall, and doors hanging at odd angles. The air tasted stale and wrong, like something had been sealed away and had slowly rotted in the dark. Dust particles danced in my light, so thick they looked like snow. I called out. The missing student's name felt foreign in my mouth, swallowed immediately by the oppressive silence. Nothing answered except the building itself, a groan of settling structure, the whisper of air through broken vents. I moved forward, checking each room through the doorways. Most were empty, stripped of furniture, carpets torn up to reveal scarred concrete beneath. Some still had bed frames, skeletal metal shapes that cast twisted shadows. Then I heard it, a sound like breathing, deep and rhythmic, coming from somewhere ahead. My hand went to my radio, fingers hovering over the call button. The breathing continued, steady and wet, as if whoever was making it had fluid in their lungs. I swept my flashlight down the hall, and for just a second, I thought I saw movement at the far end, something tall pulling back into one of the rooms. My training said to retreat. Call for backup. Secure the perimeter. But my feet kept moving forward, drawn by something I couldn't name. The breathing grew louder, or maybe I was just getting closer. I passed room after room, their numbers barely visible through the grime. 701, 702, 703. The doors were all closed now, and I realized with a cold certainty that they hadn't been closed before. Room 707 stood at the end of the hallway, its door slightly ajar. The breathing was coming from inside, I was certain of it now. But it had changed. It sounded excited, anticipatory. I raised my flashlight, my other hand instinctively moving to my belt. Though we weren't armed with anything more dangerous than pepper spray and a baton, I pushed the door open with my foot. The room was larger than I expected, maybe a common area or study lounge. But it was occupied. In the center of the space sat a cot, the kind you'd find at a summer camp or in an army surplus store. A single thin blanket was folded with military precision at its foot, and next to it, a camping lantern sat unlit, its metal surface catching my flashlight beam. But that wasn't what made my blood freeze. The man stood in the corner, partially hidden by shadows. My light couldn't quite penetrate. I could see his outline, impossibly tall, at least 7 feet, wearing what looked like black clothing that absorbed the light. His head was tilted at an angle that seemed wrong, like he was looking at me, but from a perspective that didn't match human anatomy. For a moment, everything stopped. No breathing, no building sounds, no heartbeat. Just me and this figure in a room that shouldn't be accessible, in a building that should have been empty. Then he moved. It wasn't a normal movement. He didn't step or turn. He simply was in the corner and then wasn't, his form unfolding with a fluid, boneless motion that defied physics. And he was screaming, a sound that started low and climbed to a pitch that hurt my teeth, that vibrated in my chest cavity, that seemed to come from everywhere at once. He charged. I don't remember running. My next clear memory is of falling down the stairs, my flashlight gone, my hands scraping against concrete and metal railings. I remember the door to the 7th floor slamming behind me with a sound like a gunshot. I remember tumbling onto the 6th floor landing, my radio chattering with Reeves, asking for my status, my location, my anything. I remember screaming into that radio that there was someone up there, someone wrong, someone who needed to be contained. 3 patrol cars arrived within 10 minutes. Officers filled the stairwell, flashlights painting everything in overlapping circles of white light. I led them up, my hand shaking so badly I could barely grip the railing. The chain was still hanging loose. The door was still open. But when we reached the 7th floor, when 6 officers swept the corridor with their lights and their commands to show yourself and come out with your hands visible, they found only empty rooms and undisturbed dust. We searched every single space. The beam from our collective flashlights revealed nothing but decay and abandonment, until we reached room 707. The cot was there, exactly as I'd seen it. The folded blanket, the camping lantern, which one of the officers picked up and turned on, casting the room in a harsh white glow that somehow made everything worse. They photographed it all, documenting everything with professional detachment. When they asked me to describe what I'd seen, I told them about the man in black, about his impossible height, about the sound he'd made. The looks they exchanged told me everything I needed to know. They asked if I'd been feeling stressed lately, if I was taking any medications, if I had any history of sleep disorders or waking dreams. The questions were gentle but pointed, and I realized with growing horror that they thought I'd imagined it, that I'd had some kind of episode. But the cot was real. The lantern was real. Someone had been staying up here. The investigation that followed was brief and unsatisfying. The university administration was more concerned about liability. How had the floor been accessed? Who was responsible for the failed security measures? What protocols had broken down? The missing student was found the next morning, passed out drunk in a friend's room on the 3rd floor of a different building. He didn't remember going to Hendricks Hall at all. The 7th floor was resealed with a new chain, a better lock, and a door alarm that would trigger if anyone tried to access it again. The cot and lantern were removed, logged as abandoned property. The official report stated that someone had been squatting in the decommissioned space. possibly a homeless individual who'd found their way in through an unsecured entrance. My encounter was attributed to a startled vagrant who'd fled the scene. I tried to accept that explanation. I really did. But then the rumors started. They came in whispers during shift changes, in knowing looks from other security staff who'd worked the campus longer than I had. Fragments of story that no one would fully tell, but everyone seemed to know pieces of. About Dean Whitmore, who'd been with the university for 30 years and wielded more power than most department chairs. About his son, whom nobody had seen in several years, but who'd attended the university before some kind of incident. An incident that involved the 7th floor of Hendricks Hall. Though details were scarce and contradictory, some said the son had had a breakdown, that he'd become obsessed with the building and had to be institutionalized. Others whispered about something worse. Not violence, they were always careful to say, nothing criminal, but something that had convinced the university to decommission an entire floor rather than deal with whatever had happened there. One of the older guards told me, after his 3rd beer at our usual bar, that he'd heard the son sometimes came back to campus. That Dean Whitmore had arrangements, unofficial ones, to give his son space when he needed it. A place to stay when the world became too much. The 7th floor had been the son's floor when he'd been a student. Room 707 had been his room. I asked what the son looked like. The guard just shook his head and ordered another beer. I requested a transfer to the day shift. It was granted without question, which told me more than any explanation would have. But even during the day, when Hendricks Hall was full of students and sunlight streamed through its windows, I couldn't walk past it without feeling that weight in my chest, without remembering the sound of that scream echoing in an empty corridor. 3 months later, I was doing a routine patrol past the building, daytime, busy afternoon, students everywhere, when I saw someone standing at a 7th floor window. The glass was so filthy it was nearly opaque, but I could make out a tall figure, impossibly tall, standing perfectly still and looking down at the campus below, looking down at me. I blinked, and the window was empty. Just another trick of light and dirty glass. That's what I told myself. That's what I continue to tell myself, even now, even as I write this down in an attempt to make sense of what I experienced. But sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder about the questions nobody wants to answer. I wonder if what I saw in that room was really a man at all, or if it was something else. Something that lived in the spaces between what we acknowledge and what we refuse to see. I wonder if Dean Whitmore's son is in an institution somewhere, or if he's somewhere much closer, in a building that most students walk past every day without a second thought. And I wonder, with a certainty that keeps me awake until dawn, what would have happened if I hadn't run. If I'd stood my ground in that room while that figure closed the distance between us. Would I have found a disturbed young man in need of help? Or would I have discovered something that would have shattered my understanding of what's possible in this world? The university's official position is that the 7th floor remains sealed for structural reasons. The new chain is still in place. The alarm has never been triggered. But I've started hearing rumors again. Whispers about sounds coming from the 7th floor late at night. About shadows in windows that should be dark. About a new student who went looking for his missing roommate and hasn't been quite right since, though he refuses to talk about what he saw. I should have called for backup before I opened that door. That's what I tell myself. That's the lesson I should have learned. But the real lesson, the one that haunts me, is this. Some spaces are sealed not because they're unsafe to enter, but because they're impossible to leave. Some doors are locked not to keep people out, but to keep something in. And some encounters leave you changed in ways that can't be measured or understood, ways that make you question whether you're the same person who climbed those stairs in the early morning darkness. I don't work campus security anymore. I took a job across town, in a building with no 7th floor, in a place where the lights never buzz like trapped insects, and the shadows fall exactly where they should. But even here, in this fluorescent safety, I sometimes hear it. That sound like wet breathing, deep and rhythmic, coming from somewhere just out of sight. And I wonder if what I saw in room 707 is still there, folding and unfolding in the darkness, waiting for the next person curious enough or foolish enough to push open a door that should have remained closed. waiting for someone to ask the questions that have no good answers. The worst part isn't the fear, it's the doubt. The not knowing if what I experienced was real, or if something broke inside my mind that night, something that can't be fixed or explained. Because if it was real, then reality is far more terrifying than I ever imagined. And if it wasn't real, if it was all some elaborate hallucination or breakdown, then I'm not sure I can trust my own perceptions anymore. Either way, I'm lost. Either way, something took a piece of me in that room and didn't give it back. The 7th floor of Hendricks Hall stands empty and locked. The investigation is closed. The official explanations have been filed and archived. And somewhere in the darkness of that decommissioned space, in a room at the end of a long hallway where dust dances in the absence of light, a cot sits perfectly made, a lantern waits unlit, and something tall and wrong stands in the corner, patient and eternal, ready to unfold the moment another door opens. I know this with the same certainty that I know my own name. I feel it in my bones, in the spaces between my heartbeats, in the moments just before I fall asleep when the world goes soft and strange. The 7th floor is waiting, and I don't think I'm the only one who knows it. 36. The fluorescent lights hummed their eternal song, a frequency that burrowed into your skull after the first hour, and made a permanent home there by the 3rd. I'd been working the graveyard shift at Pinnacle Communications for 7 months when the call started, and by then, I knew that hum better than my own heartbeat. The call center stretched out before me in rows of fabric-dividing cubicles, each one a gray coffin where voices went to die. During the day, the place buzzed with activity. 300 operators fielding customer service complaints, technical support inquiries, the endless white noise of commerce. But from midnight to 8 in the morning, we were ghosts. 15 of us scattered across a space designed for hundreds, our voices echoing off walls that seemed to expand in the darkness, pushing farther away with each passing hour. I took the night shift because it paid an extra $3 an hour, and because I preferred the emptiness. Fewer supervisors prowling the aisles, fewer forced conversations during breaks, fewer eyes watching the clock tick toward freedom. Just me, my headset, and the disembodied voices of insomniacs and early risers calling about their cable bills. The first call came on a Tuesday. I'd been staring at my monitor, watching the queue numbers scroll past in their hypnotic dance, when the line clicked open. Standard protocol: greeting, name, offer of assistance. But before I could finish my scripted introduction, the breathing started. Not heavy, theatrical breathing, like in movies. This was different, controlled, patient. The kind of breathing that suggested someone on the other end was very comfortable, very much in no hurry to speak. They were simply there, listening to me fumble through my greeting, waiting. The silence stretched. Company policy dictated I give them 30 seconds before disconnecting. I counted in my head, my own breathing falling into sync with theirs despite myself. At 28 seconds, I reached for the release button. That's when they spoke. The voice was wrong. Not in any way I could immediately articulate. The pitch was normal, the tone conversational, but something in its cadence felt rehearsed, like an actor who'd learned their lines phonetically without understanding the language. They described things, specific things. The color of the walls in the break room, the flickering bulb in the men's restroom, the exact angle at which the camera above the north entrance was mounted. Details only someone who'd been here would know. I disconnected. My hand was shaking as I clicked the button, and I told myself it was just some prank. Probably a former employee who knew the building, who'd memorized these details before leaving. Random coincidence that they'd been assigned to my queue. But that voice, that careful, measured voice, it followed me home that morning, whispering through my thoughts as I tried to sleep with blackout curtains drawn against the intrusive daylight. The calls continued. Not every night, which somehow made it worse. 3 nights of normal work. Angry customers, confused elderly people, the occasional drunk dialing the wrong number. And then the line would click open and there would be the breathing. Always the breathing first, like a signature. The voice began to reveal things about me, My schedule, always accurate. The coffee I brought in a silver thermos, never the break room machine. The way I rubbed my left temple when the headache started around 4 in the morning. That inevitable pressure that built behind my eyes. They knew which nights I worked, never calling on my days off, as if our relationship existed only within these walls. During these hours, I reported it to my supervisor, a tired woman named Kellen who'd worked there 15 years and whose soul had long since departed, leaving only a husk that processed paperwork and enforced break schedules. She made notes with all the enthusiasm of someone filling out tax forms, assured me they'd look into it, and suggested I let calls go to voicemail if I felt uncomfortable. The company did nothing. Calls were randomly distributed through the queue system. There was no way to block a specific number, she explained. No way to prevent the algorithm from connecting them to me. Just disconnect and move on. Don't engage. But I couldn't move on, because the calls were changing. They stopped describing the building and started describing me. What I wore, how I sat, slightly hunched, favoring my right side because of an old injury. The way I typed, two-finger hunt and peck despite years at a keyboard. They knew about the small scar above my left eyebrow, hidden beneath my hairline. They knew I bit my thumbnail when reading emails, a nervous habit I'd tried to break for years. The voice was documenting me, cataloging me, building some kind of profile with the dedication of a scientist studying a specimen. I started scanning the call center during my shifts, searching for cameras I'd missed, for angles that would capture these details. The security cameras were obvious, black bubbles mounted at regular intervals, their lenses pointed down at entrances and exits. Standard corporate surveillance, but maybe there were others. Hidden ones, personal ones. The other night shift workers noticed my distraction. We were a strange tribe, those of us who'd chosen or been forced into the inverse schedule. There was Hollis, a veteran with insomnia who said the quiet helped him think. Renee, putting herself through nursing school and too tired to chat. A few others whose names I knew but whose faces blurred together in the fluorescent haze. We existed in parallel, rarely intersecting, each trapped in our own cubicle purgatory. None of them received calls like mine. I asked, casually at first, then with increasing desperation. Strange callers? Anyone describing personal details? They looked at me with the polite concern reserved for colleagues displaying early signs of breakdown. This job did that to people. The isolation, the hours, the soul-crushing monotony. People quit or adapted, and adaptation sometimes looked like madness from the outside. 3 months in, the voice began making predictions. They would tell me when my next break would come, down to the minute, when the water cooler would empty, when the vending machine would jam, leaving my dollar bill crumpled in its mechanical throat. Small things, mundane things, but accurate with unnerving precision. Then they started predicting my behavior. The voice would describe how I would react to the next customer, the exact phrases I would use, the tone I would adopt, and I would find myself following the script they'd written, unable to deviate, as if my responses had been programmed long before the interaction occurred. Was I being predictable? Or was something else happening? Something I couldn't quite grasp? My sleep suffered. Days became a blur of anxiety and exhaustion, the blackout curtains no longer enough to keep out the world. I would lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling eyes on me even in the privacy of my apartment. The sensation was absurd. I lived on the 4th floor, no buildings with direct sightlines, security cameras only in the lobby, but logic couldn't dispel the crawling certainty that I was being watched. I began arriving early for my shifts, using the time to explore the building. The call center occupied the 2nd and 3rd floors of a nondescript office complex on the industrial edge of town. Below us, an accounting firm that closed at 5. Above, empty space leased but unoccupied, according to the building directory. Around us, parking lots and warehouses, the kinds of structures that were monuments to function, devoid of human warmth. The security office was a small room near the main entrance, manned by a single guard during night hours. I'd seen him before, everyone had. He was a fixture of the late shift, a heavy-set man who patrolled the building's perimeter with the enthusiasm of someone fulfilling a contractual obligation. His name badge read Vance, and he had the particular type of face that you'd struggle to recall 10 minutes after seeing it. Forgettable. Average. The kind of person who could disappear into any crowd. But he was always there, every shift, and his rounds always seemed to coincide with my presence on the floor. I started noting his patterns. He would pass my cubicle around 1:30, 3:15, and 6:45. His footsteps were distinctive, a slight drag of his left foot, barely perceptible but consistent. Sometimes I would hear him stop outside my row, the footsteps falling silent for exactly 30 seconds before resuming their circuit. Was he watching me? Or was paranoia turning routine security patrols into evidence of something sinister? The calls escalated in month 4. The voice began describing my apartment, the layout, the furniture arrangement, the way morning light filtered through those blackout curtains, finding gaps at the edges. They knew about the neighbor's dog that barked at 7:30 every evening, the faulty lock on my bathroom window that I'd been meaning to fix, details that couldn't be explained by workplace surveillance. I checked my apartment with manic thoroughness, searched for cameras, recording devices, any evidence of intrusion. Nothing. The locks were secure, the windows intact, no signs of entry. But the voice knew things, impossible things, and the knowing was worse than any physical violation. I stopped sleeping entirely. Caffeine and adrenaline became my sustenance, fueling shifts that stretched into hallucinatory marathons where the boundaries between calls blurred together. Every ring could be them. Every click of connection might bring that breathing, that careful voice cataloging another piece of my existence. My performance metrics dropped. Kellen called me in for a review, expressing concern in that practiced, HR-approved manner that communicated disapproval wrapped in therapeutic language. Was everything all right at home? Was I managing stress appropriately? Did I need to speak with someone, perhaps take advantage of the company's employee assistance program? I tried to explain. The calls, the surveillance, the security guard who always seemed to be watching, but saying it aloud made me sound unhinged, paranoid. The kind of employee who became a cautionary tale, whose breakdown was discussed in whispered tones during breaks. She promised to review the security footage, to speak with Vance about his patrol routes. Standard procedure. I left her office feeling hollow, certain that nothing would change, that I was trapped in a cycle that would continue until something broke, the system or me. The breaking point came on a rainy Thursday in month 6. The call arrived at 2:17 in the morning. The voice was different this time, excited, almost breathless. They told me to look up, to check the ceiling tiles above my cubicle. Specific instructions: 3rd tile from the left, 2nd row back. I should have disconnected, should have followed protocol. Instead, I stood on my chair and pushed the ceiling tile aside. The camera was small, professional grade, its lens pointed directly at my desk, the kind of equipment that cost real money, that required planning and access, not company issued, personal. My hands shook as I removed it, the tiny device surprisingly heavy in my palm. Evidence, finally, tangible evidence that I wasn't losing my mind. Someone had been watching me, recording me, cataloging every movement for months. I went to the security office immediately, carrying the camera like a sacred relic. Vance was there, feet propped on the desk, watching a grainy monitor displaying the building's empty parking lot. He looked up as I entered, his expression shifting from boredom to something I couldn't quite read. Surprise? Fear? Guilt? I showed him the camera, explained where I'd found it, demanded to know who had access to the ceiling, who could have placed it there. His reaction was wrong, not defensive or confused, but calculating. He studied the camera with the focus of someone recognizing their own work, then met my eyes with something approaching respect, as if I'd passed a test he hadn't expected me to pass. The next night, Vance didn't show up for work. The replacement guard, a young woman who introduced herself as Devon, seemed confused by my questions about her predecessor. He'd been terminated, she said. Multiple complaints from female employees about inappropriate behavior. Harassment. The final straw had been someone catching him with unauthorized surveillance equipment. Human resources had escorted him from the building the previous afternoon, banned him from the property permanently. The calls stopped. It's been 3 weeks now, and my phone hasn't rung with that careful, measured breathing. The night shifts have returned to their usual tedium. Customer complaints, technical difficulties, the endless scroll of queue numbers. Everything is normal. Everything is fine. Except I still feel watched. The sensation persists, even though I've checked every ceiling tile, every corner of my cubicle, every possible hiding spot for cameras. Even though Vance is gone, his access revoked, his employment terminated, even though the logical explanation has been provided, wrapped up neatly with documented complaints and HR proceedings. But logic doesn't explain how the voice knew about my apartment, how they predicted my behaviors with such accuracy, how they seemed to exist both inside and outside these walls simultaneously. Sometimes during the dead hours between 3 and 4 in the morning, when the building settles into its deepest silence, I hear footsteps. The same distinctive drag of a left foot, the same 30-second pauses outside my row. I tell myself it's Devon on her rounds, or another guard, or the building's pipes expanding and contracting with temperature changes. I tell myself a lot of things these days. The camera I found sits in my desk drawer, wrapped in a plastic evidence bag that Kellen provided. She said they'd investigate, that corporate would review security protocols, that measures would be implemented. But nothing has changed. The ceiling tiles remain removable. The security office remains staffed by a single guard. The cameras still watch from their bubbled housings, recording everything and nothing. Last night, I found myself standing on my chair again, pushing aside ceiling tiles at random, searching for cameras that logic insists aren't there. My fingers brushed against something in the space above the 4th tile. Another device, identical to the first. I left it in place. Because if I report it, if I escalate this again, they'll ask questions I can't answer. They'll wonder why these things keep appearing only in my vicinity. They'll suggest, gently, that perhaps I'm placing them myself, that the stress has manifested in elaborate delusions, physical props included, that I need help, not investigation. And maybe they're right. Maybe months of isolation and fluorescent lights and disembodied voices have fractured something essential. Maybe the calls were always random, the details always coincidence, the surveillance always imagination. Maybe Vance was just a predator who happened to work the same shift, and his termination was unrelated to my paranoia. Maybe. But the camera is still there, above the 4th tile, recording in darkness. And somewhere, someone is watching the footage, studying me with that same careful attention the voice always had, learning my patterns, documenting my decline, waiting for the moment when the distinction between observer and observed finally collapses entirely. The line clicks open. Standard protocol. Greeting, name, offer of assistance. I deliver my script, professional and hollow, while my eyes drift upward to the ceiling tiles. And in the silence before the customer speaks, just for a moment, I hear it. Breathing, controlled, patient, familiar. The call center stretches out around me in rows of gray fabric, and the fluorescent lights hum their eternal song, and somewhere in the building, footsteps drag and pause and resume their patient circuit. Everything is normal. Everything is fine. I tell myself this as I reach for the disconnect button, my hand hovering over it but never quite pressing down. Because maybe, in some terrible way, the watching has become necessary. Proof that I exist, that these hours matter, that someone, somewhere, considers me worth observing. The breathing continues. The lights hum. The night stretches on. And I wonder, as I've wondered every night for 6 months, which would be worse, confirming that they're real, or discovering that they never were. Story 7. The fluorescent lights hummed their electric lullaby at 3:47 in the morning. That dead hour when the world outside ceased to exist and the grocery store became its own sealed universe. I'd been stocking shelves in aisle 12 for the past 2 hours, my hands moving on autopilot, sliding cans of soup into perfect rows while my mind drifted somewhere between sleep and waking. The night shift did that to you, turned you into something halfway present, a ghost performing mundane rituals in fluorescent purgatory. That's when I heard the breathing, not my own steady rhythm, but something heavier, wetter, coming from somewhere behind the end cap display of discounted cereal boxes. I straightened slowly, my vertebrae popping in the silence, and turned toward the sound. The store stretched out around me in geometric precision, endless aisles of products reflecting the harsh overhead lighting, creating a maze of shadows and brightness that played tricks on tired eyes. The breathing continued, deliberate and close. I called out that the store was closed, that he'd need to come back after 6. My voice sounded thin in all that space, swallowed by the humming lights and the distant rumble of refrigeration units. No response came, but the breathing shifted, moved. Footsteps shuffled across linoleum, unhurried and heavy, the kind of gait that suggested either extreme age or something being dragged behind. He emerged from behind the cereal display, like something materializing from fog. Tall but stooped, probably in his 60s or 70s, wearing a coat far too heavy for the mild autumn night outside. His face carried the weathered texture of someone who'd spent years outdoors, skin like dried leather stretched over prominent bones. But it was his eyes that caught me, pale and roomy, yet somehow intensely focused, tracking me with the precision of a predator sizing up prey. He smiled then, revealing teeth that seemed too white, too perfect for someone of his apparent age and condition. The smile didn't reach those pale eyes. I explained again about store hours, keeping my voice level, professional. My hand moved toward the box cutter in my back pocket, fingers brushing the cold metal in a gesture that was purely instinctive. He didn't seem to hear me. Instead, he began moving closer, his shuffling steps eating up the distance between us with surprising speed for someone who'd appeared so decrepit moments before. He started talking then, and his voice was wrong. Too smooth, too practiced, like an actor reciting lines he'd performed 1,000 times. He spoke about fish, specifically about gutting salmon in Alaska 40 years ago, how the blood would run so thick down the processing tables that they'd have to squeegee it into the drains every 15 minutes. The detail was excessive, unnecessary, painting vivid pictures of silver scales and exposed viscera that made my stomach tighten. I took a step back. He took 2 forward. The aisle suddenly felt narrower than it had moments before, the shelves pressing in on both sides, creating a corridor with no escape except through him or the long stretch behind me. I opted for behind, backing up slowly while he continued his monologue, which had shifted now to something about working construction in the desert, about how the heat would make men hallucinate, see things that weren't there, convince themselves of impossible truths. His hand shot out and grabbed my forearm. The touch was electric, wrong in a way I couldn't articulate. Too cold, too firm, fingers like steel cables beneath papery skin. I tried to pull away, but his grip tightened, and he leaned closer, close enough that I could smell him. He reeked of copper and ozone, like the air before a lightning strike, mixed with something organic and rotten beneath. He told me about the sounds in his walls, how they'd started 3 months ago, scratching and whispering in languages he almost understood, about how his reflection had begun moving independently in mirrors, performing actions slightly out of sync with his own movements, about the people who followed him, who wore the faces of strangers but had eyes that were always the same, pale and knowing, like his own. I wrenched my arm free and stumbled backward, my hip connecting painfully with a shopping cart someone had abandoned in the aisle. The clatter was explosive in the silence, but he didn't flinch. Instead, he advanced again, backing me further down the corridor of products in fluorescent glare. His stories grew more frantic, spilling out in a torrent that seemed desperate to be heard. He spoke of waking up in places he didn't remember traveling to, of conversations he couldn't recall having, of time that folded in on itself like origami, creating gaps where hours should have been. His hand reached out again, this time touching my shoulder, my chest, my face, fingers trailing across my skin with that same wrong coldness. while he continued talking, talking, always talking. The rational part of my brain suggested drugs, meth or PCP, or some cocktail of substances that had severed the connection between reality and perception. But something deeper, more primal, whispered that this was something else entirely. His pupils were wrong, too large and too dark, reflecting nothing despite the harsh overhead lighting. When he blinked, it was too slow, like watching shutters close over vacant windows. I tried calling for my co-workers, the overnight manager who should have been in the back office, the other stalker who was supposed to be working the opposite end of the store. My voice cracked as I shouted their names into the fluorescent void, but no response came. The store remained silent except for his voice, which had dropped to a whisper now, intimate and invasive, speaking directly into my ear about things that made the hair on my neck stand rigid. He told me he could see it on me, this thing I was trying to hide, that we were the same, he and I, that the walls between worlds were thinner than people believed, and some of us could see through them, could feel the things moving on the other side. His breath was hot against my face despite the coldness of his touch, and I could see now that his two white teeth were translucent at the edges, like they were made of frosted glass. The pressure in my head built with each word he spoke, a mounting sensation like being underwater, going deeper and deeper where the light couldn't reach. My vision started to blur at the edges, reality taking on a dreamy quality that made everything seem simultaneously hyper-real and completely artificial. The products on the shelves lost definition, becoming blocks of color and text that my eyes couldn't quite focus on. The floor beneath my feet felt uncertain, like I was standing on something that might give way at any moment. He grabbed both my shoulders now, his face inches from mine, and I could see that his eyes weren't actually pale at all. They were clear, completely colorless, like looking into windows that opened onto nothing. His mouth moved, forming words that I heard but couldn't process, a language that existed somewhere beyond comprehension, yet felt terrifyingly familiar. The fluorescent lights began to strobe, or maybe that was just my perception failing, time skipping like a damaged record. I don't know how long I stood there, trapped in his grip and his monologue and the growing certainty that something fundamental about reality was unraveling. Seconds or hours, the distinction lost meaning. My sense of self began to fragment, pieces of my identity scattering like cards thrown into wind. I couldn't remember my own name, couldn't recall how I'd gotten here, couldn't distinguish between his memories and mine as they bled together in that pressure-filled space between us. Then suddenly, voices, real voices, familiar and anchored in consensus reality. My co-workers, the overnight manager and the other stalker, calling my name from somewhere nearby. Their footsteps approaching, breaking the spell or the hallucination or whatever pocket dimension I'd fallen into. The old man's hands released me. He stepped back, and that predatory smile returned, knowing and secret. He said something, one final sentence that I almost caught but which slipped away the moment I tried to focus on it. Then he turned and walked toward the front of the store, his shuffling gait returning, making him seem once again like nothing more than a confused elderly man who'd wandered in during overnight stalking. My co-workers rounded the corner, concern on their faces, asking if I was all right. They said I'd been unresponsive on the radio, that they'd been calling me for 10 minutes. I tried to explain about the man, pointed toward where he'd been walking away, but the aisle ahead was empty. The manager jogged to the front entrance, locked, the way it had been since midnight. The cameras, he said later, showed me standing alone in aisle 12 for the past 45 minutes, perfectly still, staring at nothing. But that wasn't right. Couldn't be right. My arm still bore the sensation of his grip. My shoulder still held the cold imprint of his fingers. My head still rang with the pressure of his words, even though I couldn't remember what he'd actually said. The scent of copper and ozone still clung to my clothes, strong enough that I kept catching it in the hours that followed. A constant reminder that something had happened, regardless of what the cameras claimed. They sent me home early, suggested I get some rest, maybe see a doctor. Exhaustion, they said, the night shift playing tricks on my mind. Perfectly normal after months of overnight work, sleeping during the day while the world moved on without me. The human brain wasn't designed for such schedules, the manager explained with practiced sympathy. It could create all sorts of perceptual distortions. I drove home as dawn broke, the sky turning from black to gray to pale blue, and tried to convince myself they were right. Tried to accept the rational explanation, the one that made sense in a world governed by physical laws and measurable phenomena. But every time I looked in the rearview mirror, I saw my own eyes staring back, and for just a fraction of a second, they seemed colorless, like windows opening onto nothing. The scratching in my wall started 3 nights later. At first I told myself it was mice or pipes expanding and contracting with temperature changes. Normal sounds in an old apartment building, easily explained and ultimately meaningless. But the scratching followed patterns, rhythms that felt almost like language, and sometimes I found myself listening with a focus that bordered on desperate, trying to decode meaning from the sounds. My reflection has become unreliable, not dramatically so. Nothing that would make anyone else notice. Just small discrepancies, movements that lag a fraction of a second behind, expressions that don't quite match what I'm feeling. When I smile, my reflection smiles just a beat too late, and the smile never quite reaches those eyes in the mirror. I see him sometimes, or people who might be him, or people who share something essential with him. They wear different faces but move with that same shuffling gait. They have that same predatory smile, those same knowing eyes. They watch me from across streets, from bus stops, from the corners of stores I visit during daylight hours. Always present, always observing, like they're waiting for something. The worst part is the time. I'll look at my phone and see that it's 3 in the afternoon, then glance away and look back to find that 2 hours have vanished without explanation. I'll be standing in my kitchen with no memory of how I got there, holding objects I don't remember picking up, mid-action in tasks I don't recall starting. Sometimes I wake up in places I don't remember going to sleep. Last week, I found myself standing in the parking lot of the grocery store at 4 in the morning, still in my pajamas, with no recollection of leaving my apartment. The night manager found me there, asked if I was all right, said I'd been standing perfectly still for the past 20 minutes. I've started documenting the gaps, writing down everything I can remember in a notebook I keep by my bed. But when I read back through the entries, the handwriting changes partway through some of them, becoming someone else's script, more angular, more precise, forming words and sentences I don't remember writing. The content shifts too, mid-entry, becoming stories about Alaska and construction sites and the sounds in walls, narratives that aren't mine but feel terrifyingly familiar. My coworkers have stopped asking if I'm okay. They've started looking at me with a mixture of concern and discomfort, like I've become something they don't quite recognize. The manager suggested, gently but firmly, that I might want to consider day shift positions, maybe take some time off to rest and recover. His eyes, when he said this, held that same careful sympathy people reserve for those who are breaking but don't know it yet. I returned to aisle 12 last night during my shift. I don't know why, compulsion or curiosity or some deeper need to understand what happened. The fluorescent lights hummed their electric lullaby, and the store stretched out in geometric precision, and I stood in the exact spot where he'd cornered me, trying to feel again that pressure, that sense of reality unraveling. For just a moment, I thought I caught the scent of copper and ozone. For just a moment, I heard breathing that wasn't my own. For just a moment, I saw my reflection in the glass door of the freezer section, and it was standing too far to the left, several inches away from where I actually stood, performing movements that weren't quite synchronized with my own. The cameras, they'll say later, showed me standing alone in aisle 12 for hours, perfectly still, staring at nothing. The manager will send me home again, will mention counseling services and medical leave and the importance of mental health. My coworkers will exchange worried glances and whisper when they think I can't hear. But I know the truth now, or something close to truth, or something that exists in the space where truth dissolves into uncertainty. The old man wasn't wrong about the walls between worlds. He wasn't wrong about the people who can see through them. He wasn't wrong about any of it. The only question left, the one that keeps me awake during what should be sleeping hours, the one that follows me through those gaps in time, is whether I was always one of those people, or whether he made me into one during those minutes or hours in aisle 12. whether I'm documenting the progression of madness or documenting something else entirely, whether the scratching in my walls is coming from inside or outside, whether the thing staring back at me from mirrors and windows and reflective surfaces is still me, or if it's something else wearing my face, waiting for the moment when it can step out of the glass and take my place completely. The fluorescent lights hum, the night shift continues, and somewhere in the space between sleep and waking, between rational and impossible, between myself and whatever I'm becoming, the old man's words echo in a language I almost understand, growing clearer with each passing night. Story 8. The fluorescent lights above the gas station counter hummed their monotonous electric prayer, the same sound they'd made for the past 3 years of my night shifts. I'd learned to tune it out, the way you learn to ignore the ticking of a clock or the buzz of traffic outside your window. But that Tuesday night, the first time he came in, I became aware of it again. The hum seemed louder, more insistent, as if the lights themselves were trying to warn me of something. He pushed through the glass door at 2:47 a.m. I know the exact time because I'd been watching the digital clock on the register, willing it to move faster toward my 6 a.m. freedom. The bell above the door gave its usual cheerful jingle, a sound grotesquely inappropriate for what walked in. I've seen plenty of drifters come through our little nothing town off Highway 12. They usually have a look about them, weathered, tired, sometimes desperate, sometimes just passing through with stories written in the lines of their faces. But this man was different. His eyes were what struck me first. Not tired, not desperate, just empty, like someone had scooped out whatever had once lived behind them and left nothing but 2 dark pits that reflected the fluorescent lights back at me in tiny, distorted points. He moved with an odd precision, each step measured and deliberate, his boots making no sound on the scuffed linoleum despite their obvious weight. He wore a dark jacket, worn but clean, and jeans that had seen better days. His face was unremarkable, the kind you'd forget immediately, except for those eyes you couldn't forget if you tried. He walked straight to the coffee machine in the back corner, poured himself a large cup with movements that seemed almost mechanical, and approached the counter. The whole time he never looked away from me, not even when he was pouring the coffee. It was as if he knew exactly where everything was without needing to see it. When he reached the register, he set the cup down with barely a sound. I rang him up, trying to keep my hand steady, trying to convince myself that the prickle running up my spine was just the store's ancient air conditioning kicking in. He paid in exact change, coins that he placed on the counter one by one, each making a small clink that seemed to echo in the empty store. That's when he leaned forward, just slightly, and spoke. His voice was flat, devoid of any inflection, any emotion. He told me I needed to call the police. Just that. 5 words delivered with the emotional weight of a weather report. Then he picked up his coffee and walked out, the bell jingling again, mocking me with its cheerfulness. I stood there for a long moment, feeling the air conditioning raise goosebumps on my arms, listening to the fluorescent lights hum. The clock read 2:53 a.m. 6 minutes. The entire encounter had taken 6 minutes, but it felt like I'd been standing there for hours, frozen in place. My hand moved toward the phone beneath the counter before I could fully process what I was doing. But I stopped. Call the police and say what? A customer came in, bought coffee, and told me to call the police? They'd think I was losing it. Hell, maybe I was losing it. 3 years of night shifts in a gas station can do that to a person. The isolation, the endless parade of insomniacs and travelers, the way time seems to move differently between midnight and dawn, it all wears on you. I convinced myself he was just some tweaker, high on something, rambling. I'd dealt with those before. I went back to my phone, scrolling through the same social media feeds I'd already checked twice that night, trying to forget those empty eyes. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something in the store had changed. The shadows in the corners seemed darker, more substantial. The security monitor showing the empty parking lot flickered occasionally, just for a fraction of a second, but enough to make me glance up each time. The coffee machine in the back burbled and hissed, and I found myself wondering if it had always made quite that sound, or if there was something different about it now. The rest of the shift crawled by. Every car that passed on the highway made me tense. Every creak of the building settling made my heart rate spike. By the time the sky started to lighten and the morning shift worker arrived, I was exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with staying up all night. I told myself I wouldn't think about it. I went home, pulled the blackout curtains closed in my bedroom, and tried to sleep. But behind my eyelids, I kept seeing those dead eyes, kept hearing that flat voice. You need to call the police. Why? For what? What was supposed to happen? Nothing had happened. That was the thing. Nothing at all. I slept fitfully, dreaming of fluorescent lights that hummed with voices, of coffee that turned to black oil in the cup, of eyes that watched from the shadows of the gas station corners. When I woke in the late afternoon, I felt worse than when I'd gone to bed. The second night, Wednesday, I almost called in sick. But I needed the job, needed the paycheck, and some stubborn part of me refused to let one weird customer spook me out of showing up. So I drove to the gas station as the sun set, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple that seemed too vivid, too saturated, like the color settings on reality had been turned up too high. The evening shift worker was eager to leave, barely staying long enough to tell me the register count was off by $3. She was out the door before I could ask her if anything strange had happened during her shift. The bell jingled behind her, and then I was alone. The store felt different. I couldn't put my finger on it exactly. Everything was in its proper place. The chips on their racks, the sodas in their coolers, the lottery tickets behind the counter. But something about the space itself felt wrong, like looking at a photograph that's been slightly altered but you can't quite identify what's been changed. I tried to settle into the routine, stock the shelves, clean the coffee machine, check the bathrooms, wipe down the counters. But my eyes kept drifting to the glass door, to the parking lot beyond, to the highway stretching into darkness. He came in at 2:47 a.m., the exact same time. The bell jingled, and my blood turned to ice water in my veins. Same dark jacket, same worn jeans, same measured, soundless steps across the linoleum, same empty eyes that never looked away from me as he moved to the coffee machine in the back. I watched him in the security monitor, my hand gripping the edge of the counter so hard my knuckles went white. He poured his coffee with the same mechanical precision, and I realized with a sickening certainty that he was making the exact same movements as the night before. The same angle of his head, the same position of his hand on the pot, the same number of seconds he held it before setting it back on the burner. When he approached the counter this time, I noticed details I'd missed before. Or maybe they hadn't been there before. His boots left no prints on the floor, even though I'd mopped earlier and the linoleum was still slightly damp. His reflection in the security monitor seemed slightly off, delayed by a fraction of a second, like a bad video stream. He set the coffee cup down. Same spot. Same gentle contact that barely made a sound. He reached into his pocket and pulled out exact change, placing each coin on the counter with that same tiny clink. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 coins, arranged in a small arc, and then he leaned forward, just slightly, and spoke in that flat, emotionless voice. The same words. You need to call the police. This time I found my voice. It came out smaller than I intended, cracking slightly. I asked him what he meant. What was going to happen? Why should I call them? He didn't respond. He just picked up his coffee, turned with that same measured precision, and walked toward the door. I called after him, my voice getting louder, more desperate. I needed to know what this was about. I needed him to explain. But he pushed through the door without looking back, and the bell jingled its cheerful goodbye. This time I called the police. I don't know what I expected to happen. Part of me thought they wouldn't come at all, that I'd wait out the rest of my shift alone, jumping at every shadow. But a patrol car pulled up 15 minutes later, its lights off, and an officer I vaguely recognized from previous late-night stops came inside. I told him everything, about the man with the empty eyes, about the warning, about how he'd come in 2 nights in a row at the exact same time, said the exact same thing, and left. The officer listened, taking notes, his expression carefully neutral. He asked me what the man looked like, and I realized with a growing sense of unreality that I couldn't describe him beyond the eyes and the dark jacket. Everything else about his face seemed to slip away when I tried to focus on it, like trying to remember a dream upon waking. The officer assured me they'd keep an extra patrol in the area for the rest of the night. He checked the security footage, and we watched the grainy black and white recording together. There he was, coming in at 2:47 a.m. But something was wrong with the footage. Every time the camera should have caught a clear shot of his face, there was interference, static lines that ran across the screen, obscuring the details. His movements seemed jerky in the recording, like frames had been dropped from the video. The officer said the recording system was probably dying, that they'd had problems with those older digital systems before. He told me to call immediately if the man came back, and that they'd have someone patrol past every hour or so until my shift ended. He left, and I was alone again. The fluorescent lights hummed. The coffee machine burbled. The clock ticked toward dawn. Nothing happened. The extra patrols came by like clockwork, flashlights sweeping across the parking lot, checking the perimeter. No one else came in except for a trucker around 4:30 a.m. who paid for gas and left without incident. By the time the morning shift arrived, I was so wired on adrenaline and gas station coffee that I felt like I might vibrate out of my skin. The morning shift worker asked if I was okay. She said I looked terrible, my eyes were bloodshot and my hands were shaking. I told her I hadn't slept well. Not a lie, but not the full truth either. I drove home in full daylight, but the sunshine felt wrong somehow, too bright and harsh, like a stage light exposing a set that was never meant to be seen clearly. Every car I passed seemed like it might contain empty eyes watching me from behind the windshield. At home, I pulled up news sites on my laptop, searching for any reports of crimes in the area, robberies, assaults, missing persons, anything that might explain the warning. But there was nothing, just the usual small-town news, council meetings, school sports, a fundraiser for the volunteer fire department. I tried to sleep but couldn't. Instead, I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the house settle around me. Every creak sounded like footsteps. Every branch scraping against the window sounded like someone trying to get in. Thursday afternoon, I got a call from my manager. He asked if everything was okay, said he'd heard I'd called the police during my shift. I assured him it was just a precaution, nothing serious. But I could hear the concern in his voice, the unspoken question of whether I was becoming unreliable, whether the night shifts were getting to me. I considered calling in sick that night. I even picked up the phone, started to dial, but something stopped me. Some need to know, to understand what this was about, what was supposed to happen, what had been prevented by the police presence, or had anything been prevented at all. I showed up for my shift. The evening was quiet. Too quiet. The usual stream of customers seemed thinner than normal, like people were unconsciously avoiding the place. The ones who did come in seemed hurried, eager to complete their transactions and leave. As 2:47 a.m. approached, I found myself unable to focus on anything else. I watched the clock on the register, watched the seconds tick away. 2:45, 2:46. My heart hammered in my chest, my palms were slick with sweat. 2:47. The parking lot remained empty. The highway beyond was dark and silent. The fluorescent lights hummed their electric prayer. 2:48. Nothing. 2:49. The relief that washed over me was so intense it made me dizzy. He wasn't coming. Whatever this had been, a prank, a coincidence, my own mind playing tricks. It was over. But the relief curdled almost immediately into something else. A new kind of dread. Because if he wasn't coming back, I would never know what the warning meant. I would never understand what I'd been protected from, or if I'd been protected from anything at all. The rest of the night was torture. Every minute that passed felt like confirmation that I'd imagined the whole thing. that 3 years of night shifts had finally broken something in my brain. But every minute that passed also felt like I was waiting for some other shoe to drop, for whatever had been building to finally break through. Nothing happened. Friday night, he didn't come. Saturday night, he didn't come. Sunday night, I worked my shift in a haze of exhaustion and confusion. I'd barely slept in days. The police had stopped the extra patrols after Thursday night. My manager had called again, asking if I wanted to switch to day shifts for a while. I'd said no, though I wasn't sure why. By 2:47 a.m., I'd almost convinced myself that I'd never see him again, that whatever this had been, it was finished. Then the bell jingled. He walked in at exactly 2:47 a.m., just like before. Same jacket, same jeans, same empty dead eyes that fixed on me with that terrible, unwavering focus. My entire body went cold, every muscle tensing, but this time was different. This time, he didn't go to the coffee machine. He walked straight to the counter and stood there, staring at me with those hollow eyes. The fluorescent lights above him flickered once, twice, 3 times. The security monitor behind me crackled with static. He leaned forward, closer than before, and when he spoke, his voice was still flat, but there was something underneath it now. Something that might have been anger, or might have been something else entirely. Something that didn't have a human name. He told me I should have listened. He told me I should have called the police the first night. He told me it was too late now. And then he smiled. It wasn't a human expression. The muscles of his face moved in ways that faces shouldn't move, pulling his mouth into something too wide, revealing teeth that seemed too numerous, too sharp. The lights overhead exploded in sequence, pop, 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 showering the store in sparks, and plunging everything into darkness except for the red glow of the emergency exit signs. I fumbled for the phone, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold it. I dialed 911, and somewhere far away I heard a voice asking about my emergency. I tried to speak, tried to explain, but my throat had closed up with terror. When I looked up, he was gone. The door hadn't opened. The bell hadn't rung. He had simply ceased to be there. The lights flickered back on, all of them intact, humming their usual electric song. The police came. Different officers this time. They were patient and professional, but I could see the concern in their eyes as I stammered through my story. They checked the security footage. Nothing. No one had entered the store at 2:47 a.m. or any time after 1:30, when a regular customer had come in for cigarettes. They suggested I take some time off, get some rest, maybe talk to someone. The morning shift worker arrived early, took one look at me, and agreed to start her shift immediately. My manager called before I even made it to my car, told me to take the week off, paid, but to please consider seeing a doctor. That was 3 weeks ago. I did take the time off. I did see a doctor. She asked me about stress, about sleep, about whether I'd been experiencing any other unusual symptoms. She prescribed sleeping pills and suggested I might want to talk to a therapist about anxiety and possible sleep deprivation psychosis. I took the pills. I slept, finally, deeply and dreamlessly. When I came back to work, they'd switched me to evening shifts, 4 p.m. to midnight. The manager said it was temporary, just until I was feeling better. The pay was less, but I didn't argue. For 2 weeks, everything was normal. Customers came and went. The register balanced. The fluorescent lights hummed their boring, everyday hum. I started to believe the doctor, started to accept that I'd had some kind of breakdown, that the isolation and the strange hours had manifested in bizarre, vivid delusions. Last night was my first night back on the graveyard shift. I'd asked for it, wanting to prove to myself and to my manager that I was fine, that I could handle it. I'm sitting here now at 2:45 a.m. watching the clock. The store is empty. The parking lot is empty. The highway beyond is dark and silent. I've been thinking about what the doctor said, about stress-induced delusions, about how the mind can create elaborate narratives to cope with monotony and isolation. It makes sense. It's logical. It's comforting. But I keep thinking about the security footage from that first night, the static that obscured his face every time. I keep thinking about how he knew exactly where everything was without looking. I keep thinking about that last smile, the one that wasn't human. Most of all, I keep thinking about what he said, that I should have called the police the first night, that it was too late now. Too late for what? The clock just turned to 2:47 a.m. The parking lot is still empty, the fluorescent lights still hum, but there's someone standing in the back corner of the store by the coffee machine. I don't remember seeing anyone come in. I didn't hear the bell, but they're there, in my peripheral vision, just outside the view of the security monitor. I'm not going to turn around and look. I'm not going to call the police, because I'm starting to understand something that makes my hands shake and my breath come shallow. The warning wasn't about something that was going to happen to the store. It wasn't about a robbery or a crime. The warning was about me, about what I would become if I didn't call the police that first night, about what happens to people who work too many night shifts alone, who spend too many hours under fluorescent lights, who exist too long in that space between midnight and dawn where reality grows thin. I can feel it now, have been feeling it for weeks. The way my reflection in the store windows seems slightly wrong, delayed by a fraction of a second. The way I move with increasing precision, each step measured and deliberate. The way my boots no longer seem to make sound on the linoleum. The way my eyes, when I catch glimpses of them in the security monitor, are starting to look empty. Dead. The figure by the coffee machine hasn't moved. They don't need to. They're waiting. Patient, because they know. They know what I'm becoming. They know what happens next. Tomorrow night, or maybe the night after, some other night shift worker in some other gas station will look up at 2:47 a.m. and see someone walk through their door. Someone in a dark jacket and worn jeans. Someone with empty, dead eyes. And I'll walk up to their counter, place my coins one by one in a small arc, and lean forward. And in a flat, emotionless voice that used to be mine, I'll give them the only warning I can. You need to call the police. Maybe they'll listen. Maybe it's already too late. The fluorescent lights hum above me, their song changing now, becoming something else. Something that sounds almost like words, almost like a welcome. I don't want to turn around, but I'm starting to forget why. Story 9. The fluorescent lights in Corridor B had been flickering for 3 days before Mr. Brennan died. I'd reported it twice to maintenance, but in a place like Willowbrook Extended Care, small inconveniences fell through the cracks. We had bigger problems than temperamental lights, staff shortages, medication delays, and residents who wandered. Still, every time I walked that hallway during my rounds, the stuttering illumination made my skin crawl in a way I couldn't quite explain. I'd been working nights at Willowbrook for 2 years, long enough to become immune to most disturbances. The elderly cried out in their sleep. Doors creaked. The building settled with groans that could sound almost human if you let your imagination wander. But I'd learned to distinguish between the ordinary sounds of a geriatric facility and something requiring attention. My instincts were sharp, honed by countless 12-hour shifts walking these halls while the rest of the world slept. Brennan had been in room 237 for 8 months. A former construction foreman, he'd suffered a stroke that left him partially paralyzed and mean as a rattlesnake. The day shift nurses dreaded entering his room. He'd throw whatever he could reach, plastic cups, his remote control, once even his dentures. His vocabulary consisted mainly of slurred curses and demands. He'd grab at the aides when they tried to bathe him, leaving bruises on their arms. The younger staff would emerge from his room shaking, sometimes in tears. I'd developed a system with him. I kept my distance, spoke firmly but without emotion, and got in and out quickly. He seemed to respect, or at least tolerate, the approach. Still, there was something deeply unpleasant about the man beyond his behavior. His room always smelled wrong. Not just the typical institutional odors, but something darker, like meat left too long in a warm refrigerator. The air felt heavier when you stepped through his doorway. The night he died, I was making my 2 a.m. rounds. I'd checked on Mrs. Patterson in 2:35, adjusted Mr. Chen's blanket in 2:36, and was approaching Brennan's door when I noticed the silence. Usually, I could hear his labored breathing from the hallway, a wet, rasping sound that had become part of the night's soundtrack. But now, nothing. I found him still in his bed, eyes half open, jaw slack. The death wasn't unexpected. His chart had been thick with complications. I followed protocol, called the doctor, notified the family, completed the paperwork. 2 orderlies came up to handle the body. By 4 a.m., room 237 stood empty, the bed stripped down to its plastic mattress cover. The knocking started the next night. 3 sharp raps, evenly spaced, coming from somewhere in the east wing. I was at the nurse's station when I first heard it, around 1:30 a.m. My colleague, a veteran nurse named Gloria, looked up from her medication cart. We waited, listening. The sound came again, knock, 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 deliberate and insistent. Gloria suggested it might be Mrs. Patterson, who sometimes tapped on her bed rail when she needed assistance. But when we checked, Patterson was deeply asleep, her breathing peaceful and regular. We checked every room in the wing. All the residents were sleeping. The knocking had stopped. It resumed an hour later. This time I was alone at the station. The sound seemed to move, starting from the far end of corridor B and progressing closer. Knock, knock, knock. A pause. Then again, slightly nearer. I grabbed my flashlight and walked toward the sound, my rubber-soled shoes squeaking softly on the linoleum. The knocking stopped when I reached room 237. I stood outside the empty room, heart hammering in my chest, though I couldn't say exactly why. The door was closed. I'd closed it myself after the orderlies had left. My hand hesitated on the handle, and I felt foolish. It was just an empty room. I'd been in hundreds of empty rooms. Still, when I finally opened it, relief washed over me to find it exactly as I'd left it. Dark, vacant, the stripped bed skeletal in the dim light from the hallway. Over the following week, the disturbances escalated. The knocking became a nightly occurrence, always starting around 1:30, always seeming to originate from different locations, but inevitably leading back to that empty room. Gloria heard it. So did Ramon, the weekend charge nurse, and young Trevor, who just started on the night shift. But it was the footsteps that truly unnerved us. Heavy, deliberate footfalls, heel to toe, the kind of steps that suggested weight and purpose. They'd echo down corridor B during the early morning hours, that dead time between 2 and 4 when the building settled into its deepest quiet. I'd hear them approaching the nurse's station, the sound growing louder, closer, and then nothing. Silence. No one there. Trevor quit after his 3rd shift. He'd been restocking the supply closet when he heard the footsteps behind him. When he'd turned around, the hallway was empty, but the footsteps continued past him, receding down the corridor. He'd stood frozen, watching the empty hall, listening to the phantom footfalls fade away. He left his badge on the desk and never came back. The residents began complaining. Mrs. Patterson, usually so gentle, grew agitated during evening rounds. She insisted someone had been in her room the night before, standing at the foot of her bed. She described him as small but present, watching her with unblinking attention. When pressed for details, she became confused, unable to say whether she'd seen him or simply felt him there. Mr. Chen reported the same thing. A presence in his room, a little man who stood in the corner. Old Mrs. Kowalski in 233 started sleeping with her lights on. She wouldn't say why, just shook her head and gripped her rosary whenever anyone asked. The lights in corridor B, which had finally been repaired, began acting up again. They'd surge bright, dimming every other fixture in the wing, then fade to a sickly amber before returning to normal. The pattern was unpredictable. Sometimes it happened multiple times a night, sometimes not at all. Doors started opening, not violently, not slamming, just opening quietly during the night. I'd secure room 237 before starting my rounds, checking the latch carefully. An hour later, I'd find it standing ajar, the darkness within seeming deeper somehow than the ordinary darkness of an unlit room. I began to dread walking past it. Gloria was the first to say it aloud, what we'd all been thinking. She came to the nurse's station one morning near the end of her shift, her face gray with exhaustion. She told me she'd been in the break room around 3 a.m., eating a sandwich, when she'd heard footsteps in the hallway outside. Heavy footsteps, moving with purpose. She'd gotten up to check on the residents, but when she'd opened the door, the hallway had been empty. The footsteps had continued down the corridor, unhurried, measured, growing fainter until they'd stopped somewhere near room 237. She looked at me with red-rimmed eyes and said she thought Brennan hadn't really left. Not all of him, anyway. I wanted to dismiss it. I prided myself on being rational, someone who didn't indulge in superstition or ghost stories. But standing in that hallway, night after night, feeling the weight of an invisible gaze, hearing those impossible sounds, rationality became harder to hold on to. The handprint appeared on a Tuesday morning. I'd just finished my 5 a.m. rounds when the call button went off in room 232. Mrs. Lindstrom, a frail woman recovering from hip surgery, was sitting up in bed, trembling. Her nightgown had ridden up slightly, exposing the pale skin of her chest and upper ribs. There, pressed into her flesh just below her collarbone, was a mark. Not a bruise exactly, though the skin was discolored. A dark, reddish impression that looked exactly like a small footprint. Heel, arch, 5 distinct toes. The detail was impossible to mistake. Someone or something had stepped on her chest while she slept. She was too shaken to speak coherently at first. Eventually, she managed to explain that she'd woken to a pressure on her chest, a weight that made it difficult to breathe. She'd opened her eyes to see a figure standing on her, a small silhouette against the dim glow of the hallway light coming through her door. Before she could scream, the weight had lifted, and the figure was gone. I called the charge nurse, who called the director, who called the family. Mrs. Lindstrom's daughter arrived within the hour, furious and frightened. She wanted to know how someone could have entered her mother's room, assaulted her, and left without anyone noticing. She threatened lawsuits, demanded answers we couldn't provide. The police came. They interviewed the staff, examined the room, photographed the mark. But there were no signs of forced entry, no footage from the hallway cameras showing anyone entering or leaving the room. The investigation went nowhere. Mrs. Lindstrom's daughter transferred her to another facility by the end of the week. The director called a staff meeting. She addressed the rumors that had been circulating, reminding us that Willowbrook had a reputation to maintain. Stress and overwork could make people imagine things. The lighting issues had been resolved. The doors had faulty latches that maintenance was addressing. Mrs. Lindstrom's mark could have been a reaction to medication or a fall we hadn't witnessed. There were reasonable explanations for everything, but I saw the way her hands shook as she shuffled her notes. She'd been working days, safe from the night's peculiarities. She didn't have to walk those halls in the small hours, didn't have to feel the weight of something watching from empty rooms. Gloria stopped me after the meeting. She'd been researching, making calls to friends who worked in other facilities. One of them had mentioned a woman who specialized in spiritual cleansings, someone who'd worked with hospitals and nursing homes dealing with sensitive situations. Gloria asked if I thought we should pursue it. I surprised myself by saying yes. The woman who arrived 2 nights later didn't match my expectations. I'd pictured someone theatrical, draped in scarves and crystals. Instead, she was middle-aged and practical, carrying a worn leather bag and moving with the efficient purposefulness of someone who'd done this many times before. She introduced herself as Elena and asked to be shown the area where the disturbances were concentrated. I led her to Corridor B. She walked its length slowly, pausing at certain points, particularly near room 237. She didn't speak much, didn't perform any elaborate rituals. She burned some herbs, sage and something else I didn't recognize, and spoke in a language I couldn't identify. Her voice was calm, firm, carrying an authority that seemed to fill the hallway. The process took perhaps 20 minutes. When she finished, she turned to Gloria and me with a tired smile. She said the presence had been strong, angry, reluctant to leave, but it was done now. The space had been cleared, the attachment severed. She recommended keeping the room empty for a few weeks, letting it rest before assigning a new resident. She left before dawn, accepting no payment, only asking that we call her if anything resumed. The knocking stopped. The footsteps fell silent. Doors stayed closed. The lights burned steady and bright. Corridor B felt different, lighter somehow, as if a pressure had been lifted. The residents stopped complaining about midnight visitors. Mrs. Patterson slept peacefully again. Mr. Chen no longer stared at empty corners. Room 237 remained vacant for 3 weeks before a new resident was assigned. An elderly woman, quiet and kind, suffering from mild dementia. She settled in without incident. The room seemed like just a room again. That was 6 months ago. I should feel relief. The phenomena ended, exactly as Elena had promised. Life at Willowbrook returned to its normal rhythms of medication rounds and paperwork, of small kindnesses and gradual decline. The staff stopped talking about what had happened. New employees joined who'd never heard about Brennan or the disturbances. The memory faded like a bad dream. But something changed in me during those weeks. I still work the night shift. I still make my rounds at the same times, checking the same rooms, following the same routines. But now, walking through those quiet hallways in the small hours, I feel different. More aware, more attuned to the spaces between things. Sometimes, when I'm standing at the nurse's station filling out charts, I catch movement in my peripheral vision. Something small, quick, darting just beyond the edge of sight. When I turn to look, there's nothing there, just the empty hallway, the steady fluorescent lights, the familiar institutional walls. Sometimes, in the deepest part of the night, I hear what might be footsteps, very faint, far away, as if they're walking through the floor below or the ceiling above. But when I check, there's no one. The building is still. And sometimes, this is the part I haven't told anyone, when I pass room 237, I feel that same heaviness I used to feel near Brennan's door. That sense of something watching, waiting, barely contained. The new resident seems happy enough, shows no signs of disturbance. But standing in her doorway during rounds, I feel it. That same wrongness, that same weight. Elena said she'd severed the attachment, cleared the space. And maybe she did. The violent phenomena stopped after all. The residents found peace. By every measurable standard, she succeeded. But here's what keeps me awake during my off hours, what I turn over endlessly in my mind. When Elena performed her clearing, when she spoke in that unknown language and burned those herbs, what exactly did she clear? Did she banish Brennan's lingering presence from the building? Or did she simply move it somewhere else? And if she moved it, where did it go? I've started noticing small things. The way shadows fall in my apartment, pooling in corners they shouldn't reach. The frequency of small sounds in the night, creaks, taps, whispers of movement. The sensation of being watched when I'm alone. These could be nothing. Stress, as the director suggested. Overwork. A mind trained to find patterns, seeing them where none exist. But then again, maybe not. Last week I woke at 3 a.m. to the sound of knocking. 3 measured raps, just like in the hallway at Willowbrook. I lay in my bed, paralyzed, listening as the sound came again. Knock, knock, knock. I didn't get up to investigate. I pulled the covers higher and waited for dawn, and eventually, mercifully, sleep claimed me again. The knocking hasn't returned to my apartment. Not yet. Maybe it was a dream, nothing more. Maybe I'm finally cracking under the accumulated stress of 2 years of night shifts. Maybe I need to request a transfer to days, get more sunlight, more normal hours, or maybe Elena didn't clear anything at all. Maybe she just redistributed it. Maybe she looked into that corridor, sensed what was there, and made a choice about where it would do less harm. Maybe she decided that one witness, one bearer of the burden, was preferable to an entire wing of vulnerable elderly residents. If that's true, if I'm now the container for whatever Brennan left behind, I can accept that. It's what I signed up for when I chose this profession, to bear the difficult things so others don't have to. But here's the question that haunts me as I walk those quiet halls, as I check locks and adjust blankets and dispense medication in the early morning darkness. If the presence is with me now, following me home at the end of every shift, sleeping in the corners of my apartment, waiting in the shadows of my life, what happens when I die? What happens to all that concentrated anger and malevolence when it has no place left to go? Will it return to Corridor B to room 237 waiting for the next person to notice? Or will it find someone else, someone unprepared, someone without the context to understand what's happening. I don't have answers. All I have are my rounds, my routines, and a growing certainty that something fundamental shifted 6 months ago. The disturbances at Willowbrook ended, yes, but endings and absences aren't the same thing. Tonight, I'll return to work. I'll clock in, review the charts, prepare my medication cart. I'll walk the corridors, checking on residents, listening for call buttons, dispensing comfort where I can. And when I pass room 237, I'll pause, just for a moment, feeling that familiar heaviness, that sense of something waiting. And I'll wonder, as I do every night now, whether the clearing worked at all, or whether it simply taught whatever Brennan left behind to be more patient, more subtle, more careful about where and when it makes itself known. The lights in Corridor B burn steady now. The doors stay closed. The residents sleep peacefully. But I know better than to confuse peace with absence, silence with safety, or the end of one haunting with freedom from all of them. Something is still here. And whether it's in that room, in me, or somehow in both places at once, that's the question I carry through every quiet hour of every endless night. Story 10. The fluorescent lights in the hotel lobby hummed with a frequency that made my teeth ache. 3 years of night audits had taught me to ignore it, but tonight the sound seemed to drill directly into my skull, persistent and wrong. The clock above the reception desk read 11:47 p.m. when he walked through the employee entrance, 23 minutes late for his first shift. Management had warned me about training someone new. The overnight audit was a solitary position, one that required a specific temperament, the ability to exist comfortably in the dead hours when the building settled into itself and made sounds that had no logical source. Most people couldn't handle it. They'd last a week, maybe 2, before the isolation and the darkness behind every corridor wore them down to resignation letters and apologies. But corporate needed coverage for my vacation days, so here he was. The man who approached the desk moved with a careful, measured gait that suggested either military background or recent injury. His employee badge read a name I won't repeat here, something forgettable, something that slipped from memory the moment you looked away from it. He was older than I expected, perhaps mid-60s, with the kind of weathered face that spoke of decades spent outdoors or in situations that aged you prematurely. His eyes were clear when he introduced himself, his handshake firm but brief, and I remember thinking he might actually work out. The training began with the basics. I showed him how to run the night audit reports, how to balance the day's transactions, how to handle the rare guest who stumbled down for ice or aspirin at 2 in the morning. He nodded along, taking notes in a small spiral notebook he produced from his jacket pocket. His handwriting was meticulous, almost obsessive, each letter perfectly formed, each line ruler straight. Around midnight, after I demonstrated the security camera system, he mentioned needing to step out. Said he'd forgotten his medication in the car. The way he said it felt rehearsed, as if he'd practiced the excuse earlier, refining it until it sounded casual. I told him to be quick. The audit reports had to be completed before the morning shift arrived at 7, and we were already behind schedule. He left through the side entrance, and I watched him on the security monitor as he crossed the parking lot. The camera's night vision cast everything in shades of gray and green. He didn't go to any of the vehicles. Instead, he walked to the far edge of the lot, beyond the range of our lights, and simply stood there. For 17 minutes, I watched him stand motionless in the darkness, facing the tree line that bordered the property. When he returned, everything had changed. The medication excuse made more sense now, but not in any way that brought comfort. His pupils had expanded until his irises were barely visible rings of faded blue around pools of absolute black. He moved differently too, looser, as if his joints had been replaced with something that didn't quite fit the original specifications. The careful, measured walk was gone. Now he swayed slightly as he approached the desk, and I caught the smell that preceded him. Not alcohol, not marijuana, something chemical and sweet that reminded me of hospitals, and the way certain cleaning products smell after they've been mixed incorrectly. He leaned against the counter, his weight pressing into the polished wood, and smiled at me. It was the kind of smile that didn't reach the eyes. Couldn't reach the eyes, really, given how dilated they were. He began talking, but the words came out wrong. Not slurred exactly, more like they were arranged in an order that almost made sense but didn't quite connect into coherent meaning. He spoke about the building, about how it breathed at night, about the spaces between the walls where things lived that the daylight staff never saw. I tried to redirect him back to the training, pulling up the reservation system and explaining how to process late check-ins. But he wasn't interested anymore. He moved around the desk, entering my space behind the counter, and I felt the immediate discomfort of proximity I hadn't invited. There was something in the way he looked at me now, an intensity that felt predatory, or perhaps just profoundly disconnected from normal human interaction. The professional thing would have been to firmly establish boundaries, to send him home, to call the manager. But it was past midnight in a hotel with 43 occupied rooms out of 96, and the nearest manager was the assistant GM who lived 20 minutes away and had made it clear he didn't appreciate overnight calls unless someone was actively dying or the building was on fire. So I stepped back, creating distance, and suggested he take a break in the employee lounge. He didn't move. Instead, he reached out and placed his hand on my shoulder. The touch wasn't aggressive, not exactly, but it lingered too long, his fingers pressing with an odd rhythmic pressure, as if he was feeling for something beneath my shirt, beneath my skin. His other hand joined the first, both now resting on my shoulders, and he leaned in close enough that I could smell that chemical sweetness on his breath. He said something about connection, about understanding, about how the night brought people together in ways the day couldn't. I shrugged off his hands and told him firmly that he needed to step back. My voice came out steadier than I felt. There's a particular kind of fear that comes from being touched by someone whose grip suggests they're not entirely present in their own body, someone whose eyes reflect nothing you can recognize as fully human. He laughed then, a sound that started normal but extended too long, cycling up and down in pitch until it didn't sound like laughter anymore. Then he turned and walked toward the side entrance, moving with that same loose-jointed gait, and I watched on the security monitor as he stepped outside. The cameras showed him standing in the pool of light from the entrance fixture. He seemed to be looking at something I couldn't see, his head tilted at an unnatural angle. Then, without warning or any visible cause, he pitched forward, not stumbled, not tripped. He went down as if every string holding him upright had been simultaneously cut. His face hit the concrete with a sound I heard clearly through the glass entrance doors, a wet, heavy impact that made my stomach clench. He didn't put his hands out to catch himself, didn't turn his head, just straight down, face first into the pavement. I grabbed the phone and called 911, already moving toward the entrance. The operator's voice was calm and procedural as I explained the situation, gave the address, confirmed he was breathing. Through the doors, I could see him lying motionless in that pool of light, a dark stain spreading beneath his head across the concrete. I didn't go outside. This is important to understand. I told the operator I was going to check on him, but I didn't. Something about the way he'd fallen, about the angle of his body, about the absolute stillness of him. It felt like a trap, like something pretending to be unconscious, waiting for me to come close enough to... To what? I don't know. That's the part that keeps me awake even now, even when I'm supposed to be sleeping during daylight hours. I don't know what I was afraid would happen, only that the fear was visceral and immediate, and entirely convinced of its own validity. The ambulance arrived first, red and white lights strobing across the building's facade. I watched through the glass as the paramedics approached him, checked his vitals, radioed something back to their dispatch. They seemed cautious too, I noticed. They didn't rush to move him. One of them kept looking around as if trying to understand what had happened, why someone would just fall like that. The police arrived 7 minutes later. 2 officers, one older, and one who barely looked old enough to have graduated from the academy. They spoke with the paramedics, then came inside to talk to me. I explained about the training, about him going to get his medication, about how he'd seemed different when he returned. I didn't mention the touching, didn't mention the way his eyes had looked or the things he'd said about the building breathing. Those details felt somehow too revealing, as if sharing them would make me complicit in whatever had happened. The older officer's expression changed when I mentioned the man's name. A kind of weary recognition settled over his features, and he exchanged a glance with his partner that communicated volumes without words. He asked if this was his first shift, and when I confirmed it was, the officer just nodded slowly. The paramedics were loading him into the ambulance when the older officer told me, his voice flat with the kind of resignation that comes from repeating yourself too many times, that the man was a known problem. Multiple prior incidents at other establishments. A pattern of behavior that always followed the same trajectory. Getting hired, the medication excuse, the inappropriate conduct, the inevitable collapse. The details varied, but the skeleton of the story remained consistent. They took him away. The ambulance pulled out of the parking lot without using its siren, which somehow made everything feel worse. The officers asked if I needed them to contact my manager, but I declined. They took my statement, gave me an incident number, and left. I was alone again in the lobby with the humming fluorescent lights and the night audit report still waiting to be completed. Here's what I haven't told anyone. What I wrote in the incident report but crossed out before submitting it. What I deleted from the email I started to send to HR 3 times before abandoning it entirely. When I watched the security footage back, trying to understand what had made him fall, I saw something that doesn't make sense. In the split second before he went down, in the frame immediately preceding his collapse, there's a shadow. It's not his shadow. His is clearly visible, cast by the entrance light. This is something else, something that appears behind him, separate and distinct and wrong in a way that makes my eyes hurt to look at directly. It's only there for one frame, 24th of a second. But it's there. I've watched that footage maybe 200 times now. Sometimes I can see it clearly. A shape that suggests a person but isn't quite right. Too tall or too angular or possessing too many joints. Other times I convince myself it's just a glitch, a compression artifact, a trick of the low-light camera struggling to process movement. But I know what I saw, what I keep seeing. The hotel assigned me a different trainee 2 weeks later. She lasted 3 shifts before quitting, said she couldn't handle the feeling that someone was always watching her from the end of the corridors. I didn't tell her I felt it too. Have felt it every night since. That awareness of presence, of something paying attention from just beyond the reach of the lights. I still work the night audit, still run the same reports, still handle the same rare guests stumbling down for ice or aspirin. But now I understand what he meant about the spaces between the walls, about things that the daylight staff never see. Because sometimes, around 3 or 4 in the morning, when the building is at its quietest, I hear footsteps in the employee corridor, slow, measured steps that stop just outside the range of the security cameras. And sometimes, if I'm very still, if I don't let on that I've noticed, I can smell something chemical and sweet drifting through the ventilation system. The older officer called me once about a month after the incident, asked how I was doing, if there had been any other problems. I told him everything was fine. He was quiet for a long moment, and then he asked me a question that I think about constantly now. He asked if I'd ever noticed anything strange about the hotel before that night, anything that didn't quite fit the normal pattern of things. I told him no, but we both knew I was lying, because the truth is, there's always been something wrong with this building. I've just been here so long that I'd learned to ignore it, to accept the sounds and the shadows and the feeling of being watched as normal parts of the overnight landscape. He'd seen it immediately, recognized it for what it was with those dilated eyes that seemed to perceive wavelengths I couldn't access. Whatever medication he'd gone to get, if that's really what he went for, had opened something in his perception. And whatever he'd seen, whatever had been watching back, had made him fall, or pushed him. I finish the night audit reports now with a new ritual. Before I log out of the system, before I print the final balance sheet, I check the security footage, all of it, every camera, every blind spot and dark corner, looking for shadows that don't quite match their sources, for movements in empty corridors, for faces and windows of rooms I know are vacant. Most nights, I find nothing. But some nights, not often, but often enough, I see something standing at the far edge of the parking lot, just beyond the range of our lights, facing the building, watching, waiting, and I wonder if it's waiting for me to step outside, to cross that threshold between the light and the darkness, the way he did. Or if it's waiting for something else entirely, something patient and inevitable that doesn't need me to come to it because eventually, given enough time, it will find a way to come to me. The clock reads 6:43 a.m., 17 minutes until the morning shift arrives. 17 minutes until I can leave this building and step into daylight and pretend for a few hours that the things I've seen don't exist outside the boundaries of the overnight hours. But I'll be back tonight, and tomorrow night, and all the nights after that. Because someone has to run the audit. Someone has to watch. Someone has to stand in the lobby with the humming fluorescent lights and bear witness to what moves through this place when no one else is looking. And somewhere, in a database I don't have access to, in incident reports filed at other hotels and other overnight establishments, there's a record of all the other watchers, all the other people who stood where I'm standing and saw what I'm seeing. The older officer's final words to me before he hung up that day were simple. Try not to stay too long. I didn't ask him what he meant by too long. Didn't ask what happened to the others who stayed past whatever threshold he was warning me about, because part of me already knows. Part of me has been knowing since the moment I watched that figure pitch forward into concrete, driven down by something I couldn't see, but that he, with his chemicals and his dilated eyes, had perceived with absolute clarity. The morning shift supervisor is pulling into the parking lot now. I can see her car on the monitor, watch her park in her usual spot near the entrance. In a moment, she'll come through those doors with her coffee and her cheerful morning energy, and I'll hand her the audit reports, and the night will officially be over. But it's never really over, is it? The night just retreats, waiting in the spaces between the walls, in the blind spots of the cameras, in the hours between sunset and sunrise. Waiting for people like me to stand watch, to bear witness, to slowly, inevitably, begin to see what has always been there. The fluorescent lights are still humming. They never stop. And if I listen carefully beneath that electrical drone, I can almost hear something else. Something that sounds like breathing, like the building itself, inhaling and exhaling in the rhythm of the night. I should have quit 3 weeks ago. Should have walked away the moment I saw that shadow in the footage. But I'm still here, still watching, still waiting to understand what he understood in those final moments before he fell, and terrified that one night, I finally will. Story 11. The fluorescent lights in the lobby hummed with that particular frequency that makes your teeth ache if you listen too long. I'd been listening for 3 hours straight, alone at the front desk of the Riverside Apartments, watching dust particles drift through the bluish glow like microscopic ghosts. It was past 2 in the morning, and I'd already made my 3rd cup of coffee that tasted like burnt rubber. The building was one of those converted industrial complexes, all exposed brick and high ceilings that the rental listings called character. What they didn't mention was how those same high ceilings created echoes that traveled through the ventilation system, carrying sounds from floors above and below, footsteps that weren't footsteps, voices that might have been wind through the old ductwork, the kind of ambiance that made you understand why the previous night clerk quit without notice. I'd been scrolling through my phone, reading about some supposedly haunted hotel in Maine, when I made the mistake of reading a passage aloud to the empty lobby. Something about cold spots and shadow people. I laughed at my own voice bouncing off the walls, at how ridiculous it sounded in the silence. Ghosts. As if this place needed anything supernatural to feel unsettling. The security monitor array sat to my left, 6 screens showing grainy feeds from various corners of the building, hallways stretching into darkness, the parking garage with its single functioning light, the laundry room in the basement bathed in the ghostly white glow of the infrared camera, because the overhead lights down there had been broken for weeks. Management kept saying they'd fix them. They never did. I glanced at the monitors out of habit, A sweep of the eyes that had become automatic after months of night shifts. Hallway clear, garage empty, laundry room. Something moved. Not moved exactly. Blurred. A streak of white across the IR camera, there and gone so fast I couldn't be sure I'd seen anything at all. The image was always grainy at night, pixels struggling to make sense of darkness. Could have been a glitch. Could have been heat from the dryer vents creating strange patterns on the infrared sensor. Could have been nothing. I stared at the screen. The laundry room sat motionless now. Washing machines hunched like sleeping animals against the far wall, shadows pooling in the corners where the camera couldn't quite reach. The infrared gave everything a ghostly quality, whites blooming too bright, darks swallowing details. Empty, completely empty. Except I'd just been reading about ghosts, joking about them, and now my brain was helpfully supplying every horror movie scene it had ever filed away for future nightmares. I forced myself to look away, to breathe normally, to acknowledge that I'd simply been staring at screens too long. The mind plays tricks in the small hours. Everyone knows that. The previous clerk probably quit because of boredom, not because of anything sinister. People always need to invent drama where none exists. Then I saw it again. This time there was no mistaking it. A white blur, unmistakably the shape of something tall and thin, moving across the frame from left to right before disappearing behind the row of dryers. My heart kicked against my ribs. The movement had been quick but deliberate, not random like a technical glitch. Something was down there. Someone was down there. The thought brought a strange mix of relief and dread. A person made sense. A person I could deal with. Probably just a resident doing late-night laundry, though it was unusual for anyone to be down there at this hour, especially with the lights broken. But it explained the movement. The white blur likely just clothing or reflection from the IR camera. Except residents used their key fobs to access the laundry room, and the door was connected to the security system. No alert had sounded. No little beep to indicate entry. And even as I thought this, I watched the screen with increasing unease, waiting for the person to reappear, to move back into frame, to do something that would confirm they were normal and solid and real. The laundry room remained still. Nothing moved. Not even shadows shifting in that wrong way shadows sometimes do when you're tired, and your eyes are creating motion out of stillness. I should call it in. That's what the handbook said. Suspicious activity. Contact the building manager. Contact the police if necessary. But what would I report? That I saw something white on a grainy infrared camera that might have been a person, or might have been a technical glitch, or might have been my imagination, wound up from reading ghost stories. The logical thing was to go check. I had a flashlight, a radio, keys to every door in the building. Walking down to the basement would take 5 minutes, confirm the room was empty, or that some absent-minded tenant forgot to check in properly, and I could return to my desk feeling stupid but reassured. I didn't want to go down there. The feeling came with perfect clarity. Every instinct I possessed was suddenly screaming at me to stay exactly where I was, to keep the desk between myself and whatever might or might not be in that laundry room 3 floors below. It was the same primal warning system that made ancient humans avoid dark caves and dense underbrush. Danger. Stay away. But I couldn't just sit here. The building manager had made it clear during my training that part of my job was investigating unusual activity. Besides, if there really was an intruder, I couldn't just leave them wandering around. And if it was nothing, I needed to know that too. Needed to prove to myself that I wasn't losing my grip on reality during these long, solitary shifts. I grabbed the flashlight from the desk drawer, tested its beam against the lobby wall. Bright and steady. I clipped the radio to my belt, though there was no one to call if something went wrong. The building had no security beyond me. I was the security. The stairwell door opened with a metal shriek that echoed down the shaft. I hesitated at the threshold, peering into the darkness below. The emergency lights provided barely enough illumination to see the stairs themselves, but they created deep pockets of shadow between each landing. The infrared camera didn't cover the stairwells. Anything could be waiting in those shadows. I started down, one hand on the railing, flashlight beam bouncing ahead of me. My footsteps rang out against concrete, announcing my presence to the entire building. The descent felt longer than it should have, as if the building had stretched during my shift, adding extra floors between me and the basement. Sounds traveled strangely in the stairwell. My breathing seemed to echo back from multiple directions, making it hard to tell if I was hearing myself or if something else was breathing down there in the dark. The basement level door was unmarked except for a faded B1 stenciled in industrial paint. I pressed my ear against the cold metal, listening. Nothing. Just the distant hum of the building's mechanical systems, the ancient bones of the converted factory still grinding away. I reached for the handle, then stopped. The door was slightly ajar. It should have been closed, should have been locked, requiring my master key, but there it was, hanging open perhaps an inch, darkness bleeding through the crack. I pressed the flashlight against the gap, trying to angle the beam inside without opening the door further. The light caught nothing but a section of painted concrete wall, water-stained and peeling. I pushed the door open. It swung silently on well-oiled hinges, revealing the basement corridor. To my right, the maintenance room. To my left, the laundry room entrance. Door closed but not locked. The overhead lights were indeed broken, leaving only my flashlight to push back the darkness. The beam seemed weaker down here, as if the shadows were denser, more resistant to illumination. The maintenance room door was open too. That was wrong. That door stayed locked always, accessible only to the building supervisor and the maintenance crew. I approached it slowly, every nerve in my body singing with tension. The beam of my flashlight swept across the small space inside, revealing metal shelves lined with tools, cleaning supplies, the junction box for the sprinkler system. Or rather, where tools should have been. Several spaces on the shelves were empty, gaps between items that suggested something had been removed. Recently, a screwdriver set was missing, some kind of prying tool, judging by the outline in the dust. The sprinkler access panel hung open, exposing the maze of pipes and valves behind it. Someone had broken in, pried open the sprinkler room somehow, disabled or bypassed whatever lock mechanism protected it, and taken tools. An actual intruder, a real, solid, explainable intruder. The relief was immediate and overwhelming. Not ghosts, not my imagination spiraling out of control. Just a thief, just a criminal. Then why did my hands shake as I backed out of the maintenance room? The laundry room was next. That's where I'd seen the figure on the camera. That's where they must still be, if they hadn't already fled. I pressed my ear against the laundry room door, listening for any sound of movement, any indication of what waited inside. My hand hovered over the radio, thumb on the call button. I should definitely call the police now. Confirmed intruder, theft in progress, possibly still on premises. But something made me hesitate. Something about the way the door felt under my palm, cold and smooth, and somehow expectant. As if it was waiting for me to open it. As if whatever was on the other side wanted me to open it. I turned the handle and pushed. The laundry room stretched before me in my flashlight beam, exactly as it appeared on the security monitor. Washing machines along one wall, dryers along the other, folding table in the center, empty, shelves of lost socks and abandoned detergent bottles. Nothing moved, nothing made sound, but the air felt wrong. Too cold, too still. The kind of stillness that comes not from absence, but from something holding perfectly still, breath caught, muscles frozen, waiting. I swept the flashlight in a slow arc, illuminating each section of the room. Behind the washers, nothing. Between the dryers, nothing. Under the folding table, nothing. The room was empty. Completely, verifiably empty. So why did every primitive part of my brain keep screaming that I was being watched? Then I saw the door. Not the door I'd entered through. Another door, on the far side of the room, half hidden behind the last dryer. A door I'd never noticed on the security feed because of the camera angle. A door that probably led to some other maintenance access or storage space I didn't know about. A door that was now hanging open. Darkness beyond it deeper than any darkness should be. I moved toward it without thinking. drawn by a need to know, to see, to confirm. The flashlight beam penetrated only a few feet into that darkness before seeming to stop, absorbed by something that swallowed light. Just a tight space, I told myself. Just a closet or crawl space where the beam doesn't have room to spread. Something shifted in that darkness. I spun around, the flashlight beam whipping across the laundry room, and suddenly the whole world exploded into motion. A figure lunged from behind the main door, the door I'd entered through. A tall shape that had been standing there the whole time, pressed flat against the wall in the blind spot created by the door's swing. I'd walked right past it without seeing. The figure was male, tall and impossibly thin, wearing clothes that might have been white, or might have just looked white in the stark flashlight beam. His face was in shadow, angular planes catching no light, but I had the impression of eyes too large, features too sharp, everything slightly wrong in proportions I couldn't quite name. We stared at each other for a frozen moment. Neither of us moved. Neither of us breathed. Then my training kicked in and I started shouting, demanding identification, ordering him to stay where he was, my hand fumbling for the radio on my belt. He bolted, not toward me, not toward either door. He moved backward, impossibly fast, that thin frame eating up distance with a speed that seemed to violate physics. He was at the door, the one leading to the dark space, and then he was through it, and then the door slammed shut with a bang that echoed like a gunshot in the enclosed space. I ran to the door, grabbed the handle, pulled. Locked. Locked from the other side somehow, or jammed, or simply refusing to open no matter how hard I yanked. I pressed my ear against it, listening for footsteps, for breathing, for any sound of the man on the other side. Silence. Perfect, complete silence. I radioed it in, called the police, waited in the laundry room with my back against the wall, and my flashlight trained on both doors until the officers arrived, their radios crackling and their flashlights adding to mine. They checked the door I couldn't open, found it unlocked, found it opening easily into a small storage space with no other exit, no vents large enough for a person, no way for anyone to have escaped. Found it empty. They filed a report about the stolen tools. Told me the intruder must have fled through the basement stairwell while I was searching the laundry room. Told me I was lucky he didn't attack me, that I should have called immediately instead of investigating alone. Told me I did good work, stayed calm, followed procedure well enough. They didn't ask about the things I didn't mention, like how the man's proportions had seemed wrong, like how he'd moved backward with that impossible speed, like how he'd been standing behind the door the entire time I searched the room, silent and still and close enough to touch me, and I'd never seen him, never sensed him, never knew he was there until he chose to reveal himself. Like how, when I checked the security footage later, the infrared camera had captured the moment I entered the laundry room, had captured me searching, turning, sweeping my flashlight across empty space, but it hadn't captured anyone else. The room had been empty on the recording, empty except for me, alone, talking to nothing, spinning around to face nothing, running toward a door that opened on its own. I still worked the night shift at the Riverside Apartments, still watched the security monitors, still see things sometimes on the laundry room camera, white blurs moving across the infrared in patterns that might be glitches or might be something else. The maintenance room was resecured, the stolen tools never recovered, no other break-in since that night. But sometimes, during the longest hours before dawn, I remember how it felt to be in that room, how the air had been charged with presence, how I'd known, with absolute certainty, that I was being watched, how the man had been there all along, just behind me, just out of sight, breathing the same air. And sometimes I wonder if I really saw him at all, or if something else stood behind that door, wearing a shape my mind could process, giving me a narrative I could accept. An intruder, a thief, a man, anything but the alternative. The lights still don't work in the basement. Management still says they'll fix them. They never do. Maybe that's better. Maybe some things are easier to live with when you can't see them clearly. When you can tell yourself it was just a man, just an intruder, just your imagination playing tricks in the dark. I keep the desk between myself and the monitors now. I don't read ghost stories anymore. I don't joke about things that might be listening. And when I see white blurs on the infrared camera, Moving through the laundry room in the dead of night, I look away. I pretend I didn't see. I wait for dawn. Because the alternative is acknowledging that some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. That some things, once seen, are always watching back. That the man I found might not have been a man at all. Or worse, that he was exactly what he appeared to be, and that I'm still seeing him in the shadows, because he never really left. The building keeps its secrets, the cameras keep recording, and I keep working, night after night, wondering which version of reality I actually experienced, wondering if it even matters. The difference between seeing ghosts and seeing men might be smaller than we think. Both can hide behind doors, both can watch in silence, both can make you question what's real. I just hope I never have to find out for sure. Story 12. The fluorescent lights in the lobby hummed with that particular frequency that burrows into your skull after midnight. I'd been working the front desk at the Clearwater Inn for 3 months, and I'd learned that 2:30 a.m. was when the building truly woke up. When the walls settled with groans that sounded almost conversational, when the ice machine down the hall released its breath and mechanical sighs, when shadows in the parking lot stretched longer than they should, that's when he appeared. I didn't hear the automatic doors open. One moment I was staring at the computer screen, the glow painting my hands a sickly blue. And the next moment I felt it. That primitive awareness that prickles at the base of your spine when you're being watched. I looked up slowly, my neck stiff from hours of the same position, and there he was on the other side of the glass entrance, his face pressed close to the door, breath fogging the surface in irregular bursts. He was massive, easily 6'4", with shoulders that seemed to fill the entire doorframe. His clothes hung wrong on his body, a stained jacket that might have once been burgundy, jeans that looked slept in for days, but it was his eyes that locked me in place. They were wide, unblinking, and fixed on me with an intensity that felt physical, like 2 fingers pressing against my chest. The automatic doors slid open with their usual cheerful chime, a sound grotesquely inappropriate for what shambled through. He moved with a lurching gait, his head tilted at an odd angle as if listening to something I couldn't hear. His lips were moving constantly, forming words that emerged as a low, rhythmic mumble. Not quite speech, not quite song. The sound of it raised every hair on my arms. I stood up, my chair rolling back and hitting the wall behind me with a hollow thud. Protocol dictated I greet every guest with a smile and offer assistance. The words died in my throat. He stopped about 10 feet from the desk, his massive frame swaying slightly as if caught in a breeze I couldn't feel. The mumbling grew louder, more insistent. I caught fragments now. Something about eyes in the walls, about voices bleeding through the wires, about how they wouldn't stop calling his name. His hands opened and closed at his sides, fingers curling into fists, and then splaying wide, over and over in a compulsive rhythm that matched his swaying. The rational part of my brain cataloged the details I'd been trained to notice. No visible weapons. Exits. The main entrance behind him, the door to the back office behind me, the service hallway to my right. My phone was in my pocket. The panic button was under the desk, connected directly to the local police station, but rationality was a thin veneer over the animal fear that flooded my system. This wasn't training. This wasn't a scenario I'd practiced. This was a 6'4" man who outweighed me by at least 80 pounds, whose eyes held something I couldn't name, standing between me and the only exit I could reach in time. He took a step closer, then another. His shadow fell across the desk, and in that shadow something felt wrong, too deep, too solid, as if it had weight. The mumbling shifted, became almost conversational, though the words still made no sense. Something about frequencies, about broadcasts, about how I could hear them too if I just listened, really listened, because they never stopped, not even here, especially not here where the walls were thin and the wiring was old, and the signal bled through everything. My hand moved toward the panic button, slow and careful, trying not to startle him. But he saw. His head snapped toward my movement with predatory speed, and his eyes locked onto my hand like a hawk tracking a mouse. The mumbling stopped. In that silence, the building seemed to hold its breath. The fluorescent hum felt deafening. My pulse hammered in my ears, each beat distinct and too fast. I could smell him now. Sweat and something sour, like milk left too long in the sun. But underneath it, something else. Something chemical and wrong. When he spoke, his voice was surprisingly clear, almost gentle. He wanted to know if I could hear them. The voices. The ones that came through the lights, through the computer screens, through the very air itself. He needed to know if I heard them too. Because if I did, then it was real. And if I didn't, then... His train of thought derailed. His face contorted, features twisting through emotions too quickly to track. Confusion. Fear. Rage. Something that might have been anguish. His hands shot to his head, fingers digging into his scalp, and a sound emerged from him that wasn't quite human. A keening wail that started low and built, reverberating off the lobby walls until it seemed to come from everywhere at once. I hit the panic button. He lurched forward and instinct took over. I stumbled backward, hip colliding painfully with the desk corner, hands raised in a pathetic attempt at defense. But he didn't come for me. Instead, he grabbed the edges of the desk and leaned over it, bringing his face close to mine. His breath was hot and rapid, and up close I could see the tremor in his jaw. The way his pupils were blown so wide, his eyes looked black. The words that poured out of him were a torrent now, overlapping and urgent. He told me things, terrible, impossible things about what lived in the spaces between walls, about the messages hidden in static, about how something had been following him for days, watching him through security cameras and smartphone screens in the eyes of strangers. He told me it was coming, that it was always coming, that it never stopped. And I had to understand. I had to believe him. Because if I didn't believe him, then he was crazy. And if he was crazy, then the fear wasn't real, but the fear was real. God, the fear was so real. The automatic doors chimed again. A woman stood in the entrance, small and gray-haired, wearing a winter coat despite the mild night. She looked ancient and exhausted in the way that goes beyond simple tiredness, the kind of weariness that settles into bones and becomes permanent. She took in the scene with eyes that had seen it too many times before, and something in her expression made my stomach clench. She spoke his name, a common name I won't repeat here, and the effect was immediate. He went rigid, that massive body locking up as if someone had flipped a switch. The mumbling cut off mid-word. Slowly, so slowly, he turned to face her. The woman approached with a careful, measured pace, the way you might approach a spooked animal. Her voice was soft but firm as she confirmed what I'd already begun to suspect. Schizophrenia. The word hung in the air between us, clinical and cold. She apologized, to me, not to him, explaining that he'd stopped taking his medication, that he'd slipped out while she was sleeping, that this happened sometimes, but she always found him, always brought him home. She reached for his arm, her small hand barely spanning his bicep, and for a moment I thought he might explode into violence. His whole body trembled, muscles tensing under her touch. His eyes found mine again across the lobby, and what I saw there made my mouth go dry. It wasn't rage, it wasn't confusion. It was a desperate, pleading look that asked me to confirm something, to validate something I couldn't name. Then he turned back to her, and his shoulders sagged. The fight drained out of him like water from a broken vessel, leaving behind only that awful, defeated exhaustion. She guided him toward the door, murmuring things I couldn't quite hear. Reassurances, promises, the kind of gentle lies you tell when there's no comfort left. That's true. At the threshold, he stopped, turned, looked back at me one final time. His mouth formed words I couldn't hear over the distance, but I could read his lips well enough. "They're still here," he mouthed. "They never leave." Then they were gone, swallowed by the parking lot darkness, and I was alone again with the fluorescent hum and the settling walls and my racing heart. I sat down hard in my chair, legs suddenly unable to support my weight. My hands were shaking, The lobby felt too bright, too exposed, as if invisible eyes tracked my every movement. I told myself it was just adrenaline, just the natural crash after genuine fear. I told myself the poor man was sick, that his mother would get him help, that it was sad but ultimately human, a glimpse into the terrible burden of mental illness and the people who carried it. I almost believed it. The rest of my shift passed in a blur of forced normalcy. I filed the incident report, called my supervisor, did all the proper follow-up. 3 a.m. came and went. 4, 5. The sun began its slow climb over the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold that seemed obscene after the night's events. But something had changed. I became aware of it slowly, a wrongness that crept in at the edges of perception. The fluorescent hum seemed different now, more complex, as if it carried harmonics I'd never noticed before. Or had they always been there and I'd simply never listened? I found myself straining to hear, trying to parse meaning from that electrical drone. The computer screen flickered, just once, just a moment. But in that flicker, I could have sworn I saw a face, not rendered in pixels, but somehow within them, as if the screen was a window into somewhere else, and something had pressed its face against the glass from the other side. I blinked. The screen was normal. Login page, weather widget, reservation system, everything exactly as it should be. But my heart was pounding again. The feeling of being watched intensified. I spun in my chair, scanning the empty lobby, the dark parking lot beyond the glass. Nothing. No one. Just shadows and streetlights and the occasional passing car. Yet the sensation persisted, crawling across my skin like insects I couldn't see. I tried to rationalize it, tried to explain it away as hypervigilance after a stressful encounter. The human brain, after all, is designed to find patterns, to see faces in random noise, to sense danger where none exists. It's an evolutionary advantage that sometimes misfires. That's all this was. A misfire. Then the phone rang. The sound was jarring in the pre-dawn quiet, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. I grabbed the receiver, clearing my throat before speaking. No one answered. Just breathing on the other end, slow and deliberate, as if someone was listening to me as intently as I was listening to them. I asked who was calling. The breathing continued, steady and somehow wrong, too measured, too conscious. In the background, I heard something else. A sound like static, but within that static, something that might have been words, might have been whispers, might have been my imagination running wild. I slammed the phone down. It rang again immediately. This time I didn't answer. I let it ring and ring, the sound drilling into my skull until finally it stopped. In the silence that followed, the building groaned. One of those normal settling sounds I'd heard 1,000 times before. Except now, it sounded like something moving in the walls. Something large. Something that had no business being in the walls. Get it together, I told myself. You're letting a sick man's delusions get into your head. There's nothing in the walls. There's nothing watching you. There's nothing wrong with the phone or the computer or the goddamn fluorescent lights. But I couldn't shake the memory of his eyes. That desperate, pleading look. The way he'd mouthed those final words. They're still here. They never leave. What if he hadn't been asking me to validate his delusions? What if he'd been trying to warn me? What if he'd seen something real, something that my rational mind couldn't accept? And the only way his broken brain could process it was through the language of paranoia and conspiracy. No, that was crazy. That was exactly the kind of thinking that led down dangerous paths. Mental illness was real. Schizophrenia was a documented medical condition with known symptoms. What I'd witnessed was a man in crisis. Nothing more, nothing less. And yet, 6 a.m. arrived with painful slowness. My replacement showed up right on time. A retired cop named Denny who'd been working here longer than I'd been alive. He took one look at me and asked if I was feeling all right. I probably looked like hell. I certainly felt like it. I gave him the bare bones of the incident. Man having an episode, mother retrieved him, everyone safe. He nodded, made appropriate sympathetic noises, and that was that. I gathered my things and headed for my car. desperate for the normalcy of daylight and traffic in my own bed. The parking lot was empty except for my vehicle and Denny's truck. The morning was clear and cool, birds singing their territorial songs, everything peaceful and ordinary. I stopped halfway to my car. Something made me look back at the hotel, at the lobby window where I'd spent the last 8 hours. From this angle, with the sun hitting the glass just right, I couldn't see inside. The windows were mirrors, reflecting the parking lot back at itself. And in that reflection, I saw a figure, standing exactly where I'd been standing at the desk. Tall, massive, watching me. I spun around. The lobby was empty. Just Denny, sitting at the desk, reading something on his phone. No one else. I looked back at the reflection. The figure was gone. My hands fumbled with my car keys. I drove home too fast, breaking at least 3 traffic laws in my haste to get away. My apartment felt like a sanctuary, familiar and safe. I closed all the blinds, locked all the doors, and tried to sleep. But sleep wouldn't come. Every sound was magnified. The refrigerator's hum, the building's pipes, the traffic outside. And underneath it all, if I listened carefully, I could almost hear something else. A rhythm, a pattern, something that might have been voices, if voices could bleed through the very air itself. I got up and unplugged everything, the TV, the computer, the microwave, even the digital clock. But I couldn't unplug the wiring in the walls, couldn't silence the building's electrical grid, couldn't stop the signals that passed through everything, invisible and constant, carrying information through space on waves I couldn't see but knew were there, had always been there, would always be there. I pressed my hands over my ears, but that made it worse. Because then the only thing I could hear was my own pulse, my own breathing, and the terrible silence underneath it all where something might be waiting, might be listening, might be calling my name in frequencies I almost understood. The rational part of my brain knows what's happening. I'm experiencing hypervigilance, anxiety, maybe the onset of something worse. Stress can do terrible things to perception, to judgment, to the thin line between reality and delusion. I should call someone, a doctor, a therapist. I should get help before this spirals. But there's another part of me, smaller, quieter, but growing, that wonders if getting help would change anything. Because what if the man at the hotel wasn't sick? Or what if his sickness was just a reaction to something real? Something that most people's brains simply filtered out, but that some people, the unlucky ones, couldn't ignore? What if the voices aren't a symptom? What if they're what happens when you finally learn to listen? I'm writing this at my kitchen table, 3 days after my shift at the Clearwater Inn. I haven't slept more than a few hours total. The blinds are closed, the electronics are unplugged, but I can still feel it. That sense of being observed, of existing under scrutiny I can't escape. The worst part is the uncertainty, not knowing if I'm losing my mind or waking up to something that was always there. Both possibilities are equally terrifying. Both lead to places I don't want to go. I'm supposed to work another shift tonight. The night shift, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. 8 hours in that lobby with its fluorescent hum and its settling walls and its windows that reflect more than they should. I don't know if I'll go, but I also don't know if staying home will make any difference. Because wherever I am, whatever I do, I can feel them now. In the lights, in the wires, in the empty spaces where sound should be. Watching, waiting, whispering things I'm terrified I might one day understand. The man knew. He tried to tell me. And now I can't unhear what he made me listen for. They're still here. They never leave. Story 13. The fluorescent tubes above the registration desk hummed their mechanical lullaby, the sound drilling into my skull the way it had every night for the past 6 months. 3 a.m. at the Clearview Motor Lodge meant the world outside dissolved into an ink-black nothing, punctuated only by the sporadic whine of semis on the distant interstate. The coffee had gone cold an hour ago, leaving a bitter film on my tongue that matched the stale air recycling through the lobby. I was reading the same paragraph of my paperback for the fourth time when the door opened. The man who entered moved with a peculiar stillness, as if he were conserving energy for something that required great effort. His jacket hung loose on narrow shoulders, and his shoes, expensive, I noted, Italian leather, made no sound on the linoleum despite the rain tracked in behind him. The fluorescent light seemed to slide off him wrong, creating shadows where there shouldn't be any. He wanted room 114. I told him we didn't have a room 114. The motel only had 2 floors, rooms numbered sequentially from 101 to 238, with the 100 series on the ground level. There had never been a room 114. The architect had designed it that way, some quirk about the building's footprint and the parking lot configuration. I'd given this explanation before to confused guests who couldn't find rooms that didn't exist. But he didn't look confused. He looked certain. The man stood at my desk, rain dripping from the hem of his jacket onto the floor, and insisted that room 114 existed. His voice carried a flat quality, each word precisely enunciated like he was reading from a script only he could see. When I pulled up the property map on the computer, when I walked him to the corridor between rooms 113 and 115 to show him the blank wall where 114 should have been, he simply nodded, as though I had confirmed something he already knew. Then he left without booking anything, walking back out into the rain that had intensified to a downpour, his Italian shoes silent against the pavement. The humming of the fluorescent lights seemed louder after he left. I returned to my post, but the paperback remained closed on the desk. Through the lobby's large windows, I could see the parking lot, half full with the vehicles of sleeping guests. The sodium lights created pools of sickly yellow that made the darkness between them seem somehow substantial, as if you could reach out and feel its texture. 20 minutes later, the phone rang. The voice on the other end belonged to the man, though I couldn't recall him mentioning which room he'd checked into. Because he hadn't checked in at all, I reminded myself. Yet here he was, calling from what the display identified as room 207, asking if I knew about the car in the lot with its lights on. Silver sedan, he said. Northeast corner. Driver's side door slightly ajar. Battery would drain if someone didn't attend to it. I thanked him for the information, hung up, and stared at the phone. The call log confirmed it. Room 207. I pulled up the registration. Room 207 belonged to a couple from Ohio who'd checked in at 6 p.m. 2 adults according to the booking, and I'd seen them both shuffle in with their luggage, exhausted and middle-aged. Through the window, I could see a silver sedan in the northeast corner of the lot. Its headlights cut pale tunnels through the rain. The driver's door stood open at an angle that looked deliberate, theatrical even, like a stage prop positioned for maximum visibility. The logical explanation assembled itself in my mind. The man had somehow gotten into room 207, or he'd spoofed the call, or the registration system had glitched. These things happened. Technology failed. People lied. The world ran on mundane chaos, not mystery. I grabbed the master keys and an umbrella, though I knew the umbrella would be useless in this wind. The moment I stepped outside, the rain attacked from every direction, cold needles that found the gaps in my collar and sleeves. The parking lot stretched before me, and I became acutely aware of how exposed I was, how the sodium lights created perfect circles of visibility while everything beyond remained impenetrably dark. The sedan's headlights grew brighter as I approached, or perhaps my eyes were adjusting to the night. Water streamed across the windshield, making it impossible to see inside. The interior light was on, illuminating empty seats, empty cup holders, an empty back seat. The door hung open at that strange angle, and when I reached it, I noticed there were no keys in the ignition. The lights were on, the door was open, but there was no key anywhere in the vehicle. I closed the door, heard the locks engage automatically, and the headlights continued to burn. The battery would indeed drain by morning. I made a note of the license plate to check against our registration records, then hurried back to the lobby, my skin crawling with the sensation of being observed from a dozen invisible vantage points. The lobby felt smaller when I returned, the ceiling pressing down, the walls closer together than they should be. I shook off the rain and checked the registrations. The silver sedan's plate didn't match any guest vehicle on file. It belonged to someone who wasn't staying at the motel, someone who'd abandoned their car in our lot with the lights on and the door open. The phone rang again. Same flat voice, same room 207 showing on the display. He told me the car was still there, lights still on. Did I not check on it? I explained that I had checked, that I'd closed the door, that the vehicle wasn't registered to any guest. His response came after a pause that stretched too long, as if he were conferring with someone I couldn't hear. He suggested I should probably call the police. Someone might need help. The way he said help made my mouth go dry. I called the non-emergency line, gave them the situation. Abandoned vehicle, lights on, no keys, not registered to any guest. The dispatcher said someone would swing by within the hour. Standard procedure. Nothing unusual, just another piece of mundane chaos. I returned to watching the parking lot through the lobby windows. The silver sedan sat in its pool of light, looking increasingly wrong the longer I observed it. The angle of the door, now closed, seemed different than it should be. The position of the vehicle within its space appeared to have shifted slightly, though I knew that was impossible. I'd walked away from it for maybe 3 minutes. The rain began to ease, transitioning from downpour to steady drizzle, and in that lessening of white noise, I heard other sounds. A car door closing somewhere in the lot, muffled but distinct. Footsteps on wet pavement, or maybe just water dripping from the awning above. The fluorescent tubes overhead buzzed with renewed intensity, their frequency seeming to synchronize with my pulse. The phone rang a third time. Room 207 again, but this time the voice carried a different quality, urgent and low. He told me I should look at the security monitor at camera 3, which covered the northeast section of the parking lot. He told me I should look right now, before they noticed I was watching. Before who noticed? But he'd already hung up. The security monitors sat beneath the registration desk, 4 screens showing grainy black and white feeds from around the property. I'd glanced at them periodically throughout the night, the usual routine sweep that revealed nothing but stillness and shadows. Camera 3 showed the northeast parking lot, and when I pulled up the feed, I felt something cold and fluid replace my spine. 3 figures stood near the silver sedan. They weren't moving, just standing in a loose triangle around the vehicle, their postures suggesting conversation, though they were too far from the camera for me to see their faces clearly. They wore dark clothing that blurred at the edges in the low resolution, making them look less like people and more like tears in the fabric of the image itself. I switched to live view from the lobby window. The parking lot appeared empty. The silver sedan sat alone under its sodium light. No figures anywhere near it. I looked back at the monitor. The 3 figures remained, standing in their triangle, and as I watched, one of them turned toward the camera. The image quality was too poor to make out features, but I felt the weight of that gaze through the screen, through the walls, through the distance that separated us. The lobby door opened and I nearly knocked over my coffee cup, the cold coffee I'd forgotten I still had. A young woman entered, shaking water from her jacket, asking if we had any rooms available. I processed her check-in on autopilot, gave her a key to room 142, welcomed her to the Clearview Motor Lodge with a voice that sounded like it belonged to someone else. She thanked me and left, and I was alone again with the humming lights and the monitors and the parking lot that showed 2 different versions of itself depending on how I looked at it. Through the window, empty. On the monitor, 3 figures now moving slowly apart, expanding their triangle as if searching for something. I called the police again, used the emergency line this time, told them there were suspicious individuals in the parking lot, possibly attempting to break into vehicles. The dispatcher confirmed the previous report, said a unit was already en route, should arrive within 10 minutes. I could hear the skepticism in her voice, the weariness of someone who'd fielded too many calls from paranoid night workers seeing threats in shadows. But I wasn't paranoid. I was looking right at them on the monitor, 3 figures who existed in the electronic record but not in physical space. Or perhaps the reverse was true, and they were in the parking lot but invisible to my direct observation, hidden by some quality of the rain or the light, or my own failing perception. The figures on the monitor stopped moving. They'd arranged themselves at 3 equidistant points around the silver sedan, and they stood perfectly still, as if waiting for a signal only they could detect. I watched them for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, my eyes burning from the monitor's glow, my breath coming shallow and quick. Red and blue lights strobed through the lobby windows. The police cruiser pulled into the parking lot, its spotlight sweeping across the pavement in mechanical arcs. I looked at the monitor. The 3 figures were gone, just empty space around the silver sedan. I looked through the window. 2 officers emerging from their vehicle, approaching the sedan with flashlights, their movements professional and unhurried. I grabbed my jacket and went out to meet them. The rain had stopped entirely now, leaving behind that peculiar post-storm silence, where every sound carries too far and echoes wrong. The officers asked their questions. When had I first noticed the vehicle? Had I seen anyone approach it? Was anything disturbed or stolen? I answered as coherently as I could, aware that I sounded nervous, too eager to explain, like someone with something to hide. One of the officers walked the perimeter of the parking lot while the other examined the sedan. I watched them move through the sodium-lit spaces, their flashlights probing the darkness between vehicles, and I tried not to think about the 3 figures I'd seen on the monitor, tried not to imagine them pressed flat against the underside of cars or folded into impossible spaces where light couldn't reach. The officer who'd circled the lot returned, spoke quietly to his partner. They both looked toward the tree line at the edge of the property, then back at me. Something had been found, though they didn't specify what. They asked if I'd seen anyone running from the lot in the past few minutes. I told them no. I'd been inside the entire time, but that wasn't quite true. I'd been outside checking the sedan's door, standing exposed in the rain, my back turned to the darkness while anything could have been approaching. The officers spent another 20 minutes on the property, their radios crackling with coded transmissions I couldn't decipher. Eventually, they got back in their cruiser, told me to call if I noticed anything else unusual, and drove away slowly, their spotlight making one final sweep across the lot before they reached the street. I returned to the lobby. The fluorescent light seemed dimmer than before, or maybe my eyes had adjusted too fully to the darkness outside. I looked at the security monitors. Camera 3 showed the empty parking lot, the silver sedan sitting alone, everything as it should be. I rewound the footage to when the police had arrived, watching the timestamp scroll backward, and found the moment when the 3 figures had been there. They weren't there. The recording showed an empty parking lot from the moment I'd first checked the sedan until the police arrived. No figures, no triangle formation, nothing but rain and stillness. Either I'd hallucinated what I'd seen, or the cameras had failed to record what had actually been present, and I wasn't sure which possibility frightened me more. The phone didn't ring again. Room 207 remained silent for the rest of the night. I checked the registration twice more, confirming that the couple from Ohio was still the only booking for that room. At 6 a.m., I called up to verify they were okay, ready with an excuse about a maintenance issue that needed reporting. A woman answered, groggy with sleep, annoyed at the early disturbance. She confirmed they'd been in the room all night, both of them, door locked, phone untouched. She hadn't called the front desk about anything, and her husband certainly hadn't either. The silver sedan was gone when I did my morning walkthrough of the property. No indication it had ever been there except for a faint pattern in the gravel where it had been parked, and even that could have been from any vehicle at any time. The day shift manager arrived at 7, and I gave him a condensed version of the night's events. He listened with the glazed expression of someone hearing a story they'd heard before. Some variation of the weird late-night call or the suspicious guest, or the thing that didn't add up. He told me to get some rest, that I looked terrible, that maybe I should think about switching to day shifts if the nights were getting to me. But it wasn't the nights getting to me. It was the man who'd asked for room 114, who'd called from a room he'd never checked into, who'd known about the car and the lights and the need to call the police. It was the timing of it all, the precision, the way events had unfolded like a choreographed performance with me as the unwitting audience. I drove home in the bright morning light, but the sensation of being watched persisted, a pressure between my shoulder blades that intensified at every red light and stop sign. When I finally reached my apartment, I stood in the doorway for a full minute before entering, checking the corners and shadows, making sure no one had arranged themselves in a patient triangle, waiting for some signal only they understood. The television news made no mention of attempted robberies at local motels. The police blotter published nothing about suspicious individuals scattered by patrol officers. Either the incident was too minor to report, or nothing had actually happened at all except inside my head, a cascade of misperceptions and paranoid connections that felt like truth but dissolved under scrutiny like morning fog. I tried to sleep but couldn't. The apartment was too quiet after the constant hum of the motel's fluorescent lights, and in that silence, I kept hearing phantom rings of the telephone, kept seeing the three figures on a monitor that wasn't there, kept feeling the certainty that somewhere in the city, a man in Italian leather shoes was checking into another motel, asking for another room that didn't exist, making another call about lights in another lot. And somewhere, three people who may or may not be real were standing in patient formation, waiting for him to fail, waiting for the moment when no one noticed or called or cared enough to bring the police. I haven't worked a night shift since. I told them it was for health reasons, that my doctor recommended better sleep patterns, and they accommodated the request without question. Someone else stands behind that registration desk now when the world goes dark. Someone else watches the parking lot and answers the phone, and trusts what they see on the security monitors. I wonder if the man in the Italian shoes has visited them yet. I wonder if they've noticed that room 114 still doesn't exist, no matter how certain he seems that it should. I wonder if they've looked at camera 3 during that crucial moment and seen the figures I saw, or if they've seen nothing at all. Most of all, I wonder if the call I received that night came from inside room 207, or if it came from somewhere else entirely. From room 114, perhaps, the room that doesn't exist. The room between spaces where someone stands eternally at a phone that isn't there, warning people about lights in parking lots, about doors left deliberately open, about the way certain events can be interrupted if only someone notices in time. Because here's what I've realized in the week since. The police said they saw evidence of people fleeing the scene. 3 men they mentioned in their report when I requested a copy. 3 individuals scattered from the parking lot when the patrol car arrived, running toward the tree line, disappearing into the darkness beyond the property line. 3 men who were there in physical space, but not in the camera's digital record. 3 men I'd only seen on a monitor, in a formation that suggested they were waiting, hunting, preparing for something that never happened because a man in Italian shoes called a motel desk and told someone to check the lights, to close the door, to call the police. The question that keeps me awake isn't whether those men were real. The police saw them, chased them briefly before losing them in the woods. The question is about the man who called, the man who wanted room 114, the man whose voice came from a room that belonged to someone else, or perhaps from no room at all. Was he helping me, warning me, preventing whatever those 3 figures had planned? Or was he orchestrating something else entirely, using me as an unwitting player in a scenario I still don't understand? I've driven past the Clearview Motor Lodge several times since I stopped working there, always during daylight, always with my doors locked. Each time, I count the rooms on the ground floor as I pass. 101 to 113, then 115 to 138. No room 114. No blank space where it should be. Just a wall that looks like it's always been there, solid and unremarkable. But sometimes, when the light hits the building at certain angles, I think I see something. A door, maybe. Or the shadow where a door might be if the building's geometry were slightly different. A number on that door, brass digits catching the sun. 114. And sometimes, late at night when sleep eludes me, I hear my apartment phone ring. I never answer it. I let it go to voicemail, and in the morning, there's never any message waiting. The call log shows nothing, but I know who it would be if I picked up. He'd tell me about lights somewhere, a car with its door open. He'd tell me I should probably call someone, warn someone, stop something from happening. And I'd have to decide whether to trust a voice that comes from nowhere, from a room that doesn't exist, from someone who knows things he shouldn't know. I'd have to decide whether I was an unwitting hero that night, or simply the next person being positioned in their triangle, waiting for my moment to scatter into the darkness when the lights finally arrive. The truth is, I don't know which version keeps me awake more, the one where I prevented something terrible, or the one where I helped it happen. Both feel equally possible in the dead hours before dawn, when the world is nothing but darkness, and the sounds your mind creates to fill the silence. All I know for certain is this. Somewhere, a man in expensive shoes is asking for room 114. Somewhere, 3 figures stand in patient formation. Somewhere, lights are on that shouldn't be. And somewhere, a phone is ringing that no one will answer. Because answering means choosing which reality to believe, and neither option offers any comfort at all. Story 14. The fluorescent lights in the lobby hummed with that particular frequency that made my teeth ache. 3 nights into this job, and I still hadn't gotten used to the sound, a constant drone that seemed to burrow into the space between my thoughts. The Grandview Hotel wasn't grand at all, just tired. Worn carpet that might have been burgundy once, brass fixtures tarnished to a dull brown, and that smell, that particular hotel smell of industrial cleaner failing to mask decades of cigarette smoke and human presence. I'd taken the night shift because I needed the money, and because I thought I preferred solitude. The manager had been clear during my brief training. Check people in. Don't bother people. Call if there's an emergency. He hadn't defined what constituted an emergency. I got the sense he didn't want to be called. The clock behind me clicked over to 2:47 a.m. The sound of each minute passing was audible in the silence, a mechanical heartbeat that marked time in a place where time seemed irrelevant. Outside, the parking lot stretched empty under sodium lights that turned everything the color of old bruises. A car passed on the distant highway, its engine fading into the vast Oregon darkness beyond our little pocket of illumination. That's when the front doors opened. I heard them before I saw him. The pneumatic hiss, then footsteps on the worn tile. He appeared at the desk seemingly without crossing the intervening space, though that had to be a trick of my tired eyes and the poor lighting. Medium height, medium build, wearing a jacket too heavy for the mild September night. His face had that particular kind of averageness that made it hard to focus on. I found my eyes wanting to slide away from his features, to fix instead on the desk between us or the registration forms or anything else. My voice came out smaller than I intended. I asked if he needed a room. He said he had a reservation, and his voice was wrong somehow. Not accented, not slurred, just wrong in a way I couldn't identify. The words came out at slightly irregular intervals, like a recording with frames missing. He provided a name that I wrote down but immediately forgot. One of those completely generic combinations that disappears from memory, even as you're processing it. The computer was old, the kind that groaned and whirred with every command. I pulled up the reservation, printed the key card, explained the breakfast hours and checkout time. Standard procedure. He took the key without quite touching my hand, and I felt grateful for the miss, even though I couldn't explain why. Room 237, second floor, near the end of the hallway. He left, and I realized I'd been holding my breath. The lobby returned to its humming silence, but something felt different now. The air seemed thicker, harder to pull into my lungs. I told myself I was being ridiculous. I'd checked in plenty of people over the past 3 nights. Weary travelers, truckers, the occasional couple who paid in cash. This was no different. Except it was. I tried to focus on the paperwork, the endless forms that seemed to regenerate no matter how many I completed. But my attention kept drifting to the hallway that led to the elevator, to the stairs, to the second floor where I'd sent him. The Grandview only had 3 floors, and most nights we were less than half full. Empty rooms above me, empty rooms beside those, layers of vacancy punctuated by pockets of sleeping strangers. When the elevator dinged 20 minutes later, I flinched hard enough to knock a pen off the desk. It clattered against the floor with a sound that seemed impossibly loud. The doors opened, and he emerged, moving with that same spatial discontinuity that made him seem to simply appear rather than approach. He said he couldn't get into his room. The words came out flat, without the frustration one would expect. Just a statement of fact delivered in that fractured cadence. I apologized, asked if the keycard wasn't working. My training had covered this. Sometimes the magnetic strips failed, sometimes the locks stuck. Simple technical problems with simple solutions. I asked which room. He told me 273. The number hung in the air between us. I'd given him 237. I knew I had. The key card sitting on the counter between us even had 237 printed on its sleeve. But he stood there, absolutely certain, saying 273. I explained gently that I'd assigned him 237, showed him the key card sleeve, the registration. He looked at these things without appearing to see them. Then he repeated that he couldn't get into 273, as if I hadn't spoken at all, as if the physical evidence before us was irrelevant to whatever truth he was operating under. Something cold moved through my chest. Not fear exactly, but its precursor. A recognition that the normal rules might not apply here. That I'd somehow stepped into a space adjacent to the world I understood. I told him I'd come up and help. Heard my voice take on that bright, professional tone people use when they're trying to convince themselves everything is fine. I grabbed the master key from its hook, came around the desk, and felt immediately vulnerable without that barrier between us. He stood very still as I approached, and I had to force myself not to give him too wide a berth. The elevator ride was endless. He stood in one corner, I stood in the other, and the cramped space filled with something I couldn't name. The elevator's walls were mirrored, dingy, spotted mirrors that had witnessed decades of transient humanity, and I kept my eyes fixed on the floor numbers, refusing to look at our reflections. The mechanism creaked and groaned as we rose. I became aware of his breathing, or rather the absence of it. No sound except the elevator's complaint and my own shallow respirations. Second floor. The doors opened onto a hallway lit by alternating fluorescents, some working, some dead, creating pools of illumination separated by stretches of shadow. The carpet here was worse than the lobby, worn down to the backing and patches stained with decades of who knows what. Room 237 was to the right. I started walking, listening to our footsteps, mine squeaking slightly on the old carpet, his making no sound at all. I stopped at 237 and tried his keycard. It worked perfectly, the lock clicking open with a green light and that electronic chirp. I pushed the door open, showed him. The room was standard, 2 queens, bathroom to the right, window at the far end. Nothing unusual, everything where it should be. He looked into the room without entering, and I saw his jaw work as if chewing on words he couldn't quite spit out. Finally, he murmured something about needing to use the restroom first. He walked past me, and I smelled nothing. No cologne, no sweat, no laundry detergent, nothing. Just the musty hotel air disturbed by his passage. I stood in the doorway, uncertain of protocol. Should I wait? Should I go? The bathroom door clicked shut, and I heard the lock turn. Then water running. Then nothing. I don't know how long I stood there, but long enough for my legs to ache. Long enough for the hallway's fluorescence to seem to pulse in rhythm with that lobby hum I could somehow still hear 2 floors up. Long enough to notice that none of the other room doors had those little privacy hangers. Long enough to wonder why the ice machine at the end of the hall was silent, when I could see its green light indicating it was on. The running water stopped. In the silence that followed, I heard something else. A voice. His voice, but different now. Sharper. The words were muffled through the door, but the cadence was faster, more insistent. I pressed closer, telling myself I was making sure he was all right. The words resolved. Kill her. Kill her. Kill her. Not a rant. Not a scream. A mantra, repeated with the mechanical precision of a prayer, or a command, or a reminder. My hand was on the doorknob before I decided to move. I don't know what I planned to do. I just knew I needed to interrupt whatever was happening in there. But before I could knock, could call out, could do anything, the lock clicked. The door opened. He stood there, backlit by the bathroom's harsh fluorescence, and his face was exactly the same. Unmemorable, average, wrong. He stepped past me without acknowledgement and moved into room 237, the door closing behind him with a soft click. I stood in the empty hallway and understood that I was going to return to the lobby now, that I was going to sit behind the desk, that I was going to tell myself I'd misheard, that the sound of pipes or the building settling or my own overtired mind had created words from white noise. But I knew. In that deep animal place that recognizes danger, I knew. The rest of the shift blurred. I sat behind the desk and tried to do paperwork, but my eyes kept drifting to the ceiling, to the floor above, to room 237 and what it contained. I jumped at every sound. The ice machine's distant clunk, the heating system's wheeze, the building's countless small noises that seemed loaded with meaning now. When my replacement arrived at 7, I told him about the guest in 237, told him to watch out. My coworker, a tired man named something I could never remember, just shrugged and said they got all kinds on night shift. His indifference was maddening. I drove home through morning traffic, the sun too bright, the world too normal. I slept badly, dreaming of hallways and voices and doors that opened onto nothing. When I returned that night, I told myself it would be fine. One weird guest didn't mean anything. The manager was there, finishing paperwork before heading out. I mentioned the incident, trying to sound casual. Mentioned that maybe we should refuse service to the guest from 237. He looked at me like I'd suggested burning the place down. Asked why I wanted to ban a paying customer. When I explained, the wrong room number, the bathroom, the words, he just shrugged, said people got confused, said old buildings made weird noises, said unless there was actual property damage or a police matter, we didn't turn away business. He left me alone in the lobby, and the humming started again. The night was quiet. A few late check-ins, a couple of early checkouts from night shift workers. I kept watching the front doors, waiting. Surely he'd checked out during the day. Surely his room was empty now, being cleaned, ready for the next anonymous occupant. At 2:47 a.m., the doors hissed open. He wore the same jacket, had the same forgettable face, approached with that same discontinuous movement. He asked for a room, used what might have been the same name, maybe. I couldn't remember. I told him we were full. A lie. We had 30 empty rooms. He asked if I was certain. His voice had that wrong cadence still, but something else now. A knowing quality. An amusement. I repeated that we were full. My voice shook slightly and I hated that he could hear it. He stood there for a long moment, not moving, not speaking, just existing in my space in a way that felt like pressure on my skull. Then he said something that made my blood freeze. He said I'd been very helpful the previous night. Said he appreciated my escort to the correct door. Said he'd been confused, but I'd shown him where he needed to be. The correct door. I'd shown him 237. He'd been saying 273. But he'd said correct door. He turned and left. And through the glass doors I watched him walk into the parking lot, watched him fade into the sodium light darkness between pools of illumination, watched him not reappear. The rest of the night, I sat behind the desk and tried to understand. Had I actually shown him 273? Was my memory wrong? The registration said 237. The key card sleeve said 237. But he'd said correct door, and he'd said killer. I hadn't imagined that. Couldn't have imagined that. Unless... The thought crept in like cold water. What if the problem wasn't the guest? What if the fractured cadence, the wrong room number, the impossible statements? What if those were reflections of something wrong in the receiver, not the transmitter? I'd been sleeping badly. The night shift scrambled your brain chemistry, and I'd started this job right after... No. I pushed the thought away, but it came back, insistent. I'd started this job right after my sister stopped answering her phone, right after our last argument, when I'd said things I couldn't take back, when she'd said she never wanted to see me again, when I'd said fine, fine. Room 273, 237. The numbers swam in my vision. I pulled up the registration system, scrolled through current guests. Room 237, vacant, had been vacant all week, but I'd put him there. I'd walked him there. I'd opened the door, except the system showed no check-in for that room. No keycards issued. No guest. My hands were shaking as I checked the previous night's logs. Nothing. No record of anyone checking in at 2:47 a.m. The phone on the desk rang, and I nearly screamed. 3 in the morning, and the phone never rang during night shift. I picked it up, and the voice on the other end asked for me by name. It was my sister, or something using her voice. She said she'd been trying to reach me, said she was worried, said she'd been calling and calling but I never answered, said she knew I'd taken the night shift, knew I was at the Grandview, wondered if I was okay. I told her I was fine, heard my voice come out in that fractured cadence, those irregular intervals. The words felt wrong in my mouth, arriving at my tongue too late or too early, disconnected from intent. She asked if I remembered what I'd said during our last argument, asked if I remembered what I'd promised to do. The lobby lights seemed to pulse in rhythm with the phone's static. I couldn't remember our last argument. Couldn't remember the last time I'd seen her. Couldn't remember. She said she was at the hospital. Room 273, second floor. Visiting hours were over, but she needed me to come. Needed me to know where the correct door was. The phone went dead. I sat in the humming silence and looked at the computer screen, at the registration system, at the calendar showing today's date, which I suddenly couldn't quite focus on. The numbers swam and reformed, and I realized I didn't actually know what day it was. Didn't know how many shifts I'd worked. Didn't know when I'd last spoken to anyone who wasn't behind this desk or passing through these doors. The front doors hissed open, and I looked up, expecting to see him again. But the lobby was empty. The doors had opened on nothing, or something I couldn't see. Something that was crossing the space toward me with that discontinuous movement, appearing closer with each moment I couldn't quite perceive. I understood then, in the way you understand things in dreams, that the question wasn't whether he was real. The question was whether I was, whether this desk, this lobby, this humming fluorescent existence was anything more than a waiting room. Whether I'd been the guest all along, given the wrong room number, insisting on a door that didn't exist while someone tired and frightened tried to show me where I actually belonged. The elevator dinged behind me. Second floor. The doors were opening, and I knew with absolute certainty that I needed to go up, that there was a room waiting, that someone needed to be shown the correct door. I stood up from the desk, and the movement felt both inevitable and impossible, like remembering how to walk after a long paralysis. The lobby stretched before me, the hallway to the elevator an impossible distance and no distance at all. As I moved toward it, I tried to remember if I'd always been the clerk, or if once I'd been the guest, if somewhere in this building was a room I couldn't get into, and someone I'd promised to visit, someone I'd said such terrible things to, words that became a mantra, a prayer, a command. The elevator door stood open, waiting. Inside, the mirrors showed nothing. I stepped in, and the doors closed, and the numbers began to climb. 1, 2, and somewhere above, in a room that was or wasn't 237 or 273, or some combination neither memory nor reality could quite grasp, a door waited for me to remember if I was coming to open it, or if I'd been waiting behind it all along. Story 15. The locker door hung open like a mouth mid-scream. I noticed it first thing that Tuesday morning, third stall from the entrance in the staff bathroom. The metal door sat ajar at an unnatural angle, and something about the darkness inside made my skin crawl before I even understood why. The fluorescent lights hummed their usual discordant frequency, casting everything in that sickly institutional glow that makes even the most mundane spaces feel vaguely threatening. But there was something else, a wrongness that pressed against my temples like the beginning of a migraine. That's when I saw the phone, an iPhone, propped at an angle against a wadded towel, its camera lens catching the light like a watching eye. The screen was black, but I knew, with the kind of certainty that bypasses rational thought and goes straight to the primitive parts of the brain, that it had been recording. My throat tightened. My hands went cold. The bathroom suddenly felt smaller, the walls closing in with each breath. I didn't touch it. Instead, I backed out slowly, my reflection fragmenting across the bathroom mirrors as I moved. Multiple versions of myself, all wearing the same expression of dawning horror. I went straight to management. The police came within an hour. By lunchtime, they'd arrested Calloway from receiving. We all knew him as quiet, efficient, forgettable. The kind of person who faded into the background of every conversation, every meeting, every shift change. Turns out, that's exactly what he'd been counting on. The detectives found hundreds of videos on his devices. Hundreds. Staff bathroom footage, upskirt shots captured in the break room, the cafeteria, the parking garage. Women who'd never know they'd been violated unless they were contacted by the police. The oldest files dated back 3 years. They deported him after 10 months, sent him back to wherever he'd come from, as if distance could erase what he'd done. As if putting an ocean between him and his victims would somehow cleanse the building of his presence. But the building remembered. Or something did. The first time I felt it, I was alone in the third-floor break room, 2 weeks after Calloway's arrest. The room was empty except for me, the vending machines humming their mechanical lullaby. I was pouring coffee when the sensation crawled up my spine, that specific, unmistakable feeling of being watched. The kind of awareness that's written into our DNA, a survival mechanism from when being observed meant becoming prey. I turned slowly, coffee pot still in hand, expecting to see someone in the doorway. Nothing. The hallway beyond stretched empty, its worn carpet and beige walls devoid of movement, but the feeling didn't dissipate. If anything, it intensified, shifting and focusing like a camera lens finding its subject. My skin prickled. The hair on my arms stood erect. I scanned the room, the corners, the ceiling tiles, the spaces between the vending machines where someone might hide a device. Nothing. I left the coffee unfinished and took the stairs instead of the elevator. Some irrational part of me unwilling to be enclosed in that small space with whatever invisible attention seemed to follow me. The incidents multiplied with a rhythm that felt almost deliberate. 3 days later, I was using the bathroom, the same bathroom where the phone had been found, when I heard the soft mechanical click of a camera shutter. The sound was so faint I might have imagined it, but it triggered something visceral, a full-body recoil that had me out of the stall and scanning the space with frantic eyes. The lockers were all closed. The room was empty. Yet that sound, or the memory of it, echoed in my skull like an audio hallucination. I reported it to building security. The guard, a thick-necked man named Kowalski, who'd worked there longer than anyone could remember, listened with the kind of patience reserved for children and the mentally unstable. He assured me they'd swept the building for hidden cameras after Calloway's arrest. They'd found nothing beyond what had already been confiscated. He suggested, with uncomfortable gentleness, that maybe I was still processing the trauma of the discovery, that the mind plays tricks when trust has been violated. Maybe he was right. Maybe I was losing it. But that didn't explain the other things. The videos kept appearing in my peripheral vision. Not real videos. I never actually caught them playing. But sometimes, when I'd glance at a blank monitor or a turned-off television screen in the cafeteria, I'd see the briefest flash of movement reflected there. Figures walking past in footage that wasn't playing. Angles that suggested hidden cameras. Perspectives from above and below that no natural viewpoint could capture. Each time I'd turn to look directly, the screen would be dark, inert, innocent. I started taking different routes through the building, avoiding the bathrooms on the 3rd floor entirely, using the ones on 5 instead, though they were farther from my department, and the walk there ate into my breaks. But even there, in a supposedly untainted space, I'd catch myself checking the ceiling tiles, the ventilation grates, the spaces between the hand dryer and the wall, looking for that telltale glint of a lens, that tiny red recording light that might blink in the shadows. My co-workers began to notice. Dimitri from accounting asked if I was feeling okay, commenting that I looked tired. I'd caught my reflection earlier that day and understood his concern. My face had taken on a gaunt quality, dark circles under my eyes making me look haunted. Literally haunted, as if something had scooped out part of me and left only the shell behind. I wasn't sleeping well. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that iPhone propped in the locker. its dark lens staring outward like a malevolent presence. In my dreams, I'd find more phones. They'd multiply like cells dividing, appearing in impossible places, behind picture frames, inside desk drawers, tucked into the leaves of the potted plants that lined the hallways. All of them recording, all of them watching. The worst part was the uncertainty. Had Calloway worked alone? The question gnawed at me constantly. The police had been quick to close the case, satisfied they'd caught their perpetrator. But what if there had been others? What if there were still devices we hadn't found, continuing their silent surveillance? What if, and this thought was the most disturbing, what if someone else had taken up where Calloway left off? I started documenting everything, taking photos of closed lockers, empty break rooms, the spots where I felt most watched. I'd review them later at home, zooming in on every shadow, every reflection, looking for evidence that I wasn't imagining things. The photos revealed nothing, just normal, mundane spaces that somehow felt contaminated by what had occurred there. Then I found the folder. It was tucked behind a row of binders in the shared filing cabinet near my desk. Old, unlabeled, the kind of thing that could have been there for years without anyone noticing. Inside were printed photographs, not the kind of evidence the police would have missed. These were older, lower quality, printed on cheap paper that had yellowed with age. But the subjects were unmistakable. Staff members, women from various departments, caught in private moments. The cafeteria, the parking lot, the bathroom. The photos predated Calloway's employment by at least 5 years based on the faces I recognized. Some of the women pictured didn't even work there anymore. They'd moved on, changed jobs, started new lives, completely unaware that these images existed. My hands shook as I held them. Someone else. There had been someone else before Calloway. Maybe that someone had taught him. Maybe they'd worked together. Or maybe, and this possibility sent ice through my veins, maybe they were still here, still working, still watching. I brought the folder to HR the next morning. The director, a stern woman named Valdez who'd been with the company for 2 decades, examined the photos with an expression that shifted from shock to something harder to read. She thanked me, assured me they'd investigate, and asked me to keep the discovery confidential while they looked into it. That was 3 weeks ago. Nothing has changed. No announcements, no arrests, no investigation that I can see. When I tried to follow up with Valdez, her assistant informed me she was in meetings. Unreachable, every single time. The watching feeling has intensified. It's constant now, a pressure that follows me from the parking garage in the morning to my departure each evening. Sometimes I catch other staff members glancing at me with expressions I can't quite read. Are they concerned? Suspicious? Or do they feel it too? This sense of invisible eyes tracking our every movement. I've started testing my own perception, leaving objects in specific positions and checking if they've been moved. Taking photos of my desk before I leave and comparing them to how it looks when I return. The results are inconclusive. A pen might be at a slightly different angle. Papers might be shuffled. But these could be explained by cleaning staff, by co-workers borrowing supplies, by my own faulty memory. Last Thursday, I stayed late to finish a report. The building emptied around me, the usual sounds of conversation and movement fading into an oppressive silence, broken only by the hum of electronics and the distant rumble of the ventilation system. I was alone on the 3rd floor, or so I thought, when I heard footsteps in the hallway outside my cubicle. Slow, deliberate, the sound of someone trying very hard to be quiet. I stood up slowly, my heart hammering against my ribs. The footsteps stopped. I moved toward the cubicle entrance, each step feeling like it took an hour. The hallway was empty, completely empty. But at the far end, near the emergency exit, a door was just settling into its frame, the pneumatic closer hissing softly. Someone had been there. Someone had walked down that hallway, stopped when I moved, and then left through the stairwell when they knew I'd heard them. I grabbed my things and left. Took the elevator down with my back pressed against the corner, watching the doors, half expecting them to open on some floor and reveal, what? Calloway, back from deportation? the mystery photographer from years ago, or just another coworker working late, completely innocent, unaware of the paranoia poisoning my thoughts. The security footage from that night shows nothing unusual. Kowalski pulled it up for me the next day, clearly humoring me now more than believing me. The timestamp shows me leaving my cubicle, walking to the elevator. No one else appears in the frame. No one enters or exits the stairwell door. But I heard them. I know I did. Or do I? That's the question that keeps me awake at night, staring at my bedroom ceiling, feeling watched even in my own home. Have I crossed some threshold where perception and reality no longer align? Is my mind manufacturing threats to explain the violation I feel, that we all feel, knowing we were surveilled without consent? Or is something still happening? Yesterday I found another phone. Different model, different locker, but the same setup. Angled perfectly. Camera facing outward. Screen dark, but somehow still active, still watching. I haven't reported it yet, because part of me wonders if I'll pull it out and find that it's just a phone someone forgot, that there's no footage, that I'm seeing predators in every shadow because one predator taught me they could be anywhere. But another part of me knows what I saw, knows what I felt, knows that the angle was too precise, the placement too deliberate to be accidental. This morning, I received an email. No sender name. Subject line blank. The message contained a single sentence. We see you seeing us. I've read it 50 times, trying to decode whether it's a threat, a warning, or my own crumbling sanity manifesting through technology. The IT department has no record of the email. It's not in my sent items, not in any folder. But I know I received it. I screenshotted it before it could disappear, as if capturing the pixels would somehow prove I'm not losing my mind. The screenshot is on my phone right now. When I look at it, the words are there, clear as anything. But when I show it to others, they squint and ask what I'm showing them. They see a blank email. Nothing but white space where the text should be. I don't know what's real anymore. I don't know if Calloway acted alone or if he was part of something larger. I don't know if the building is still compromised or if I've simply been compromised myself. My sense of safety shattered so completely that I can't distinguish between genuine threat and phantom fear. What I do know is this: the watching never stopped. Whether it's cameras or ghosts or the fractured remnants of my own surveillance-traumatized psyche, something is still paying attention, still recording, still filing away these moments for purposes I can't fathom. And the worst part, the part that keeps me frozen in place even as every instinct screams at me to run, is not knowing which possibility is worse: that I'm being watched, or that I'm losing my mind imagining it. The locker door hangs open again today. Same stall, same angle, same darkness inside, deep and patient, and waiting for me to look closer. I haven't decided yet whether I will. Story 16. The Riverside Inn wasn't the kind of place where things happened. 42 rooms spread across 3 floors, a lobby that smelled perpetually of burnt coffee and lemon cleaner, and guests who checked in for a night or two before vanishing back into their ordinary lives. I'd worked the front desk for 6 years, and the most exciting thing I'd witnessed was a domestic dispute that ended with someone's suitcase exploding across the parking lot. That was before room 307. Clayton Fernsby had been with us for 8 months when I first noticed something wrong. Not wrong exactly, just off in a way I couldn't articulate. He'd arrived in February with 2 battered suitcases and a story about a house fire, insurance complications, temporary arrangements that became permanent. The kind of thing that happened more than you'd think. People got stuck between lives, suspended in these anonymous boxes that smelled like industrial carpet and stale air conditioning. He was polite but distant, the sort of man who seemed to occupy physical space without actually being present in it. Mid-50s, graying at the temples, with hands that trembled slightly when he signed the weekly payment receipts. I'd see him sometimes in the hallway, returning from wherever he went during the day. I never asked, and he'd nod without meeting my eyes, as if eye contact required more energy than he could spare. The first week of October, he stopped coming down, I noticed because his routine had been clockwork. Every morning at 7:15, he'd shuffle through the lobby, purchase a coffee from the machine that made everything taste vaguely of plastic, and disappear until evening. But for 3 days straight, the coffee machine's counter remained static. Room service reported the Do Not Disturb sign had been hanging on his door since Tuesday. My manager, a perpetually exhausted woman named Judith who'd seen everything twice, told me to check on him Thursday evening. Standard welfare check. Knock. Announce yourself. Use the master key if there's no response. Hotel policy, liability concerns, all the bureaucratic justifications for intruding on someone's privacy. I remember the walk to the 3rd floor. The elevator had been broken for a week, and the stairwell always felt too narrow, too quiet, like walking through the throat of something vast and sleeping. The 3rd floor hallway stretched longer than I remembered, fluorescent lights humming their endless monotone song. Room 307's door looked like every other door, but standing before it felt different. The air seemed denser, harder to pull into my lungs. I knocked 3 times, announced myself, waited. Nothing. The silence had weight to it, a presence that pressed against my eardrums. I used the key. The room exhaled stale air, not the usual mustiness of an occupied hotel room, but something older, damper, like opening a root cellar. The lights were off, but gray afternoon light filtered through partially closed curtains, casting everything in a bruised half-darkness. And there, on the bed, lay Clayton Fernsby. He was on his back, arms at his sides, still as stone. His skin had taken on a waxy quality in the dim light, pale and somehow translucent. For a terrible moment I thought he was gone. But then I saw it. The shallow, almost imperceptible rise and fall of his chest. Barely breathing, but breathing nonetheless. I called 911. They arrived within 12 minutes, though it felt like hours. The paramedics worked with efficient urgency, checking vitals, muttering medical jargon I didn't understand. One of them, a young woman with kind eyes, told me he was alive but unresponsive, possibly in some kind of catatonic state. They loaded him onto a stretcher, and I watched as they carried him away, his eyes half open but unseeing, fixed on something beyond the ceiling. That was when I noticed them. Along the windowsill, barely visible in the fading light, sat 5 small figures. Crude things, made from what looked like twigs and dried grass, bound together with dark thread. They were roughly humanoid, each no larger than my thumb, and they'd been arranged in a semicircle facing the bed. Something about their positioning felt deliberate, purposeful in a way that made my skin crawl. I didn't touch them. I closed the door, returned to my desk, and tried to forget the image of those tiny watchers. The family arrived 2 days later, a nephew and his wife, middle-aged and apologetic, explaining that Clayton had no one else. They spoke about mental health struggles, isolation, symptoms that had worsened. The doctors had induced a medical coma, they said. Tests were being run. They'd come to collect his belongings, close out the room. I gave them the key and returned to my duties, grateful to be uninvolved. But an hour later, the nephew appeared at my desk, carrying a cardboard box sealed with duct tape. His face had gone pale, his hands unsteady. He asked if we had a dumpster out back. I showed him to it, and watched as he threw the box in with more force than necessary, as if eager to be rid of it. He didn't explain, but I knew. I'd seen the small figures on the windowsill. Whatever else they'd found in that room had convinced them to purge it all, to treat Clayton's possessions like contaminated material. After they left, I went to 307. The room had been stripped, bed linens gone, personal items removed, surfaces wiped clean. It looked like every other vacant room we had, ready for the next temporary occupant. But something remained. Not physically. I checked every corner, every drawer, but in the quality of the space itself. The air felt watched, if air could feel such a thing, and the light was wrong. We had motion sensor lights in the rooms, designed to conserve energy when guests were out. They'd turn on automatically when someone entered, triggered by movement near the door. Room 307's light behaved differently now. It would flicker on at odd moments, 3 in the morning, midday when the floor was empty, during the dead hours when nothing stirred. I checked the sensor, find nothing wrong mechanically, but the pattern continued. Housekeeping began refusing to clean it alone. Rita, who'd been with us 15 years and claimed to fear nothing, told me she felt someone standing behind her whenever she entered, a presence just outside her peripheral vision. When she'd turn, the room would be empty, but the sensation persisted, growing stronger each time. We tried replacing the light fixture. The electrician found nothing unusual, but the new bulbs did the same thing, flickering on without apparent cause, creating shadows that seemed to move independently of any light source. I started avoiding the third floor when possible, taking stairs instead of the elevator just to bypass that hallway. But I couldn't avoid it entirely. My job required me to check every floor nightly, ensuring doors were locked, emergency exits clear, everything secure. And every night when I reached the third floor, room 307's light would be on, not flickering, just steadily illuminated, as if someone inside had activated it moments before my arrival. I'd check the room each time. Empty. Always empty. But the air would be warmer than it should be, and sometimes I'd catch a faint smell, not unpleasant exactly, but organic, like dried herbs or wood smoke. 3 weeks after Clayton's removal, I began noticing other things. Small disturbances, easy to rationalize individually but disturbing in accumulation. Objects in the room would be slightly displaced. A chair moved inches from where housekeeping had left it. Curtains drawn when they'd been opened that morning. The bathroom door closed when protocol dictated leaving them ajar. I mentioned it to Judith. She suggested squatters, though security footage showed no one entering. She suggested I was overworked, seeing patterns in randomness, and maybe she was right. Maybe the isolation of night shifts had begun warping my perception, creating narratives from nothing. But then the dreams started. Not every night, but often enough. I'd be standing in room 307, though it didn't quite match the actual room. Walls too close, ceiling too low, light coming from no discernible source. And I'd feel them before I saw them. The small figures multiplying along every surface, thousands of tiny bound forms arranged in concentric circles, all facing inward toward where I stood. Their presence radiated something I can only describe as attention, vast and inhuman, and absolutely focused on me. I'd wake gasping, sheets soaked with sweat, convinced something had followed me out of the dream. The conviction would fade with daylight, but each night it took longer to shake off, and the boundary between sleeping and waking began to blur. I started seeing the figures elsewhere. Not physically, I knew they weren't really there, but in the corner of my vision, small shadows that vanished when I turned my head. In the lobby, the stairwell, my own apartment. Always present, always watching. I told myself it was stress, exhaustion, the cumulative weight of too many night shifts. But knowing something isn't real doesn't make it feel less present. Room 307 remained vacant. We'd tried renting it twice, but both times the guests requested different rooms within hours. They couldn't articulate why, just that something felt wrong. The light, one of them said, it felt like it was watching them, changing quality whenever they looked away, becoming somehow more present, more aware. After the second complaint, Judith removed it from available inventory. Maintenance issue, she logged it as, though no maintenance had been scheduled. The room simply stopped existing in our system, a void in the third floor occupancy chart. But I still checked it every night. Compulsion or duty, I couldn't distinguish anymore. Each night the light would be on, and each night I'd stand in the doorway, never crossing the threshold now, and feel something looking back. Not hostile, but not benign either. Simply observing, cataloging, remembering. I learned Clayton never woke up. The nephew called to inform us, his voice tired but unsurprised. The doctors couldn't explain it. His body functioned, maintained by machines, but consciousness never returned. He existed in a state between presence and absence, neither here nor elsewhere. Sometimes, late in my shift when the hotel settles into its deepest silence, I wonder if he's really gone. If whatever lived in those 8 months, the isolation, the small bound figures, the deliberate arrangement of watchers, didn't extract something essential, leaving behind only the biological container. And I wonder if what was extracted remained. The light in 307 flickers as I write this, visible through my office window. 3 in the morning, the building empty except for sleeping guests and whatever occupies that room. I should check it, walk that hallway, confirm the space remains as empty as it appears. But I won't. Not tonight. Because yesterday, cleaning out old storage, I found something tucked behind a broken radiator in the basement. A small figure, crudely bound with dark thread, made from dried grass and twigs. Unmistakably identical to those the nephew had thrown away. I didn't touch it, left it exactly where I found it. But now, sitting at my desk, I feel what Rita described. That sensation of someone standing just behind me, just outside the range where I could turn fast enough to catch them. And when I glance at my reflection in the darkened window, sometimes the shadow beside mine seems too tall, too angular, as if cast by something that isn't there. The light in 307 flickers again. On, off, on. I think it's trying to tell me something. I think I already know what it means. And I think, tomorrow night, I'll finally understand why the nephew looked so pale when he threw that box away. What he'd seen in Clayton's room that convinced him to purge everything. What truth had been obvious in the arrangement of those small, watching forms. Tomorrow night, when my shift ends at dawn, I'll enter room 307. I'll cross that threshold I've been avoiding, and I'll look for what the light has been trying to show me all along. But tonight, I'll sit here in my office, feeling eyes that may or may not exist boring into my back, watching the light flicker its patient, persistent signal. And I'll wonder if Clayton Fernsby ever really left, or if he simply changed rooms. The building is so quiet now, so perfectly, impossibly still, and the light remembers everything. Story 17. The fluorescent lights hummed with that particular frequency that burrows into your skull at 3 in the morning. I'd been standing in the cereal aisle of the 24-hour grocery store for longer than I could justify, staring at boxes of cornflakes without really seeing them. Insomnia had driven me from my apartment again, the 4th night this week. And there was something almost meditative about wandering the empty aisles while the rest of the city slept. That's when I noticed them. 3 men in the canned goods section, visible through the gap between shelves. They wore suits, not the rumpled end-of-shift attire of night workers, but crisp, dark suits with ties still knotted tight against their throats. The overhead lights cast their faces in harsh relief, emphasizing the hollows beneath their eyes. They weren't shopping. Their hands hung empty at their sides, and they stood perfectly still, like mannequins someone had positioned between the soup cans and pasta sauce. I told myself it was nothing. People wore suits. People stood still. The hour and my sleep-deprived mind were conspiring to make the mundane seem sinister. I grabbed a box of cereal I didn't want and moved toward the bread aisle. They were there too, not the same spot. They'd somehow relocated to the end cap, still motionless, still watching. No, that wasn't quite right. They weren't watching me specifically. They were simply present, oriented in my direction. The distinction felt important even as it failed to comfort me. The store's sound system played nothing, leaving only the hum of refrigeration units and the buzz of lights. My footsteps on the linoleum seemed obscenely loud. I could hear my own breathing, shallow and quick, despite my attempts to steady it. The men in suits made no sound at all. I changed direction, heading for the produce section. The vegetables looked waxy and artificial under the fluorescence, and the misting system activated as I approached, filling the air with a fine spray that clung to my skin. When I glanced back, all 3 men had rounded the corner behind me. They maintained their formation, 2 in front, 1 behind, like some practiced choreography. Their faces remained blank, revealing nothing. My pulse began to hammer in my throat. This wasn't coincidence. This wasn't sleep deprivation playing tricks. These men were following me, mirroring my movements through the store with an intentionality that raised every primitive alarm my nervous system possessed. I needed to leave. Now, but something stopped me from simply bolting for the exit. Pride, maybe, or that stubborn masculine refusal to show fear. Or perhaps some deeper instinct warned me that running would trigger a chase. Instead, I forced myself to continue shopping, maintaining the pretense of normalcy, even as my hands trembled slightly, reaching for a bag of apples. The men drew closer. I could see them more clearly now. 3 sets of eyes tracking my movements with an intensity that felt physical, like pressure against my skin. Their suits, I noticed, were identical. Same cut, same color, same sheen of expensive fabric. The one in back wore glasses that reflected the overhead lights, turning his eyes into blank white discs. Time seemed to stretch and compress unpredictably. I'd pick up an item, examine it, set it down, and when I looked up, they'd be closer. Not walking, just nearer, as if the space between us contracted without anyone actually moving. My rational mind rejected this, insisting on logical explanations. They were walking when I wasn't looking. I was dissociating. My perception was compromised by exhaustion. But my body knew. My body was preparing for violence. The store felt larger than it should, aisles stretching endlessly. Each section I entered, they followed. The pharmacy area, with its locked medicine cabinets. The magazine rack with its glossy covers featuring faces that seemed to watch me too. The frozen food section where my breath began to fog, and the cold pressed through my jacket. They never spoke. That was somehow the worst part. No whispered conferences, no muttered words, just that relentless, silent pursuit. I found myself near the checkout lanes, the front of the store visible through the automatic doors. The parking lot beyond looked vast and dark, my truck a distant island of familiar metal. I couldn't see the attendant anywhere. The checkout lane stood empty, registers dark. Perhaps there was someone in the back office, or perhaps I was entirely alone in this building with the 3 men in suits. Then I saw them. A couple, middle-aged, pushing a shopping cart with the exhausted determination of people working night shifts. They moved down the main aisle toward the checkouts, and I felt a surge of relief so intense it made my knees weak. Witnesses. Safety in numbers. Whatever game these men were playing, they wouldn't continue it with other people present. I timed my approach, falling into step near the couple without being obvious about it. The woman glanced at me briefly, offering a tired nod of acknowledgement. Fellow travelers in the weird hours, united by necessity and insomnia. I resisted the urge to look back at the men, to confirm they were still there. We reached the front together. The couple headed for the self-checkout while I made straight for the doors. The motion sensors triggered and glass panels slid open, releasing me into the night air. It was cold, sharp enough to bite exposed skin, and I'd never been more grateful for discomfort. My truck sat in the second row, the only vehicle in this section of the lot. The couple's sedan was parked near the store entrance. I walked quickly but didn't run, fishing my keys from my pocket with fingers that felt clumsy and thick. Behind me, I heard the doors slide open again. I reached the truck and turned. All 3 men stood just outside the store entrance, framed in the yellow light spilling from within. They'd stopped moving, stopped following, but they were staring directly at me with an intensity that transcended normal human attention. The one with glasses tilted his head slightly, a gesture that seemed almost curious, as if I were some interesting specimen behind glass. Something shifted in my chest, fear transforming into anger. The safety of my vehicle at my back gave me courage, or perhaps foolishness. I stared back, holding their gazes, willing my expression to project all the defiance and contempt I could muster. "You don't scare me," I tried to communicate. "I see you. I won't forget your faces." The standoff held for what felt like minutes but was probably only seconds. Then, as if responding to some signal I couldn't perceive, they turned and walked away. Not back into the store, toward the far end of the parking lot where the lights barely reached. They moved in formation, perfectly synchronized, until the darkness swallowed them completely. I sat in my truck for a long time, engine running, heater blasting away the cold that had settled into my bones. The couple emerged with their groceries and drove away. The store's lights continued their ceaseless humming. No one else entered or exited. The men did not reappear. Eventually, I drove home. I told myself I'd imagined the worst of it, exaggerated the threat through the lens of exhaustion and too many late-night horror movies. Strange people existed. Strange situations occurred. Nothing had actually happened. I was fine, but I didn't go back to that store. The weeks passed. I found a different place for late-night groceries, one that was somehow busier, brighter, more populated even at odd hours. I didn't mention the incident to anyone because how do you explain being frightened by men who did nothing but stand and watch? What crime had they committed? What law had they broken? Life continued its normal patterns: work, home, the occasional social obligation. The memory of that night began to fade, taking on the quality of a dream, vivid in parts, fuzzy in others, increasingly difficult to trust as accurate. Maybe I had been sleep deprived. Maybe I had projected meaning onto random coincidence. Then I saw the news. I was at a bar with colleagues, the television mounted in the corner showing the local evening broadcast. The volume was off, but closed captions scrolled across the bottom of the screen. The story was about an armed robbery. A jewelry store hit at midday, the perpetrators still at large. The anchor cut to security footage. My blood turned to ice. Two of them. Two of the men in suits from that night. Grainy and low resolution, but unmistakable. The same faces. The same build. The same unsettling quality of movement. They'd struck with precision and violence, terrorizing employees, making off with hundreds of thousands in merchandise. My colleague made some comment about criminals getting bolder. I nodded, unable to speak, transfixed by the footage looping on screen. The men moved through the store with that same eerie coordination they'd displayed in the grocery aisles. The police were asking for any information, any sightings, any leads. I should have called. I had information, a location, a time, a detailed memory of their faces. But something stopped me. Some instinct that went deeper than civic duty. Because there had been 3 men that night. The news showed only 2. And as I sat there, the hair on the back of my neck began to rise. That sensation of being watched, so familiar from 3 a.m. in the grocery store, washed over me again. Slowly, unwillingly, I turned my head. He sat at the bar, 3 stools down, the one with glasses. Still in his suit, still perfectly composed. He raised his drink in a slight gesture that might have been a toast. His expression remained neutral, but there was something in his eyes. A recognition, an acknowledgement, a warning. Then he smiled. I blinked, and he was gone. The bar stool sat empty, no glass, no indication anyone had occupied the space. My colleagues were laughing about something, oblivious. The TV had moved on to sports scores. Everything was normal except for the thundering of my heart and the certainty that I had not imagined what I'd seen. That was 3 months ago. Since then, I've seen him 4 more times. Or I think I have. A figure in an identical suit, always at the periphery of my vision, in the reflection of a store window, crossing the street half a block behind me, standing in the background of a crowded restaurant. Each time I look directly, there's nothing there, or someone who looks almost but not quite like him, close enough to spike my anxiety but different enough that I can't be sure. I've stopped sleeping well again. The insomnia that drove me to that grocery store has returned with a vengeance, but now I don't leave my apartment after dark. I've installed extra locks. I check the news obsessively for updates on the robbery case, but the 2 men remain at large, and there's never any mention of a 3rd suspect. My friends say I seem distracted. My performance at work has slipped. I've started seeing things in patterns that probably aren't there. 3 cars of the same color parked in a row, 3 strangers standing together at a bus stop, 3 birds perched on a wire outside my window. Numbers follow me. Coincidences pile up until they stop feeling coincidental. I keep asking myself the same questions. Why did they let me go that night? Why follow me through the store only to stop at the threshold? What were they looking for, and did they find it? And the question that haunts me most, why does the 3rd one keep appearing? Sometimes I convince myself it's paranoia, that the trauma of that night has blossomed into something clinical that requires medication and therapy. Other times I'm certain there's a pattern I'm meant to recognize, a message encoded in these encounters that I'm too slow to decode. The worst part is not knowing which interpretation is correct, not knowing if I'm falling apart or if I'm the only one who sees the truth, not knowing if I escaped something terrible or if I'm still, even now, in the middle of it. Last night I broke my rule. Insomnia and cabin fever drove me out, and I found myself, almost unconsciously, driving toward that same grocery store. I parked in the lot, nearly empty at 2:47 a.m., and stared at the bright rectangle of the entrance. The automatic doors slid open and closed, admitting and releasing no one. I didn't go in, but I sat there until sunrise, watching those doors, waiting for something I couldn't name. And just before dawn, I saw a figure in a dark suit step out from between two parked cars at the far end of the lot. Even at that distance, even in the pre-dawn gray, I knew those glasses. He stood there, perfectly still, perfectly patient, watching me watch the store. When the sun finally crested the horizon and light spilled across the parking lot, he was gone. Or he was never there. I can't tell the difference anymore. I'm writing this down because I need someone to know in case something happens, in case I disappear or crack up or finally understand what I'm supposed to understand. The two men from the robbery are still free. The third man may or may not exist outside my increasingly unreliable perception, and I'm caught between these possibilities, unable to move forward or back, waiting for something to resolve. The grocery store is still open 24 hours. The fluorescent lights still hum at frequencies that burrow into your skull, and somewhere in this city, three men in suits may or may not be watching. I don't know what they want. I don't know what I saw, but I know, with a certainty that defies rationality, that it isn't over. It's never going to be over. Story 18. The casino floor never sleeps, but it dreams. That's what I tell myself during the graveyard shift, when the fluorescent lights hum their insect song and the slot machines chirp to an audience of ghosts. 3 a.m. is when the desperate ones shuffle in. The ones who've been playing so long their eyes have gone glassy, their movements mechanical. They don't look at you when they order coffee. They look through you. I'd been working the cafe counter for 8 months when it happened. Halloween night. Management insisted we wear costumes, said it would boost morale and encourage tips. I'd thrown together something approximating a vampire. Thrift store suit, cape from a party shop, fake fangs that made my jaw ache. The costume felt wrong from the moment I put it on, like wearing someone else's skin. The shift started normally enough. Poured burnt coffee for the regulars, the ones whose names I'd learned to forget. Wiped down the counter 17 times because there was nothing else to do. The casino carpet, with its nauseating pattern of gold and burgundy swirls, seemed to pulse under the lights. I'd stare at it sometimes, lose myself in the design, until the shapes started moving on their own. He appeared just after 3:30, materializing from the tobacco-stained haze that perpetually hung over the high roller section. Expensive suit, the kind that costs more than I made in 3 months. Perfectly styled hair with threads of silver that caught the light. His shoes clicked against the floor with the precision of a metronome, each step deliberate, measured. When he reached the counter, he didn't order anything. Just stood there, studying me with eyes that reflected the slot machine lights like a cat's in the dark. The way he looked at me made my skin crawl, made me aware of every inch of myself in a way that felt invasive, violating. His gaze traveled slowly, deliberately, as if he were appraising merchandise. When he finally spoke, his voice was smooth, practiced, the voice of someone who'd never heard the word no and wouldn't recognize it if he did. He said I looked perfect in the costume, said he appreciated authenticity. Then he laid $200 bills on the counter between us, crisp and new, and suggested I take my break, follow him somewhere private. The words themselves were almost polite, but underneath them ran something dark and hungry that made my stomach twist. I told him I wasn't interested. Simple, direct. The kind of rejection I delivered a dozen times to drunk customers who mistook service for invitation, but his smile didn't waver. If anything, it widened, showing teeth too white, too perfect. He said everyone had a price, that I was just being coy. The bills stayed on the counter, waiting. When I pushed the money back toward him, his expression changed. The smile remained, but something behind his eyes went cold and sharp. He leaned across the counter, close enough that I could smell his cologne. Expensive, cloying, mixed with something else underneath. Something organic and wrong, like meat left too long in the sun. The slur came quietly, almost conversationally. Then another. Words I'd heard before, words that carried the weight of every indignity, every sideways glance, every assumption. He delivered them with the casual cruelty of someone discussing the weather, someone who knew he could say anything without consequence. When I told him to leave, to get away from my counter, his hand shot out and grabbed my wrist. The grip was iron strong, his skin fever hot. That's when I tried to pull away, when my voice rose, when the careful composure I'd built cracked. Security appeared within seconds, not to help me, but to grab my arms, to force me back against the wall behind the counter while customers turned to stare. The man in the expensive suit stepped back, adjusted his cuffs, his expression one of theatrical concern. He said I'd become aggressive, that I'd threatened him when he'd simply tried to order coffee. The security guards knew me. I'd worked alongside them for months, had shared cigarette breaks and complained about management. But in that moment, I saw nothing in their faces but professional detachment. They weren't looking at a colleague. They were looking at a problem that needed solving, a disturbance in the careful order of the casino floor. They held me there while he walked away, his shoes clicking that same measured rhythm against the carpet. He didn't look back, didn't need to. The bills remained on the counter, a reminder of the transaction I'd refused. The police arrived 15 minutes later. By then, I'd been moved to the security office, a windowless room that smelled of stale coffee and industrial carpet cleaner. The footage played on a loop above the desk, grainy, black and white, the timestamp burning in the corner. But what I saw on the screen didn't match my memory of events. In the recording, I was the one who lunged forward. My mouth moved, forming words I didn't remember saying. The man in the expensive suit backed away, hands raised defensively. Security responded to my aggression. The sequence of events was clear, indisputable. Except I knew it was wrong. I remembered his hand on my wrist, the slurs, the predatory advance. But the camera showed something different. I tried to explain, my words tumbling over each other, desperate and disjointed. The officers listened with the patient expression of people who'd heard every excuse. One of them pointed to the screen, to my image frozen mid-lunge. Evidence, he said, didn't lie. The handcuffs were cold and too tight. They walked me through the casino floor at 4:30 in the morning, past the customers who'd turned back to their games, past my coworkers who wouldn't meet my eyes. The man in the expensive suit was playing blackjack at a high-stakes table, a tower of chips stacked before him. He glanced up as we passed, and for just a moment, I saw his smile return. Not triumphant. Worse. Amused. They held me for 6 hours. Questions repeated in cycles, the same inquiries phrased different ways, searching for inconsistencies in my story. But how could I be inconsistent about something I remembered clearly? The recording showed one reality. My memory insisted on another. By the time they released me, no charges filed, a warning delivered. I couldn't tell which version was true anymore. I went back to the casino the next evening, my shift starting at midnight. Management called me to the office before I could clock in. The conversation was brief, clinical. The incident had disturbed other guests. The recording showed unprovoked aggression. I was being put on immediate suspension pending investigation. When I mentioned the harassment, the slurs, the money on the counter, the manager's expression remained carefully neutral. The man I'd accused was a platinum tier member, one of their most valuable clients. They couldn't simply take my word over video evidence. The word resignation left my mouth before I'd consciously decided to say it. The manager accepted it with visible relief, already pushing paperwork across the desk. I signed without reading, my hand shaking so badly the signature looked like someone else's. I should have felt free walking out of there, but something followed me into the parking lot. Not a presence I could see, but a weight, a certainty of being observed. The sodium lights cast everything in sickly yellow, made the shadows between cars seem deeper than they should be. My footsteps echoed wrong, like they were coming from somewhere else, somewhere further away. The first night home, I couldn't sleep. Kept seeing his smile, that expression of casual cruelty. Kept replaying the video footage in my head, trying to reconcile what I saw with what I knew had happened. By dawn, I'd convinced myself the video had been edited. Had to be. Except I'd watched them pull it directly from the system, had seen the unbroken timestamp. The second night, I noticed the car. Dark sedan, tinted windows, parked across from my apartment complex. It was there when I went to bed, still there when I checked at 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. per 4 a.m. gone by morning. Probably nothing. Probably just a neighbor's visitor. But it came back the next night, and the one after that. I started seeing him everywhere. Not actually him, but men in expensive suits who moved with that same measured precision. In the grocery store, examining produce with too much focus. At the gas station, watching from across the parking lot. Walking past my building at odd hours. Each time I looked directly at them, they'd be doing something mundane, something innocent. But I felt their attention like a physical touch. My phone started acting strange. Calls that disconnected immediately. Text messages from numbers I didn't recognize, blank except for a single period. The screen would light up in the middle of the night for no reason, casting blue light across my ceiling. I'd check and find nothing. No notifications, no missed calls. Just the phone awake and watching. I tried to tell myself I was being paranoid, that the stress of the incident had gotten under my skin. But paranoia didn't explain the man I saw standing outside my bedroom window on the 5th night, 3 stories up. I jolted awake, heart hammering, certain I'd heard breathing. When I looked, there was only darkness and the faint reflection of my own face in the glass. But I'd seen something. I was sure of it. The lock on my door started giving me trouble. I'd turn the key and feel resistance, like someone had been trying to pick it. Scratches appeared around the deadbolt, fresh and silver against the brass. The building manager said it was normal wear, that I was imagining things, but I knew what I saw. I bought a camera for my door, one of those smart ones that sends alerts to your phone. The first night, it triggered 17 times. I checked each notification with shaking hands, saw nothing but an empty hallway. Movement sensors were too sensitive, the app suggested. I adjusted the settings. 23 alerts the second night. The hallway remained empty in every frame. Except in one, at 3:47 a.m. There was a shadow, just for a fraction of a second, a shape that could have been a person standing just out of frame. When I scrolled to the next image, it was gone. I told myself it was a glitch, a pixel error, but I'd seen the height, the proportions. I knew that silhouette. The unemployment office scheduled an appointment for me, some mandatory counseling before benefits could be approved. The counselor had kind eyes and a voice that never quite lost its professional sympathy. She asked about the incident, about my current state of mind, about whether I was sleeping. I told her about the car, the men in suits, the camera alerts. She nodded thoughtfully, made notes, suggested I might be experiencing acute stress response. Trauma had a way of making us see patterns where none existed, of making coincidence feel like conspiracy. But what about the video? I asked. What about my memory being different from what the recording showed? Memory was unreliable, she explained, especially during high-stress events. The brain could reconstruct experiences, fill in gaps, create false narratives to make sense of chaos. It was entirely possible I'd misremembered, that the stress of the confrontation had distorted my perception in real time. As I left her office, I saw him, actually him, not a look-alike, standing beside the dark sedan across the street, phone to his ear, watching the building entrance. When our eyes met, he smiled, that same smile. Then he got in the car and drove away. I called the counselor from my phone, hands shaking so badly I could barely dial. She answered on the third ring, voice concerned. I tried to explain, the words tumbling out in a panicked rush. She listened, then gently suggested I come back inside. We could talk through this, maybe discuss medication options. But he'd been there. I'd seen him. Had I, though? Was I sure? The street had been busy, full of people. The angle had been wrong, the distance significant. Could I really be certain it was the same man? That night I sat in my apartment with all the lights on, the door camera open on my phone. The hallway stayed empty. No alerts, no shadows. Just the occasional neighbor passing by, looking exactly like what they were. People going about their lives. I pulled up news sites, searched for anything about the casino, about incidents, about complaints. Nothing. Checked their social media. Photos of jackpot winners, Halloween event highlights, promotional offers for platinum members. The casino existed in its own reality, a place where nothing bad ever happened, where the house always won. At 3:47 a.m., my phone screen went dark. Not dead. I'd charged it fully. Just dark, as if someone had turned it off remotely. When I pressed the power button, it came back on immediately. The camera app was still open, still showing the empty hallway, but the timestamp was wrong. It showed 3:33 a.m., 14 minutes earlier. I checked my computer, my microwave clock, my watch. All showed 3:47. Only the phone disagreed. The counselor's words echoed in my head. Trauma, false patterns, stressed perception. Maybe she was right. Maybe I was creating connections that didn't exist, seeing threats in every shadow because my mind couldn't process what had actually happened. The video didn't lie. My memory could be wrong. I could be wrong about all of it. But then I thought about his grip on my wrist, the heat of his skin, the smell underneath his cologne. I thought about the security guards' faces, the way they'd looked through me rather than at me. I thought about the casino's indifference, about money mattering more than truth. And I thought about the recording, about my image lunging forward, about evidence that contradicted everything I knew to be real. The phone screen flickered. For just a moment, the camera feed showed something different. Not an empty hallway, a figure standing directly in front of my door, so close to the lens that only a portion was visible. An expensive suit, perfectly styled hair. I blinked, and the hallway was empty again. My hands found the deadbolt, checking it for the 100th time. Locked, secure. Nothing could get in. But as I sat there in the fluorescent glow of my apartment, lights burning against the dark, I couldn't shake the feeling that it didn't matter. That locked doors and camera feeds, and the difference between memory and video footage were all just details, just distractions from a simple truth I was only beginning to understand. Whatever I'd encountered in the casino hadn't been stopped by security, hadn't been arrested by police, hadn't been deterred by my resignation. It was still out there, feeding on the games people played with each other, growing fat on transactions and power imbalances and the gap between what happens and what gets recorded. And it knew where I lived. The carpet pattern from the casino floor swam behind my eyes. Gold and burgundy swirls, moving on their own, forming shapes that looked almost like faces, almost like hands reaching up. I realized with a start that I couldn't remember leaving the building that final night. Remembered signing the paperwork, remembered standing, remembered the manager's relieved expression. But the walk to my car, the drive home, those were blank. As if someone had simply edited them out. The phone screen went dark again. This time, when I turned it back on, the camera app was closed. In its place was a text message from an unknown number. No words, just a single image. Me, in my vampire costume, frozen mid-lunge. The timestamp from the casino security footage. Except in this version, I could see what I was lunging toward. Not a person, not anything solid. Just empty air where his reflection should have been. My finger hovered over the delete button, but I didn't press it, because if I deleted it, if I convinced myself I'd imagined it, then what else was I wrong about? What else had I failed to see? The casino carpet pattern pulsed behind my eyes, and I wondered if I'd ever actually left that building at all. If maybe I was still there, still behind the counter, still wearing someone else's skin, while something that knew how to smile walked around in mine. The lights in my apartment hummed their insect song, and I realized I'd never checked what the graveyard shift at the casino really meant. What buried things stirred when normal people slept. What transactions occurred in the gaps between recording and reality. The dark sedan returned, parking in its usual spot. I didn't close the curtains. Somewhere in the space between what happened and what was recorded, something was waiting to see what I would do next. And I still couldn't remember driving home. Story 19. The fluorescent lights in the convenience store buzzed with a frequency that made my teeth ache. I stood in the cereal aisle, pretending to read the nutritional information on a box of something colorful and processed, but really I was watching her reflection in the curved security mirror mounted in the corner. She moved between the register and the coffee station with practiced efficiency, her burgundy vest hanging loose over a black hoodie. The name tag pinned crookedly to her chest caught the light every time she turned. I'd been coming here for 3 weeks. The bus route changed in early October, rerouting through the industrial district where this place sat alone in a pool of yellow light, surrounded by auto body shops and warehouses with broken windows. The 47 stopped right outside at 11:43 p.m., and I'd gotten into the habit of running in for coffee while the driver took his smoke break. That's when I first saw her, tired eyes, headphones in, methodically restocking cigarettes behind the counter with the mechanical precision of someone whose mind was 1,000 miles away. I should clarify something. I'm not the kind of person who does this. I have a graduate degree in library science. I've worked at the same university archive for 6 years. My colleagues would describe me as quiet, reliable, maybe a little awkward at social events, but perfectly pleasant. I have a studio apartment with too many bookshelves, and a cat named Ptolemy, who only tolerates me because I control the food supply. But something about her made my chest feel tight. The first time I spoke to her was an accident. I'd grabbed my coffee and was counting change when she asked if I needed a bag. Her voice had a raspy quality, like she'd been yelling or crying or both. I looked up and our eyes met for the first time. Actually met, not just glanced. And I felt something shift in my skull, a subtle recalibration of pressure behind my eyes. I told her no, thanked her, and the words came out wrong. Too loud, too eager. She gave me a professional smile that didn't reach her eyes and turned to help someone else. On the bus, I couldn't stop thinking about the way the fluorescent lights had made her skin look almost translucent, like I could see the network of capillaries just beneath the surface. My reflection in the dark window showed a man I barely recognized, jaw clenched, pupils dilated, one hand gripping the seat in front of me so hard my knuckles had gone white. The next night, I almost didn't get off at that stop. The bus pulled up, the doors hissed open, and I sat frozen in my seat while the driver waited. At the last possible second, my legs moved on their own. I found myself standing on the curb watching the bus pull away, my briefcase heavy in my hand, the convenience store glowing in my peripheral vision like a beacon. I went inside, bought coffee. She was reading something on her phone, lips moving silently as she scrolled. When she looked up and recognized me, there was a flicker of something across her face. Not quite concern. More like the expression you make when you notice the same car behind you for the third turn in a row. I asked her how her night was going. She said, "Fine, thanks," in a tone that communicated the conversation was over. I nodded and left, but the feeling of wrongness had intensified. There was a ringing in my ears that lasted the entire walk to my apartment, a high-pitched whine that made it impossible to think clearly. That night, I dreamed about the store. In the dream, it was exactly the same except empty. No customers, no sounds except the hum of refrigeration units and that fluorescent buzz. She was there, but when she turned to look at me, her eyes were completely black, reflecting nothing. She reached for something under the counter and I woke up with my heart hammering against my ribs, sheets soaked through with sweat. Ptolemy was sitting on my chest, staring at me with his usual expression of mild disdain. I checked my phone. 3:47 a.m. I had a meeting at 9 about a collection of deteriorating maps from the 1800s. I got up, took a shower, and noticed while shaving that there were scratches on my forearm. 3 parallel lines, red and raised, like I'd raked my own nails across the skin. The rational part of my brain, the part that catalogs and cross-references and maintains proper humidity levels for fragile documents, told me I needed to stop, to take a different bus route, to recognize that whatever this was, it wasn't healthy or normal or acceptable. But that night, I was there again, and the next night, and the one after that. I started to learn her patterns. She worked Monday, Wednesday, and Friday nights, sometimes Saturday. She always brought the same canvas bag with a coffee shop logo on it, worn at the corners and stained with what looked like paint or bleach. She kept a notebook under the counter and would write in it during slow periods, her handwriting small and cramped. Once, when she went to the back room, I leaned over the counter to see what she was writing. Before I could focus on the words, she emerged from the stockroom and caught me. The look on her face was no longer polite customer service. It was fear, immediate and unconcealed, and seeing it made something inside me recoil and expand simultaneously. She asked if she could help me find something. Her hand had moved to her pocket, where I could see the rectangular outline of her phone. I apologized, said I was just looking for a pen. She pointed to a display by the register, her movements stiff and controlled. I bought a pack of pens I didn't need and left, without meeting her eyes. The bus was late that night. I stood at the stop for 45 minutes in drizzling rain, staring at my reflection in the convenience store window. From this angle, I could see her moving around inside, see her glance toward the door every few minutes. Watching for me, I realized. Watching to make sure I didn't come back. The rational part of my brain was screaming now, a constant alarm that I'd learned to tune out like the fluorescent buzz. But underneath that, something else was whispering. Something that suggested this wasn't entirely my fault. That maybe she was doing something to me. Those black eyes from my dream kept surfacing in my memory, and I couldn't shake the feeling that they were real, that I'd actually seen them at some point. I started checking the store's schedule online. They posted employee shifts on their website for customer convenience, which locations would have which staff members. Her name was there. I won't write it here. It feels wrong to commit it to paper, like doing so would make everything that's happened more real. But I memorized it, turned it over in my mind during meetings, whispered it to myself while organizing manuscripts in the archive's climate-controlled vault. The way the syllables felt in my mouth became more familiar than my own name. I showed up on her days off too, just to make sure. Except she was never there, which should have been obvious but somehow surprised me each time. The disappointment was physically painful, a hollowness in my chest that made it hard to breathe. The other workers started to recognize me. An older man with a thick accent asked if I needed help finding something. A woman with bright green hair told me the coffee was fresher in the morning. Their concern was obvious and made my skin crawl. I wanted to explain that they didn't understand, that this wasn't what it looked like, but I didn't know how to articulate what it actually was. One night in late October, I arrived at the store to find her in the parking lot, sitting on the curb with her phone pressed to her ear. She was crying, not sobbing, just silent tears running down her face while she nodded at whatever the person on the other end was saying. She didn't see me standing in the shadows by the recycling bins, didn't notice when I moved closer to hear what she was saying. Her voice was shaking. She mentioned my presence, not by name, because she didn't know it, but by description. The man who comes in every night, the one who stares, the one who makes her feel like she's being watched even when she's alone. Something cold and nauseating flooded my system. The rational part of my brain surged forward with crystalline clarity. This is wrong. You are the problem. You need to leave right now and never come back. But my legs didn't move. I stood there listening to her fear, feeling it wrap around me like a living thing, and beneath the horror and shame was something else. Something that whispered she was talking about me, thinking about me. that I existed in her mind even when I wasn't there. The call ended. She wiped her face and went inside. I waited in the shadows for 20 minutes before following, my heart rate elevated, my hands trembling. When I entered, she looked up and her entire body went rigid. The fear was so palpable I could taste it, metallic and sharp like blood. I bought coffee and left without saying anything. On the bus, I stared at my reflection and didn't recognize the person staring back. His eyes were too bright. His smile was wrong. There were scratches on his neck now, fresh ones, and I had no memory of making them. The dreams got worse. Every night, the same store, the same empty fluorescent space, but now she was trying to tell me something, her mouth moving urgently, and I could never hear the words. Sometimes she would point behind me, terror in her expression, but when I turned, there was nothing there except my own reflection multiplied infinitely in security mirrors that shouldn't exist. I woke up one morning with dirt under my fingernails. My shoes were by the door, muddy and wet. I live on the 3rd floor. I have no reason to go outside at night. I have no memory of leaving the apartment. The next time I went to the store, and I did go back, I always went back, she wasn't there. A different worker told me she'd quit, just stopped showing up for shifts. They were worried about her, had called her emergency contact, but she was fine apparently, just didn't want to work there anymore. The relief should have felt liberating. Instead, I felt like I'd lost something vital, some essential component of my consciousness. The world became dimmer. Sounds became muffled. Food tasted like ash. Ptolemy started avoiding me. I noticed it first when he stopped sleeping on the bed, then when he would leave the room whenever I entered. The archive fired me after I was found in the vault at 3 a.m. on a Tuesday, though I have no memory of going there. Security footage showed me talking to empty air, gesturing at someone who wasn't visible on camera. I stopped taking the bus. There was no point anymore. But tonight, 3 weeks after she quit, I saw her. I was on the 47 for the first time in weeks, heading downtown for a psychiatric evaluation my former boss had strongly suggested. The bus was nearly empty, just me, an old woman with shopping bags, and her. She got on at a stop near the university, wearing the same black hoodie, the same exhausted expression. She saw me immediately, her face drained of color. She moved to the very back of the bus and sat facing forward, rigid, her phone clutched in both hands. I wanted to talk to her, to explain that I wasn't dangerous, that something had been wrong with me but I was getting help now, to apologize for the fear I'd caused. The words built up in my throat like a physical obstruction. But when I opened my mouth, nothing came out. Or rather, something came out. But it wasn't words. It was that buzzing sound, the fluorescent frequency that had been living in my skull for months. I could hear it escaping from between my lips, see her flinch at the noise even though she was 20 feet away. She pulled the stop cord and got off at the next light, practically running into the darkness beyond the street lamps. I pressed my forehead against the cold window and watched her disappear. My reflection stared back at me, and behind it, superimposed like a double exposure, I saw the convenience store. Empty, fluorescent. The security mirrors reflecting infinite versions of myself, each one slightly different, each one watching. The old woman with shopping bags moved seats, putting as much distance between us as possible. The bus continued through the darkness, and I stayed on past my stop, past downtown, past the last scheduled destination. The driver kept going as if this were normal, as if buses regularly continued into nowhere with passengers who couldn't remember getting on. In the window, my reflection mouths words I can't hear. Behind me, the store flickers in and out of existence. The buzzing has become a permanent frequency in my skull. I don't know where this bus is going. I don't know if I'm still on it. I don't know if any of this happened the way I remember, or if my memory itself has become just another reflection in an infinite series of mirrors. But somewhere out there, she's walking home in the darkness, checking over her shoulder, feeling eyes on the back of her neck. And I wonder if she knows that I can still see her, even now. That the distance between us has become meaningless. That maybe, and this is the thought that truly terrifies me, Maybe I've been the one being watched all along. The bus driver's eyes meet mine in the rearview mirror. They're completely black, reflecting nothing. The doors won't open anymore. Story 20. The Grandview Hotel had been dying for years before I took the night manager position. I should have recognized the desperation in how quickly they hired me, how the previous manager had left without notice, his locker still half full of personal items gathering dust in the break room. But I needed the job, needed the quiet hours away from everything I'd been running from, and the empty corridors of a failing hotel seemed like the perfect place to disappear. The building itself was a relic from the 1920s, all Art Deco flourishes and brass fixtures gone green with age. Most of the upper floors sat vacant, sheets draped over furniture in rooms that hadn't seen guests in months. We kept the lobby presentable and maintained a dozen rooms on the second floor, for the occasional traveler who didn't mind the peeling wallpaper and the way the radiators clanked through the night like chains dragging across metal. My first week passed without incident. I worked midnight to 8, alone except for Dimitri, the maintenance man who drifted through the building like a ghost himself, and occasionally Eloise, the housekeeper who came in at 6 to prepare for a morning that rarely brought more than 1 or 2 checkout procedures. The silence suited me. I'd spend hours behind the front desk, reading or watching old movies on my laptop. The soft glow of the computer screen, the only light in the cavernous lobby after I dimmed the chandeliers at 1 a.m. The restaurant had been closed for renovation, or so the sign on the locked double doors claimed. Since before I arrived, the space beyond those doors remained dark, the windows facing the street covered with brown paper. I'd asked Dimitri about it once, and he'd shrugged, muttering something about permits and inspections that never came. The doors stayed locked, the key kept in the manager's office, though I never had reason to use it. It was Eloise who first mentioned the voice. She'd arrived early one morning, maybe 5:30, and found me doing paperwork at the desk. She was a woman in her 60s, thin and severe, with eyes that seemed to calculate the cost of everything they saw. She'd paused at the desk, her cleaning cart rattling slightly, and asked if I'd heard anyone in the restaurant during the night. I told her no, the doors had been locked, and she'd studied my face for a long moment before pushing her cart toward the elevators without another word. Something in her expression suggested she'd expected that answer, that she'd been testing me rather than genuinely asking. The following night, around 3 a.m., I heard it myself. I'd been dozing at the desk, my head propped on my hand, when a sound jerked me awake. A voice, distant and muffled, with the quality of someone speaking in an adjacent room. Female, young, the cadence of words I couldn't quite distinguish. It seemed to drift through the lobby from no particular direction, there and gone before I could fully process it. I stood, my heart hammering in the sudden silence. The lobby stretched around me, all shadows and brass gleaming dully in the low light. Nothing moved. I checked the elevators, both sitting idle on the ground floor, and walked the perimeter of the lobby, listening. Only the hum of the ancient refrigerator in the back office and the tick of the grandfather clock near the entrance. But as I passed the restaurant doors, I felt it. A subtle change in air pressure, the faint sensation of sound vibrating through wood, as if something existed in that sealed space, breathing and shifting in the dark. I pressed my ear against the door. Nothing. Just the hollow silence of an empty room. But my skin prickled with the certainty that something had been there moments before, that I'd missed it by seconds. Over the next few days, the incidents escalated in ways that felt deliberate, as if testing the boundaries of what I would acknowledge or dismiss. Dimitri mentioned hearing the voice while fixing a radiator on the 3rd floor. A woman's voice, he said, singing or humming, coming from somewhere below. He'd gone to investigate but found nothing, just the locked restaurant doors and the empty lobby beyond. Then came the painting. It was a heavy piece, maybe 4 feet wide, mounted in the hallway that led to the restaurant. The frame alone must have weighed 40 pounds, hung on 2 industrial-strength hooks screwed deep into the plaster. I'd passed it hundreds of times, barely registering the dark landscape it depicted, some generic mountain scene done in muddy oils, the kind of art hotels buy in bulk to fill wall space. I found it on the floor at 4 a.m. on a Thursday, lying face down in the middle of the hallway, the frame intact, the hook still firmly embedded in the wall above. Not torn out or broken, but removed cleanly, impossibly, as if the painting had simply decided to leap down from its perch. The impact should have made a tremendous crash, yet I'd heard nothing from the desk. I stood there staring at it, my flashlight beam steady on the undamaged frame, trying to construct a rational explanation. Perhaps the hooks had a release mechanism I didn't understand. Perhaps Dmitri had been moving it and forgotten to mention it. Perhaps I'd been more deeply asleep than I realized and had missed the sound. But I knew the quality of silence in that hotel. I knew how sound carried through the empty spaces, how a dropped pen in the lobby echoed up the marble staircase. There was no way that painting had fallen without me hearing it. I left it where it lay. Some instinct told me that moving it, acknowledging it, would be crossing a line I wasn't ready to cross. The next night, Eloise found it back on the wall, perfectly hung, as if nothing had happened. By the second week, I'd stopped sleeping during my shifts. I'd positioned myself at the desk with my back to the wall, watching the lobby with a vigilance that was exhausting me but felt necessary. The voice came more frequently now, always at the edge of hearing, always seeming to originate from the restaurant but never quite fixed in space. Sometimes I'd hear it directly behind me, a whisper so close I could feel phantom breath on my neck. But when I spun around, nothing. Dmitri started avoiding me. I'd see him disappearing around corners when I approached, taking service stairs instead of walking past the front desk. The few times I managed to corner him, he'd mumble about work in the basement or equipment that needed checking, his eyes sliding away from mine. Even Eloise, normally chatty in her caustic way, had become silent, arriving and departing without the usual commentary about guests or the building's decay. I was alone with it, whatever it was, and it was becoming bolder. The desk bell incident happened on a Saturday night, or rather, Sunday morning, around 2 a.m. I'd been in the back office checking inventory, the door to the lobby propped open so I could hear if anyone arrived. The hotel had been empty all day, no guests checking in, no one in the building except me and Dmitri somewhere in the mechanical spaces below. The bell rang, that bright, clear ding of metal on metal that meant someone wanted service at the desk. I stepped into the lobby, empty. The marble floor stretched to the entrance, the glass doors showing the dark street beyond, not a person in sight. The bell sat on the desk where it always sat, the small brass dome catching light from the chandelier above. I approached slowly, my footsteps echoing. The lobby felt different, the air dense and expectant, as if something had just happened or was about to happen. I reached the desk and looked down at the bell. The metal was still vibrating, barely perceptible tremors traveling up the stem, evidence of recent impact. Then I heard the voice again, but this time I heard the words, "Please, I can't get out." It came from behind me, from the direction of the restaurant, clear and desperate and heartbreakingly young. I spun around, my breath catching. The double doors stood closed, locked, the darkness beyond the frosted glass absolute. But I could feel it now, the presence, the weight of someone watching, waiting, pleading. I wanted to run. Every instinct screamed at me to leave the building, to abandon the job and never return. But something else rose up in me, anger maybe, or the stubborn refusal to let my own mind betray me. I marched to the manager's office, grabbed the key to the restaurant and returned to those doors. My hands shook as I fitted the key into the lock. The mechanism turned with a click that seemed too loud in the silence. I pushed the door open and reached inside for the light switch. The fluorescent panels flickered to life, revealing an ordinary restaurant in mid-renovation. Drop cloths covered the tables, pushed against the walls. The floor was bare concrete where they'd torn up the old carpet. Paint cans sat stacked in corners. Nothing moved. No one was there. But the air was wrong. Too cold, too still, and underneath the smell of paint and plaster, something else. Something organic and wrong, like flowers left too long in water. I walked through the space, my footsteps hollow on the concrete. The kitchen area was equally empty, stainless steel surfaces draped in plastic. The walk-in freezer door hanging open on a dark interior. Every rational corner of my mind said there was nothing here. No one. just an empty room and my own fraying nerves. But when I turned back toward the lobby, I saw it. On the wall beside the door, written in the dust that coated the drop cloths, a single word in a handwriting that wasn't mine. Remember. I staggered backward, my breath coming fast. I hadn't touched those cloths. No one had been in this room. The words sat there, accusing and desperate, the letters shaky but deliberate. I left the restaurant, locked the door behind me, and went back to the desk on legs that felt disconnected from my body. I sat down and opened the security camera footage on the office computer, rewinding to when the bell had rung. The timestamp showed 2:03 a.m. The camera angle captured the desk and part of the lobby. I watched myself appear from the back office, watched myself walk to the desk, watched myself look at the bell. But there was something else in the frame, something I hadn't seen with my own eyes. Behind me, in the background, the restaurant doors were visible in the shot. And in that footage, I could see light leaking from beneath them, a thin line of illumination that shouldn't have existed in a locked, dark room. But more than that, and this was what made my stomach lurch, I could see shadow movement behind the frosted glass, a figure passing back and forth, pacing, as if trapped and desperate. I rewound and watched again. The movement was unmistakable. Someone was in that room, had been in that room, while I stood at the desk. Someone was in there when I walked through moments later and found it empty except for renovation supplies and that single word in the dust. I fast-forwarded through the rest of the night's footage, watching hours compress into minutes. The light beneath the doors continued intermittently, appearing and disappearing. The shadow figure moved with increasing agitation, and then, at 5:47 a.m., just before Eloise would arrive, the footage showed the restaurant doors opening from the inside. Nothing emerged. The doors simply swung open to darkness, the lights inside apparently off despite what the footage showed, and remained that way for 30 seconds before slowly closing again. On the tape, I sat at the desk during this entire sequence, my back to the doors, apparently oblivious, though I had no memory of the doors opening. I would have seen it, heard it. The footage had to be corrupted, malfunctioning. But I knew it wasn't. I've continued working the night shift, though I'm not sure why. Perhaps because leaving would mean admitting something I'm not prepared to admit. Perhaps because some part of me feels responsible, though I don't know for what. The incidents continue. The voice, the bell, the sense of presence growing stronger each night. I've stopped looking at the security footage, stopped going near the restaurant doors. Dimitri quit last week. He left his keys on the desk with a note saying only that he was sorry, that he should have warned me. Eloise still comes, but she won't speak to me anymore, won't even meet my eyes. She moves through her duties like a ghost herself, and I wonder what she knows, what she saw that made her decide to stay silent. Last night, I found another message in the restaurant. I hadn't planned to go in, but the voice had been so clear, so desperate, speaking my name over and over, though I'd never told anyone my name, never introduced myself to whoever or whatever haunts this place. I opened the doors to silence it, to prove it wasn't real. The message was written on the wall in paint this time, red letters 2 feet high. I was you. I'm sitting at the desk now, writing this as dawn breaks through the lobby windows. I've been thinking about the previous night manager, how he left without notice. I've been thinking about how quickly they hired me, how desperate they seemed. I've been thinking about the quality of my memories from before I started this job, how they seem flat and distant, like scenes from a movie I watched rather than events I lived. The voice is back. It's behind me now, close enough that I should be able to turn and see who's speaking. But I won't turn. I can't, because I'm starting to suspect that if I do, if I actually see her, I'll understand why she keeps saying remember, why she's so desperate to be heard. I'm starting to suspect I'll see myself. The hotel lobby is empty. It's always empty. The bell sits on the desk, waiting. The restaurant doors are closed, locked, but I can see light beneath them now even without the camera, can hear movement inside growing more frantic. And I realize, with the cold certainty of someone remembering a dream upon waking, that I don't know how long I've been sitting at this desk. Don't know if it's been days or weeks or months. Don't know if I was hired or if I simply appeared here one night and convinced myself I belonged. The voice is calling my name again. She sounds like me. She sounds trapped. I'm reaching for the bell, about to ring for service in an empty hotel, about to call for help that won't come. Behind me, the restaurant doors are opening. I can hear them, can feel the change in air pressure, can sense something emerging into the lobby. But I won't turn around. I can't, because turning around would mean acknowledging what I suspect, what I fear, what I'm beginning to remember through the fog that clouds everything before this moment. That I'm not the night manager, that I never was, that I'm something else entirely, caught in a loop of my own making, unable to leave, unable to stop ringing that bell and waiting for someone to hear me in an empty lobby that exists somewhere between memory and reality. The voice behind me is screaming now. She's begging me to remember, to understand, to break the cycle. But I can't distinguish her voice from my own anymore. Can't tell if I'm the one sitting at this desk, or the one trapped in the restaurant, or something else altogether. Something that's been here longer than either. Watching both versions of myself spiral in their confusion. The bell is in my hand. I'm going to ring it. Someone has to answer eventually. Someone has to be real. Story 21. The whispers started at 4:37 in the morning. I know the exact time because I've been checking my phone obsessively for the past 3 weeks, documenting each occurrence with the desperate precision of someone trying to prove their own sanity. The first night, I thought it was the radiator, that metallic ticking followed by a sound like air escaping through teeth. But radiators don't form words, even garbled ones, and they certainly don't seem to move around the bedroom while you're frozen under the covers, every muscle locked tight with a fear so primal, it bypasses thought entirely. My faith had always been a quiet thing, a personal assurance that carried me through the practical difficulties of life. I attended services when my schedule allowed, prayed before meals, tried to live decently. I'd never been one for the dramatic testimonies, the spiritual warfare talk, the casting out of demons. That was theater, I'd thought. Metaphor dressed up as reality for people who needed their religion to have teeth. Then the bathroom incidents began. The toilet paper was always loose in the morning. Not just unspooled. That could be explained by a drafty bathroom or careless replacement. This was different. The paper would be stretched across the floor in deliberate loops, almost decorative, pooling near the doorway, as if something had walked out trailing it like a wedding train. I live alone. I've lived alone for 4 years, ever since the divorce, and I've never sleepwalked in my life. I started sleeping with my bedroom door locked. Then I started sleeping with a chair wedged under the handle. The whispers didn't care about locks. They came in that pre-dawn darkness when the world feels like it's holding its breath, when streetlights seem dimmer and every sound in the house expands to fill the silence. Sometimes they seemed to be coming from inside the walls, a papery rustling voice that spoke in a language I almost recognized. Other times they pressed right up against my ear, close enough that I could feel the cold spot where breath should have been. I told myself it was stress. I'd been pulling double shifts at County General, covering for 2 other security guards who'd quit within a week of each other. The hospital was understaffed and overworked, and the night shift had a way of grinding down your sense of what was normal. I'd seen things in that job, not supernatural things, but the kind of human suffering and desperation that carves grooves in your mind. Maybe my brain was processing trauma in strange ways. Maybe I needed a vacation. Then the blanket started moving, not dramatically, nothing I could photograph or use as evidence of anything beyond my own deteriorating mental state. It was always just at the edge of sleep, that fuzzy moment when consciousness starts to dissolve. I'd feel a gentle pressure at my feet, a soft tugging like someone testing the weight of the fabric before committing to pulling it away. The first few times, I jerked awake so violently I nearly fell out of bed, heart hammering, hands scrambling for the blankets even as they lay perfectly still across my body. But I'd felt it. I knew I'd felt it. I started sleeping on top of the covers instead of under them. I kept every light in the apartment burning. I played music through the night, then podcasts, then white noise. Anything to fill the silence where those whispers lived. None of it made a difference. At 4:37, give or take 3 minutes, I would wake to that sound. And once or twice a week, I'd feel those invisible hands testing the blankets, patient as fishermen. Work became my refuge, which should tell you how far gone I was. County General at 3 in the morning isn't anyone's idea of sanctuary. The fluorescent lights buzz with a frequency that drills into your back teeth. The air smells like industrial cleaner trying to mask something organic and failing. The corridors stretch longer than they should, and the elevator sometimes takes you to floors you weren't aiming for, depositing you in wings that seem too quiet, too empty, as if the hospital has more space inside it than the building's exterior suggests. But at least at work, I wasn't alone. At least the sounds I heard, the beeping monitors, the shuffle of nurses' shoes, the distant intercom pages, were explicable. At least when I felt watched, I could turn around and find a rational reason. A patient standing in their doorway, a doctor reviewing charts, a custodian mopping floors, especially the custodian. I'd seen him around for about a week when I finally worked up the nerve to actually speak to him. He was always there in the early hours, sometime between 2 and 5, pushing his yellow cart through the corridors with an unhurried efficiency. Average height, slight build, wearing the standard-issue green uniform that all the cleaning staff wore. I never caught a good look at his face. The lighting in those back corridors isn't great, and he always seemed to be turned away or bent over his work when I passed. But there was something calming about his presence. Professional, normal. He represented everything that my apartment wasn't at 4:37 in the morning. Logical, explicable, part of the ordinary functioning of the world. The night I finally approached him, I'd been walking my usual rounds through the East Wing. It was a Thursday, I remember, because Thursdays always meant dealing with the psychiatric ward, and I'd just finished calming down a patient who'd become convinced that his room was trying to eat him. I'd used my gentlest voice, my most reasonable manner, all while thinking about my own locked bedroom door and wondering if I was really any different from the man I'd just sedated. The custodian was working in one of the auxiliary hallways, the kind of dead-end corridor that leads to storage rooms and utility closets. His cart was parked sideways, and he was mopping with long, methodical strokes. The chemical smell was stronger there, sharp enough to sting my eyes. I asked him how long he'd been working the night shift. My voice sounded too loud in that empty corridor, bouncing off the institutional tile in a way that made me flinch. He didn't look up immediately, just kept mopping, those smooth strokes back and forth, back and forth. When he finally responded, his voice was pleasant enough, though oddly flat. He mentioned something about preferring nights, about how the quiet suited him. Said he'd been doing this work for longer than he could remember. I told him I knew what he meant about the quiet. Then, because I was so desperate to connect with someone whose job was as thanklessly normal as mine, because I needed to hear another person validate the weird hours and the isolation, I kept talking. I mentioned how the night shift could mess with your head, how things could start to feel off when you weren't sleeping regular hours, how your mind could play tricks. He stopped mopping. The silence that followed felt textured, heavy, as if the air itself had thickened. I watched the back of his head, waiting for him to turn around, to acknowledge what I'd said with a laugh or agreement or any normal human response. The fluorescent lights hummed their dental drill song. Somewhere far away, a monitor beeped its steady rhythm. He asked me what kind of tricks my mind was playing. The question came out soft, almost gentle, but there was something underneath it, an edge of curiosity that felt too keen, too focused. I shouldn't have answered. Every instinct screamed at me to make an excuse and walk away. But I was so tired, so desperately tired of being afraid in my own home, of documenting whispers on my phone, of checking and rechecking that my doors were locked. I wanted to tell someone, anyone, even if they thought I was crazy. So I told him about the whispers, about the toilet paper, about waking up at 4:37 every morning with my heart trying to punch through my rib cage, about the feeling of being watched, of hands that tested my blankets like they were learning the weight of things, preparing for something. He listened without moving, didn't even shift his weight or adjust his grip on the mop handle, just stood there with his back to me, perfectly still, while I spilled my terror into the empty hallway. When I finished, the silence stretched out again. I could hear my own breathing, too fast, too shallow. Could hear the electric buzz of the lights getting louder, as if they were straining against some pressure. He asked me if I'd tried praying. The question was simple, almost childlike in its directness. I told him yes. I'd prayed. I'd prayed so much that the words had started to feel like sounds without meaning, repeated so often they'd worn smooth. He finally turned around. I can't tell you what his face looked like. I've tried to remember, tried to reconstruct it in my mind during the sleepless hours that followed, but it slides away from memory like water through fingers. I have an impression of features, eyes, nose, mouth, but they won't cohere into anything specific. It's like trying to focus on something in your peripheral vision. The moment you look directly at it, it dissolves. What I do remember is the feeling that washed over me when our eyes met. It was recognition, but not the comfortable kind. It was the recognition of seeing something you've always known exists, but hoped you'd never encounter. The recognition of a prey animal spotting its predator. The recognition of standing on the edge of something vast and hungry. He told me that the whispers would get clearer, that they always did, given time. That the things in the darkness were patient, and they liked it when people noticed them. Acknowledgement, he said, was its own kind of invitation. Then he smiled. I ran. I'm not proud of it, but I ran. Sprinted down that hallway with my radio banging against my hip, my keys jangling, my breath coming in panicked gasps. I took stairs instead of elevators, burst through doors marked staff only, and didn't stop until I reached the main security office where my co-worker was watching monitors and eating a sandwich. He asked me what was wrong. I told him nothing, just thought I'd heard something. He gave me a look that said he didn't believe me but wasn't going to push it. I spent the rest of my shift in that office, pretending to do paperwork while my hands shook, and my mind replayed that smile over and over. When my shift ended at 7, I checked the employee roster, went through every name in the custodial staff, matched them with faces from the ID photos. None of them looked like the man I'd spoken to. None of them worked that particular wing, and according to the schedule, no one was assigned to clean the East Wing auxiliary corridors on Thursdays. Budget cuts had reduced the cleaning schedule to weekends only for those low-traffic areas. I called in sick for the next 3 days, couldn't bring myself to go back. Spent those days in my apartment with all the lights on, researching online. Read about sleep paralysis and hypnagogic hallucinations and auditory pareidolia. Read about carbon monoxide poisoning and how it could cause shared delusions. Had my landlord checked the detector in my apartment, it was working fine. Read about other things too, things I wish I hadn't. Forums where people described similar experiences, patterns I recognized in their stories. The hours between 4 and 5 in the morning, when the veil was supposedly thinnest. The gradual escalation, the sense of something learning about you, studying you, preparing. The whispers, they said, were just the beginning. On the 4th day, I went back to work. Had to, couldn't afford to lose the job, and some part of me insisted that I'd imagined the worst of it. Stress and exhaustion and an overactive imagination. The custodian was probably just an odd person who'd said something strange that I'd blown out of proportion in my anxious state. I didn't believe it, but I repeated it like a mantra anyway. That night, the hospital felt different. The corridors seemed longer, the shadows deeper. Every corner I turned felt like a betrayal, exposing my back to something I couldn't see. My radio crackled with routine communications. A delivery at the loading dock, a confused patient in geriatrics, a locked door on the 3rd floor, but underneath the static, I could swear I heard something else. A whisper, a word I almost recognized. At 3:45, I found myself back in the East Wing. Told myself I was just doing my rounds, just being thorough. But I knew I was looking for him. Needed to see him again in the full light of the hospital. Needed to prove to myself that he was just a person, Just another night shift worker grinding through the hours until dawn. The auxiliary hallway was empty. No yellow cart. No smell of industrial cleaner. Just that long stretch of institutional tile reflecting the buzzing fluorescence. I stood there for longer than I should have, staring at the spot where he'd been mopping. The floor was dry, completely dry, as if it hadn't been cleaned in days. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out with numb fingers, already knowing what time it was. 4:37. The text was from an unknown number, just 3 words. They're getting closer. The lights flickered, once, twice. In the stuttering darkness, I saw him at the end of the hallway. Same green uniform, same slight build. But he wasn't holding a mop anymore. He was just standing there, watching me. And behind him, pressed against the walls like shadows that had learned to stand upright, were others. I couldn't count them. My mind refused to process the number. They were too still, too patient, arranged like they were waiting for something, waiting for me to understand. The lights came back on fully. The hallway was empty again. I transferred to day shift the next week. Took a pay cut and cited health reasons. My supervisor understood. Night shift security had high turnover for a reason. Nobody asked too many questions, but it didn't matter. The whispers still come at 4:37. Sometimes they're clearer now, just like he said they'd be. I can almost make out words, almost understand what they're trying to tell me. The toilet paper still unspools itself in the darkness. The blankets still move with invisible hands. And sometimes, when I'm lying there frozen with fear, I think about that hallway, about those shapes pressed against the walls, about the patient way they stood like they'd been there for years. Decades, maybe longer. I think about the fact that I never saw him leave, that he just vanished when I looked away, like he'd never been there at all, or like he'd been there the whole time, and I'd finally become able to see him. I think about how he knew my name, even though I'd never told him. I think about the morning I found muddy footprints leading from my bedroom door to the side of my bed. Small prints, too small to be mine. The same size as the feet I'd glimpsed beneath that green uniform. I think about prayer and how the words feel different now when I speak them. How they feel less like protection and more like a challenge. How the silence after Amen seems to echo with something listening. Most of all, I think about that smile, because I've seen it again since that night. In the grocery store, worn by a stock clerk arranging cans with too precise movements. In the parking garage, belonging to an attendant who stood too still in his booth. In the reflection of my bathroom mirror, just for a moment, superimposed over my own face. Always watching, always patient, always reminding me that I acknowledged them, that I invited them in with my recognition, that the boundary between their world and mine was never as solid as I'd believed. The veil, I've learned, was never meant to protect us from them. It was meant to protect them from being seen. And now that I've seen, now that I know they're there, I can't ever go back to the comfortable blindness I once had. Every shadow is suspect. Every stranger might be wearing the wrong face. Every moment of silence holds the possibility of whispers. I still work security, though I avoid hospitals now. Still lock my doors at night and wedge chairs under the handles. Still wake at 4:37, phone in hand, documenting everything with the desperate precision of someone who knows that proof won't matter. Because here's what I've realized. In the sleepless hours between darkness and dawn, some things aren't hauntings. Some things are introductions. And I'm still waiting to find out what happens next. Story 22. The fluorescent lights above the pumps flickered twice before I locked the front door. Their buzzing hum, the only sound cutting through the November cold. I'd worked the closing shift at the station for 3 years, long enough that my hands moved through the routine without thought. Register counted, coffee pots switched off, the smell of burnt grounds and motor oil so familiar it had become invisible. The clock on the wall read 11:47 p.m. when I turned the deadbolt, 13 minutes ahead of schedule. That's when I saw him. He came from the direction of the sheriff's parking lot across the street, his gait uneven and purposeful in the way that only the truly drunk can manage. A controlled stumble that suggested his body was operating on instinct rather than coordination. The sodium vapor lights cast his shadow long across the pavement, stretching it toward me like a warning I couldn't read. I stood there with my hand still on the lock, watching through the glass as he crossed the empty road. The sound of his breathing reached me before anything else, heavy and wet, punctuated by something between a growl and a moan. Then his fist connected with the door. The impact sent vibrations through the metal frame and into my palm. Once, twice, 3 times, each blow harder than the last, the glass shuddering but holding. I stepped back, my mouth forming words I couldn't hear over the pounding. Something about being closed, about coming back tomorrow. His face pressed against the window, features distorted by pressure and rage. Skin flushed the mottled purple red of serious intoxication. His eyes didn't focus on me so much as through me, fixed on some point or purpose I couldn't comprehend. Then he backed up 3 steps and drove his shoulder into the door. The sound of breaking glass wasn't the sharp crack I'd expected, but something deeper, more visceral. A wet crunch followed by the cascade of fragments across tile. The safety glass held together in its web of breakage, but the frame buckled, and for a moment I thought he'd come through entirely. Instead, he bounced back, stumbled, and fell to his knees on the concrete outside. Blood ran from his shoulder, darkening his jacket, but he didn't seem to notice. He was laughing, or crying. The sounds were too similar to tell. I grabbed the phone behind the counter, my fingers slipping on the receiver twice before managing to dial. The dispatcher's voice came through calm and distant, asking questions I answered in fragments while watching him rise to his feet again. This time he just stood there, swaying slightly, that wet breathing audible even through the damaged door. Waiting. The patrol car arrived 7 minutes later. I watched the seconds tick by on the clock, each one lasting far too long. By the time the blue lights swept across the parking lot, painting everything in alternating shades of authority and darkness, he was gone. The deputy who took my statement was young, maybe 25, with a name tag that read Reeves, and an expression that suggested he'd heard stranger things on the night shift, but not by much. Where exactly had the man been standing when I last saw him? What was he wearing? Could I describe his face in detail? I tried, but the image in my memory had already started to blur at the edges, features melting into impression. Angry, drunk, hurt, dangerous. Yes to all of those, but specifics? Height, weight, age? Everything became uncertain when I tried to pin it down. They searched the area. The sheriff himself came out, a thick-necked man named Landry, whose drawl made everything sound less urgent than it was. They found blood on the pavement where he'd fallen, enough to suggest a real injury. But the trail ended 30 feet away, just disappeared like he'd been lifted into the air or ceased to exist. No footprints in the direction of town. No disturbance in the brush along the roadside. Nothing. The broken door got boarded up that night. I stayed until 3 a.m. giving statements, drinking the sheriff's terrible coffee, watching them comb through the empty lot with flashlights that carved tunnels of visibility through the dark. Landry told me they'd keep an eye out, suggested I take a few days off. His tone made it clear he thought I'd be fine, that this was just one of those things that happened in small towns. Some drunk with a grudge or confusion, probably sleeping it off in a ditch somewhere, would turn up embarrassed and apologetic in the morning. He never did. The new door went in 4 days later, the glass so clear it looked like nothing at all, like you could walk straight through into the cold night air. I came back to work the following Monday, and everything was exactly as it had been before. Same fluorescent buzz, same burnt coffee smell, same routine. Except now, every time I turned to lock up, I found myself checking the sheriff's lot first, checking the road, checking the shadows between the pumps where the lights didn't quite reach. 3 weeks passed before the knocking started. Not at the door. Never at the door again. Instead, I'd hear it from the back room, where we kept inventory in the circuit breaker box. Always during the last hour of my shift, when the highway traffic had died down to the occasional long hauler passing through without stopping. Rhythmic and deliberate. 3 knocks in succession, then silence. The first time, I assumed something had fallen. The shelving units were old and prone to settling, but when I checked, everything sat undisturbed, boxes aligned, nothing out of place. The second time, I opened the back door that led to the alley where we kept the dumpsters. The motion sensor light flickered on, revealing nothing but broken asphalt and the accumulated debris of years, scattered bottle caps, cigarette butts, a forgotten oil pan growing rust like a fungal bloom. The air tasted of chemicals and decay. I stood there breathing it in, listening to the silence, before pulling the door shut and returning to the counter. The knocking happened again the next night, and the night after that. I mentioned it to the day shift manager, a woman named Dolores, who'd been working there since before I was born. She gave me the look, the one that said she'd heard this before from other night workers, the same look probably given to every graveyard employee who complained about noises or shadows or feelings. "Old building," she'd said. "Settles strange. Maybe get some sleep." But I did sleep, 8 hours a night, dreamless and heavy, waking unrested. The fatigue had started to accumulate like sediment, making my thoughts slow and thick. I'd catch myself staring at customers during the day shifts I'd picked up to cover for someone's vacation, losing track of conversations mid-sentence, having to ask them to repeat themselves. They'd look at me with concern or annoyance, and I'd apologize, blame the cold I couldn't shake, the seasonal thing going around. It wasn't until January that I saw him again. I was taking out the trash, different night, different routine, but the same hour, always between 11 and midnight. The dumpster lid was heavy, and I had to use both hands to lift it, which meant turning my back to the alley entrance for a moment. In that moment, I felt it. The specific weight of being watched, the prickling awareness that crawls up the spine and spreads across the shoulders like cold water. When I turned, he was standing at the far end of the alley, barely visible in the space between the motion light's reach and the deeper darkness beyond. Same jacket, still dark with that old stain on the shoulder. Same unsteady stance. But the distance was too great to see his face, to be certain it was really him. He didn't move, didn't speak. Just stood there, swaying slightly, a shape that might have been a man or a trick of shadow and expectation. I went inside, locked the back door, called Reeves, who arrived 20 minutes later and found nothing. No footprints in the thin layer of snow that had fallen that afternoon. No sign anyone had been there at all. He suggested maybe I was working too many nights, that the mind plays tricks when you're tired. Said it gently, like he was trying not to spook me further. After that, I started seeing him everywhere. Not directly, never directly. Always in peripheral vision, in the spaces between deliberate looking, a shape moving past the window while I was restocking shelves. A figure standing just beyond the pool of light from the pumps while I was counting the register. A silhouette in the back seat of cars that turned out to be empty when I looked again. Each sighting lasted only a moment before resolving into something else. A customer, a shadow, a reflection, nothing at all. I stopped mentioning it, stopped calling the sheriff's department. What would I say? That I kept seeing something that wasn't there? That every night for the past 3 months I'd felt watched, followed, pursued by absence? The logical part of my mind, the part that still functioned during daylight hours, knew what was happening. Trauma response, hypervigilance. My brain trying to protect me from a threat by seeing it everywhere, keeping me alert to danger that had already passed. I understood the psychology, had read enough online to recognize the symptoms of sustained stress, of fear that had outlived its purpose and metastasized into something chronic. But understanding didn't make it stop. February brought a cold snap that froze the pumps twice in 1 week. I spent a Tuesday night pouring diesel into the mechanisms, my hands numb inside work gloves, watching my breath plume white in the halogen glare. The highway was empty, not unusual for 2 a.m. on a weeknight, and the silence had weight, pressing down from the starless sky. That's when I heard the breathing, the same wet, heavy rhythm from that first night, coming from behind me, from the direction of the sheriff's lot. I didn't turn around immediately. Instead, I finished with the deezer, recapped the bottle, straightened up slowly. The breathing continued, unchanged, patient. When I finally turned, I saw only the empty parking lot, the dark windows of the sheriff's station reflecting my own station's lights back at me, but the breathing didn't stop. I went inside and locked both doors, front and back, checked the windows, pulled the blinds. The breathing followed me, always just at the edge of hearing, never loud enough to pinpoint but impossible to ignore. I turned on the radio to drown it out. Classic rock, the DJ's voice aggressively cheerful. But between songs, in those brief moments of silence before the next track started, I heard it continuing underneath. When my shift ended at 3, I sat in my truck in the parking lot for 15 minutes before starting the engine. The station's lights made a circle of brightness in the vast dark, and beyond that circle, anything could exist. Everything did exist if I let myself think about it too long. I watched the front door, the new one, with its perfect glass, and tried to remember what I'd actually seen that night in November. The more I focused, the less certain I became. Had there really been a man? Had the glass actually broken? The door was intact now, no sign of repair, no record of replacement in the work orders I'd seen. Dolores had never mentioned it when I'd asked, had looked at me confused, said she didn't recall any damage to the door. But I'd been there. I'd called the police. Deputy Reeves had taken my statement. The sheriff himself had come out. These things had happened. I had the evidence of memory, the certainty of experience. Except memory isn't evidence. Memory is reconstruction, a story we tell ourselves that changes slightly with each retelling until the original event becomes something else entirely. I knew this, but I also knew what I'd seen, didn't I? The sleep deprivation made everything worse. By March, I was down to 4 hours a night, and those were broken by dreams I couldn't quite remember upon waking. Just impressions of pursuit, of being trapped behind glass while something outside tried to break through. The sound of shoulder against frame echoing endlessly. I'd wake gasping, my heart hammering against my ribs, and lie there staring at the ceiling while dawn slowly bled the darkness from my bedroom. I started arriving at work earlier, leaving later, filling my hours with the routine, because the alternative was sitting at home feeling watched. The apartment I rented on the edge of town had started to feel wrong somehow, like the walls were too close or the air too thick. At least the station was open, visible, lit. At least there, the space between me and the outside world was clearly defined. That's what I told myself. The night it came to a head was unremarkable in every way that mattered. Thursday, middle of March, temperature hovering just above freezing. I was alone in the station, halfway through my shift, when the power went out. Not unusual, the grid out here was old and temperamental, prone to outages during storms. But there was no storm that night, no wind, no precipitation, just the sudden absence of light and the hum of electricity, leaving me in darkness broken only by the emergency exit sign's pale green glow. I found the flashlight we kept under the counter, its beam cutting a narrow path through the black. The protocol was simple. Check the breaker box in the back room, reset if necessary, call the power company if that didn't work. I'd done it a dozen times before, but when I opened the back room door, the breathing was louder. It filled the small space, echoing off concrete walls, coming from everywhere and nowhere. I swept the flashlight across the room. Breaker box, shelves, mop bucket, nothing else. Nothing that should breathe. Nothing that could. Yet there it was, undeniable and immediate, the sound of lungs working hard, of air pulled through damaged passages, wet and labored. The breaker switches were all in the correct position. I flipped them anyway, off, then on, but the power didn't return. The breathing grew louder. I backed toward the door, my flashlight beam jerking across the room in unsteady arcs, and that's when I saw it. Not him. Not the man from November. Not a figure or shape or shadow. Just the blood. Fresh and dark, spreading across the concrete floor from the corner where the shelving met the wall, pooling in the low spots, moving like it was still being pumped from a source I couldn't see. The smell hit me a moment later. iron and salt and something else. Something organic and wrong. I ran. Out the back door, into the alley, into the cold air that hit my lungs like glass. The motion light blazed on, showing me nothing but asphalt and emptiness. Behind me, the back door stood open, darkness leaking out like smoke. I could still hear the breathing, fainter now but persistent, and underneath it, a new sound. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming closer. I should have run farther, should have gotten in my truck and driven away, called the sheriff from somewhere safe and lit and sane, but instead, I turned back toward the door, toward the darkness and the sound, because I needed to know, needed to see, needed proof that I wasn't losing my mind, that the past 4 months had been real, that something had happened that November night and was still happening, still unfolding according to logic I couldn't grasp. The figure appeared in the doorway. Backlit by the emergency exit signs, reduced to silhouette, he stood exactly where I'd been standing moments before. Same jacket, same unsteady stance. He raised one hand. The gesture might have been a wave or a threat or a beckoning, and stepped forward into the motion light's glare. It was me, my face, my features, my expression of exhausted fear, looking back at me from a body that moved wrong, that swayed like the drunk man had swayed, that bled from the shoulder where he'd hit the door. When it spoke, the voice was mine but distorted, like hearing a recording played back through water. It said I should come inside, said my shift wasn't over, said there were customers waiting, that I couldn't leave early, that I'd never been good at finishing what I started. I looked down at my hands. They were shaking. I looked back up, and the doorway was empty. The motion light clicked off, leaving me in darkness. From inside the station, I heard the power surge back on, the fluorescent lights buzzing to life, the refrigeration units humming their familiar song. When I went back inside, and I did go back inside, because what else could I do? Everything was exactly as it should be. Clean floor, no blood, lights working. The back room showed no sign of disturbance, no evidence that anything had been wrong. The clock on the wall read 12:03 a.m., which meant I'd lost 20 minutes somewhere in the sequence of events, time that had slipped away while I was doing something I couldn't quite recall. Deputy Reeves found me sitting behind the counter when he pulled in for his usual coffee run at 2:30. He said I looked rough, asked if I was feeling all right, mentioned that I'd left him 3 voicemails he couldn't quite make out, something about an emergency, but the words were garbled. I didn't remember calling him. Didn't remember much of anything between midnight and his arrival, just fragments of routine, customers who might have been real, transactions that might have happened, the steady progression of seconds that felt both too fast and impossibly slow. He suggested again that I take some time off. Said it like an order this time, not a suggestion. Told me the manager had already approved it, that someone else would cover my shifts for the next few weeks. That was 6 days ago. I haven't been back to the station since. Haven't driven past it, haven't even looked in that direction when I'm in town. But every night at 11:47, I hear the knocking. It starts at my apartment door, 3 measured strikes, then moves through the walls, through the ceiling, through the floor. I follow the sound from room to room, trying to pinpoint its source, but it stays just ahead of me, always in the next space, the next moment. Last night, I opened my front door to nothing but the empty hallway of my building, but there were wet footprints leading from my threshold to the stairs. Just one set, the tread pattern matching my work boots exactly. I followed them down 3 flights, through the lobby, out to the parking lot where they ended at my truck. The passenger door was open. I don't remember opening it. Don't remember driving home from wherever I'd been. But my keys were in my pocket, and there was dirt on my jeans, the kind of dirt from the alley behind the station, with its particular texture and chemical smell. Tonight I'm sitting here writing this as the clock approaches 11:47, trying to document something while I still can, while I still remember the distinction between what happened and what I think happened. The knocking will start soon. I'll follow it again, because I always do, because I can't help but answer when it calls. The only question I have left is this. That night in November, when the drunk man came from the sheriff's lot and broke the door and disappeared into nothing. Was I watching from inside, or was I the one outside trying to break my way in? The clock just chimed. 3 knocks echo from the wall behind me. I can hear breathing, wet and labored and familiar, coming from somewhere very close. When I turn around, I wonder which version of myself I'll see standing there, and whether it will matter anymore. The door is locked, but I don't remember locking it. The lights are on, but they're flickering now. That same pattern from the night it all started. And in the window's reflection, I can see someone standing behind me, wearing my face, bleeding from the shoulder, reaching out with hands that might be mine or might be his, or might belong to something else entirely, something that's been here all along, waiting patiently for me to understand. The glass is breaking. Or maybe it broke months ago, and I've been living on the wrong side of it ever since, trying to get back in while everyone watches from the other side, wondering why I won't stop knocking, why I keep trying to break through, why I can't accept that some doors only open one way. 3 more knocks. Closer now. Inside the room. Inside my chest. I think I should answer it. I think I've been waiting to answer it since November. I think maybe I already did. Story 23. They told me the house had only 1 floor. Dr. Brennan said it during intake, gesturing around the converted Victorian with something like pride. A residential treatment facility, she called it. Home-like. The word tasted like chalk in my mouth, but I nodded anyway because that's what you do when you're trying to convince people you're getting better. The ceilings stretched high above us, crown molding intact, and the hardwood floors creaked with the authentic weariness of age. 6 bedrooms converted to private spaces for patients, a communal kitchen, living areas with furniture that tried too hard to look comfortable. Everything on 1 level, she emphasized. Easy to navigate, safe. But I heard them that first night. The footsteps came around 2 in the morning, dragging and deliberate across the ceiling above my bed. I lay there in the medication-thick darkness, staring at the plaster overhead, watching the faint shadows from the security light outside play across its surface. The footsteps moved from one end of the house to the other, then back again, pacing. The kind of restless, caged movement I recognized from my own 3 a.m. circuits around my apartment before everything fell apart. I mentioned it to Dr. Brennan the next morning during our session. She had that practiced look of concern, the one that never quite reaches the eyes. Old houses settle, she said. The heating system creates noises. My new medication might be affecting my sleep patterns. She suggested we adjust the dosage. I agreed because that's what you do, and I almost believed her. Almost. The facility housed 5 other patients during my stay. We orbited each other carefully, each wrapped in our own weather systems of medicated calm and underlying chaos. The day staff moved through our shared spaces with determined cheerfulness, organizing group activities and monitoring medication distribution. At night, only 2 staff members remained. Quiet presences in the office near the front entrance. There for emergencies but largely invisible unless summoned. It was one of them, Delgado, who I found standing motionless in the hallway 3 nights into my stay. I'd gotten up to use the bathroom, moving through the dim corridor with the careful steps of someone navigating an unfamiliar space in the dark. Delgado stood at the end of the hall, facing the antique mirror that hung beside the linen closet. His reflection stared back at him, but his expression held something I couldn't name. Not fear exactly. Recognition, maybe. Or resignation. I cleared my throat and he turned slowly, his face rearranging itself into professional neutrality so quickly I might have imagined that other expression. He asked if I needed anything. I said no, just couldn't sleep. He nodded and moved past me toward the office, but I caught him glancing back at the mirror before he turned the corner. I looked at my own reflection. The glass was old, slightly warped, silvering worn thin in places. Behind my reflected shoulder, the hallway stretched back toward the bedrooms, and there, barely visible in the dark depths of the reflected space, something moved. A shape. Tall and indistinct, like a shadow that had forgotten to attach itself to anything solid. I spun around. The hallway was empty. When I looked back at the mirror, so was the reflection. Sleep became a hostile territory after that. I'd lie in bed, muscles tensed against the mattress, listening. The footsteps came every night now, sometimes accompanied by the sound of furniture moving, dragging, scraping. Once I heard what sounded like an argument, voices rising and falling in cadence, but too muffled to make out words. The kind of domestic dispute that plays out in 100 houses every night, except this one was happening in a space that supposedly didn't exist. During the day, I studied the ceiling. The plaster showed no seams, no hint of an attic access panel. The exterior of the house, viewed from the yard during our mandated fresh air time, showed only one story beneath a pitched roof. The angles matched. The math worked. And yet, another patient, Keller, approached me in the common room one afternoon. He had the look of someone who hadn't slept properly in weeks, all shadows and angles. He asked if I'd heard them too, the couple upstairs. He said it matter-of-factly, as if commenting on the weather. I pretended not to understand, but he just nodded and walked away, and I saw Dr. Brennan watching us from across the room with that same practiced concern. Keller didn't join us for dinner that evening. Through the kitchen window, I watched him in the backyard, staring up at the roofline, lips moving in what might have been conversation or prayer. One of the day staff eventually guided him back inside, speaking in those low, soothing tones reserved for moments when someone is slipping. That night, I heard him. His voice came through the wall that separated our rooms, rising in frustration. He was arguing with someone, his words sharp-edged despite being muffled by plaster and old wood. A woman's voice answered, or seemed to. I pressed my ear against the cool wall, trying to separate the sounds, but the voices tangled together like rope. Then Keller shouted something about leaving him alone, and there was a crash of furniture hitting the floor. Staff responded within minutes. I heard them enter his room, heard their calm, authoritative voices trying to de-escalate, but underneath it all, I could still hear that other voice, the woman's, soft and insistent, like water wearing down stone. The next morning, Keller's room stood empty, transferred to a more intensive care setting. Delgado told me when I asked. These things happen. Sometimes the home environment isn't quite right. I watched him deliver this explanation, noting how his eyes didn't meet mine, how his hands worked at the edge of his shirt cuff. I spent that day exploring the house with new purpose. In the living room, I tilted my head back and traced the ceiling corners with my eyes, looking for inconsistencies. The kitchen revealed nothing except aging linoleum and that persistent smell of old cooking oil that haunts every communal space. But in the back hallway, near where Delgado had stood frozen that night, I found something. The linen closet. Its door stood slightly ajar, and inside, the shelves stretched up into darkness that seemed deeper than the space should allow. I pulled the cord for the overhead bulb, and yellow light flooded the narrow space, illuminating stacks of towels and sheets. But above the top shelf, shadows gathered in a way that suggested depth. I dragged a chair over, climbed up, and pushed aside a stack of pillowcases. There, at the very back of the highest shelf, I found a key. It was old, the kind made for locks that predated standardization. The metal felt heavy and cold in my palm, and something about its weight suggested importance. I pocketed it and returned everything to its place, my heart performing a rhythmic percussion against my ribs. That evening, during the quiet period after dinner, I found myself studying the other patients. An older man who spent his days completing crossword puzzles. A woman who painted watercolors of gardens she'd never visited. Two younger patients who played cards in the corner with the competitive intensity of people trying to focus on anything except their own thoughts. We existed in parallel, rarely intersecting, each sealed in our own transparent container. None of them looked up. None of them seemed to hear the ceiling groan overhead. I waited until after midnight, listening to the house settle into its nighttime rhythms. The staff office door glowed with pale light at the end of the hall. Delgado and Chen were on duty, and I could hear the low murmur of their voices, the occasional burst of quiet laughter, normal sounds, grounding sounds. Then the footsteps started above me. I rose from bed, the key pressing against my palm like a hot coal. The house felt different in the deep night. Older somehow. More honest. The shadows in the corners held weight, and the air tasted of dust and something else. Something organic and ancient. The locked door stood at the far end of the back hallway, nearly invisible in its ordinariness. I'd passed it 100 times, dismissed it as another closet or storage space. But now, with the key in my hand and footsteps echoing overhead, it seemed to pull at me with gentle insistence. The key slid into the lock as if it had been waiting. The mechanism turned with a click that sounded like teeth snapping shut. Behind the door, stairs climbed up into darkness. They were narrow, the treads worn smooth by decades of feet. The walls pressed close on either side, and the air that breathed down from above carried the scent of closed spaces and old fabric. I could see the faint outline of a landing at the top, maybe 15 steps up. The footsteps had stopped, leaving behind a silence that felt like held breath. My hand found the wall, and I started to climb. Each step protested under my weight, the wood singing soft warnings. The darkness grew thicker as I ascended, swallowing the weak light from the hallway below. My medication-dulled mind struggled to process what I was doing, where I was going, why this staircase existed in a house that was supposed to have only one floor. Halfway up, I heard my name. It came as a whisper, soft and insistent, wrapping around my consciousness like silk. Not from above, from behind me. I turned, and in the dim light from below, I could see Delgado standing at the base of the stairs. His face was pale, eyes wide, and he was shaking his head slowly, deliberately, but his lips weren't moving. He made no sound. And as I watched, his reflection appeared in a mirror I hadn't noticed on the wall beside him. A reflection that showed him facing the wrong direction, looking up the stairs, his mouth open in a silent shout or scream. I looked back at the actual Delgado. He was gone. Had he ever been there? The landing waited above. I could see it clearly now, illuminated by moonlight from a window that shouldn't exist. The footsteps resumed, moving back and forth across the space overhead. Closer now, more deliberate. I climbed the remaining steps. The second floor stretched out before me, a perfect mirror of the layout below. A hallway with doors on either side. The same crown molding, the same hardwood floors, though these were covered in dust, thick enough to show footprints. 2 sets of them, overlapping and tangled. Dancing, maybe, or struggling. At the far end of the hall, a door stood open. I moved toward it, my own footsteps muffled by the dust. The footprints led in the same direction, fresh-looking despite the abandoned feeling of the space. As I walked, I passed closed doors on either side, and behind each one, I heard breathing, soft and regular. The breathing of sleepers. 6 doors, 6 breaths, the same number as the patients below. The open door revealed a bedroom, furnished with antiques from another era. A 4-poster bed with posts that reached toward the ceiling like pleading arms. A vanity with a mirror that reflected the room behind me. But wrong, somehow. The angles didn't match. In the reflection, I could see a figure standing in the doorway. It wasn't me. She stood there in the reflected room, watching me with the infinite patience of someone who had been waiting a very long time. Tall and thin, wearing a nightgown that might have been white once, before the dust and darkness claimed it. Her face was obscured by hair that fell like a veil, but I could feel her gaze, heavy and expectant. I turned to look at the actual doorway. Empty. When I looked back at the mirror, she had moved closer. The woman in the reflection stood just behind where I should have been standing, close enough that I should have felt her breath on my neck. But there was nothing. The air remained still. The room remained empty except for me, and the dust and the growing certainty that I had made a terrible mistake. In the mirror, her hand reached forward, fingers extending toward my reflected shoulder. I felt the touch. Cold, firm, real. The woman's voice came from behind me, from beside me. from inside my own skull. She asked why I had taken so long to come upstairs. She said they had been waiting. She and her husband. They'd prepared a room. My room. I could hear him moving in the hallway now, his footsteps approaching, and she squeezed my shoulder with increasing pressure, her fingers digging into flesh that should have been solid but felt suddenly permeable. I wrenched away and ran. The hallway stretched longer than it should have, the doors multiplying as I passed. Behind each one, I heard waking sounds. Stirring, rising, the breathing becoming conscious and aware. The dust on the floor showed footprints now, dozens of them, all converging toward the staircase. I hit the stairs at full speed, taking them 3 at a time, my shoulders slamming against the narrow walls. Behind me, the footsteps followed. Multiple sets, a crowd of them. And underneath it all, that woman's voice, calling my name with increasing desperation, as if I were the one who was lost. The bottom of the stairs appeared, and I crashed through the door into the back hallway, spinning to slam it shut behind me. My hands fumbled with the key, turning the lock, securing it. The pounding started immediately, fists against wood, muffled and insistent. Then silence. I stood there, gasping, my back against the locked door, waiting for staff to come investigate the noise. But the house remained quiet. The office light glowed at the end of the hall, unchanged. When I crept closer, I could see Chen through the window, reading something on her phone, completely undisturbed. No one had heard anything. I returned to my room and lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the footsteps to resume. But they didn't come. The house had settled into a new kind of quiet, expectant and patient. Morning arrived with its usual routine: medication distribution, breakfast, Dr. Brennan asking about my sleep, and me lying smoothly about how well I'd rested. But I noticed things now. The way Chen avoided looking at the mirror in the back hallway, how Delgado's hands shook slightly when he served coffee, the new patient being shown to Keller's old room, and the way she glanced up at the ceiling during the tour. During my session, Dr. Brennan mentioned that I was making excellent progress. She thought I might be ready for discharge soon, maybe another week or 2. I thanked her and asked what would happen to my room after I left. She said another patient would move in, of course. The waiting list was quite long. People needed help. That night, lying in bed, I heard them again. The footsteps resumed their pacing, but closer now, directly overhead, and underneath them, I heard breathing. 6 sets of it, soft and regular. The breathing of sleepers in the rooms above, in the spaces that didn't exist, in the second floor that was always waiting. I understand now. The house has 1 floor for the waking world, the world that doctors and staff members inhabit. But at night, when medication dulls the boundaries and consciousness loosens its grip, the second floor emerges. It's where the house keeps its other residents, the ones who never left, the ones who found their rooms upstairs and decided, or were persuaded, to stay. Keller is up there now. I'm certain of it. I hear his voice sometimes, arguing with that couple, and soon there will be another voice added to the chorus, another set of footsteps pacing through the dust. Dr. Brennan says I'm ready to leave, but when I close my eyes, I see that woman in the mirror, her hand still extended. And I wonder if leaving is really an option, or if I've already been assigned my room. If the key in my pocket is a gift or a claim, if the footsteps I hear overhead are a warning or a welcome. Tonight, I stood at the mirror in the back hallway and watched my reflection. For just a moment, I saw myself standing in a different hallway. Upstairs, the dust settling around my feet. Behind me, doors opened one by one and figures emerged. They looked like they'd been waiting a very long time. Tomorrow, Dr. Brennan will ask about my sleep again, and I'll have to decide what to tell her, whether to mention the key, whether to describe the stairs, whether to explain that the house doesn't have 1 floor or 2, but exists in both states simultaneously, depending on who's looking and when, or whether to say nothing at all. Because the truth is, I'm not entirely sure which floor I'm on anymore. The one where I wake up for breakfast and attend therapy, or the one where I pace the hallway at night, my footsteps joining the others, my voice adding to the argument that never ends. The medication makes it hard to tell. Reality becomes negotiable. And the woman upstairs, she's still waiting. They're all waiting. The house has infinite patience and room for everyone who hears the footsteps. I lie here now, staring at the ceiling, and I can see the dust beginning to gather on my hands. Story 24. The fluorescent lights hummed their mechanical lullaby at 2:47 a.m., casting that sickly yellow glow across rows of candy bars and motor oil. I was restocking cigarettes behind the counter when I heard it, the pneumatic hiss of the automatic doors sliding open, that familiar chime, the one that usually announced truckers or insomniacs seeking coffee and lottery tickets. But no footsteps followed. I looked up from the carton of Marlboros in my hands, squinting past the glare on the glass doors. The parking lot stretched empty under the sodium vapor lights, just my Honda and the manager's pickup sitting there like sleeping animals. The doors had already slid shut again, sealing me back into my fluorescent tomb. Must have been a moth, I told myself. Or the wind. The doors were sensitive, always had been. 3 months working the graveyard shift at this Reno gas station had taught me that much. But my hands had gone cold, and the back of my neck prickled with that ancient warning system we pretend civilization bred out of us. I turned back to the cigarettes, trying to focus on the mundane rhythm of work, when I heard it. Hello? The word came as a whisper, so soft I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. It seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere, from the drink coolers humming against the far wall, from the space between the shelving units, from the very air itself. The voice was female, young, and carried a quality I can only describe as hollow, as if the speaker were calling from the bottom of a well. My heart hammered against my ribs. The cigarette carton slipped from my fingers, hitting the floor with a dull thud. I stood frozen, listening to the electric buzz of the lights, the low rumble of the refrigeration units, the whisper of my own breath. Hello? I called out, hating how my voice cracked on the second syllable. Silence pressed against my eardrums. I stepped out from behind the counter, my sneakers squeaking on the linoleum. The aisles stretched before me in neat parallels, undisturbed. Bags of chips hung perfectly aligned. Nothing moved in the convex security mirrors mounted in the corners. Then the screaming started. It erupted without warning, without crescendo, just 0 to full volume in an instant. Women's voices, multiple women, shrieking in what sounded like pure terror. The sound was massive, overwhelming, as if someone had turned every speaker in the store up to maximum and fed them a recording of hell itself. The screams came from inside the store and outside simultaneously, surrounding me, penetrating through the walls and doors and my own skull. I clamped my hands over my ears, but it did nothing. The sound wasn't just auditory, it vibrated through my chest cavity, rattled my teeth, made my vision blur. I staggered backward, colliding with the counter, sending a display of air fresheners clattering to the floor. The screams went on and on, layered and discordant, some high-pitched and sharp, others deeper, more guttural, all of them conveying the same message. Something terrible was happening, had happened, would always be happening. Then, just as suddenly as they'd started, they stopped. The absence of sound felt like a physical weight. My ears rang in the sudden quiet. I was on my knees behind the counter, I realized, curled up with my arms wrapped around my head. Slowly, painfully, I unclenched and stood up. My legs shook so badly I had to grip the counter's edge to stay upright. The store looked exactly as it had before. Candy bars in neat rows, the coffee machine burbling its endless cycle. The clock above the cigarette rack read 2:51 a.m., 4 minutes. The whole thing had lasted 4 minutes. I stumbled to the bathroom and vomited, my body purging itself of fear and adrenaline. When I finally raised my head from the toilet, I caught my reflection in the scratched mirror above the sink. My face was sheet white, eyes too wide, pupils dilated. I looked like I'd seen a ghost. Maybe I had. The rest of the shift crawled by with agonizing slowness. I kept waiting for those doors to hiss open again, for that whispered greeting, for the screams to return. But the store remained quiet, save for the usual nighttime customers. A trucker buying energy drinks, a college kid getting cigarettes, an elderly woman in a bathrobe purchasing a single lottery ticket. Normal people doing normal things in the fluorescent night, oblivious to the terror that had soaked into the linoleum just hours before. When the morning shift supervisor arrived at 6, I nearly ran out. But something made me stop at the door. I turned back to find her already behind the counter, checking the register. Her name tag read Destiny, and she'd worked there longer than anyone, or so I'd heard. She had that weathered look of someone who'd spent too many years under fluorescent lights, her skin the color of old paper. I wanted to tell her what happened, but the words stuck in my throat. How do you explain something like that without sounding insane? Finally, I just asked if the security cameras had been recording properly during the night. She looked at me with eyes that seemed ancient despite her 40-something face. Something flickered across her features. Recognition, maybe, or resignation. You can check the footage if you want, she said quietly. System's been recording fine. I spent the next hour before heading home reviewing the security feed from the night before. The timestamp showed 2:47 a.m. I watched myself stocking cigarettes, watched the doors slide open to empty air, watched myself look up, then return to work. The time jumped to 2:48, then 2:49. I was moving through the aisles now, clearly agitated, looking around, but there was no sound on the recording, no indication of what I was hearing. At 2:51, the footage showed me suddenly dropping to my knees behind the counter, arms wrapped around my head, mouth open, screaming or gasping, I couldn't tell which. But there was nothing else. No supernatural presence, no women, no source for the screaming. Just me, alone in the store, losing my mind. I drove home as dawn broke over Reno, the casino lights fading against the rising sun. I told myself I wouldn't go back. I'd call in sick, then quit. Find some day job where the only thing scary was boredom. But I knew I'd return. Not just because I needed the money, but because I needed to understand. The human mind can't leave mysteries alone, even when it knows the answer might destroy it. 3 nights later, I was back behind that counter. The intervening days off had done nothing to diminish the memory. If anything, the distance had sharpened it, made it more vivid. I'd lie awake in my apartment, staring at the ceiling, hearing that whispered hello echo through my thoughts. The other night shift worker, a guy named Terrence with prison tattoos and a quiet demeanor, came in to cover my break around 3 a.m. I'd been dreading this moment, but I also desperately needed it. I needed to know if I was crazy. Can I ask you something? The words came out before I could stop them. He looked up from his phone, expression neutral. Shoot. Have you ever heard anything weird during your shifts? The change in his face was subtle but unmistakable. His jaw tightened. His eyes flickered to the doors, then back to me. For a long moment he said nothing. Then, so quietly, I almost missed it. Oh, you've heard her too. The words hit me like ice water. Not, heard what, or what do you mean? He knew exactly what I was talking about. Her? I managed to croak. Terrence stood up, walked to the window and stared out at the empty parking lot. When he spoke again, his voice was distant, like he was reading from a script he'd memorized long ago. Been working here 5 years. Heard her the first week. Thought I was losing it, you know. But then I mentioned it to the day manager, the one before Destiny. He just nodded, said most people who work nights hear her eventually. Some never do. But those of us who do. He trailed off, then turned to look at me directly. We don't talk about it much. What's the point? Nobody believes you, and talking about it just makes it worse. Makes what worse? He didn't answer that, just gave me a long, measuring look that made my skin crawl. Then he grabbed his coat and headed for the door. Your break's over in 5, he said. Keep the doors locked if you can. But I couldn't lock the doors. They were automatic, programmed to open for anyone approaching. And even if I could have overridden them, what would be the point? Whatever this was, it didn't seem to need doors. The weeks that followed blurred together in a haze of fluorescent nights. The incidents became more frequent. The doors would open to nothing 3-4 times a shift. Sometimes I'd hear the whisper, sometimes I wouldn't. The screaming came less often, but when it did, it was just as overwhelming, just as impossible. And always, the security footage showed nothing but me, alone, reacting to stimuli that didn't exist in the recorded world. I started noticing other things too. The way the lights would flicker just before the doors opened. The way the temperature would drop. My breath misting in the air despite the heater running at full blast. The way I'd sometimes catch movement in my peripheral vision. A figure, female-shaped, standing at the end of an aisle. But when I turned to look, nothing was there. I wasn't sleeping well. The few hours I managed were filled with dreams of screaming women, of automatic doors opening to darkness, of that whispered greeting echoing through empty spaces. I'd wake up gasping, convinced I could still hear it, convinced she was in my apartment, waiting. Destiny started watching me more closely. I'd catch her staring sometimes when she came in for the morning shift, her expression unreadable. One day, as I was leaving, she stopped me. "How much longer are you planning to work here?" she asked. The question caught me off guard. I don't know. Why? She looked at me for a long moment, and in her eyes I saw something that terrified me more than any of the supernatural occurrences. Pity. "Some people," she said slowly. "They hear her a few times and then it stops. They move on, get day jobs, forget it ever happened. But others..." She paused, seeming to choose her words carefully. "Others can't let it go. They need to understand. They keep coming back, shift after shift, waiting for her, listening for her, and eventually..." "Eventually what?" She shook her head. "Just be careful, that's all I'm saying." But I couldn't be careful. I couldn't let it go. Every shift I found myself waiting for those doors to open, for that whispered greeting. I started arriving early, staying late. I reviewed the security footage obsessively, looking for anything I might have missed. I researched the building's history, looking for deaths, tragedies, anything that might explain what was happening. The gas station had been built 15 years ago on what was once empty desert. Before that, nothing. No murders, no accidents, no historical significance. Just sand and sagebrush in the vast Nevada sky. So where did she come from? And why could only some of us hear her? Tonight, as I write this, the clock reads 2:43 a.m. I'm behind the counter, watching the doors, waiting. My hands are shaking slightly. From caffeine, I tell myself, though I know that's a lie. The fluorescent lights hum their familiar song. The refrigeration units rumble their mechanical breath. Everything is as it always is. This pocket of artificial light and processed food and late-night commerce in the middle of the desert darkness. But I can feel it building. That electrical charge in the air, that sense of impending something. The hairs on my arms are standing up. The temperature is dropping, my breath beginning to mist. 2:45 a.m. The lights flicker once. 2:46 a.m. Twice. 2:47 a.m. The doors hiss open. The parking lot is empty. But this time, I see something on the security monitor that I've never seen before. A distortion, like heat shimmer, moving through the space where the doors stand open. It's not a person, not exactly. More like the absence of one. A human-shaped hole in reality. And then I hear it, that whispered greeting. But this time it's not coming from everywhere. It's coming from right behind me. "Hello." I turn, slowly, knowing that the security camera will record me turning to face nothing, knowing that tomorrow morning Destiny will watch the footage and see me standing here, alone, staring at empty air, with an expression of absolute horror. But I don't care about that anymore. Because I can see her now. Not just hear her. She's standing between the candy aisle and the motor oil. Transparent but undeniably there. Her face is young, too young, and twisted in an expression of such profound sorrow that my heart nearly stops. Her mouth opens, and I brace myself for the screams. But they don't come. Instead, she speaks in that hollow, whispered voice. Can you help me? And the most terrifying part, the part that makes my blood run cold, is that I realize I've been asking myself the same question all along. Not about her, about me. Can anyone help me? Because I'm starting to understand what destiny meant. I'm starting to realize that maybe the question isn't whether she's real or not. Maybe the question is, when did I stop being real? When did I become the ghost haunting this fluorescent purgatory, doomed to repeat the same night shift rituals over and over, unable to leave, unable to move on? The woman is still standing there, waiting for an answer I don't have. The doors are still open behind me, and I wonder, if I walked through them now, would I make it to my car? Or would I find myself right back here, behind this counter, at 2:47 a.m., hearing those doors slide open for the 1,000th time? The lights flicker again, the temperature drops further, and somewhere, whether from inside my head or outside it, I hear the first whispers of screaming beginning to build. I don't know if I'm saving her or she's trying to save me. I don't know if either of us can be saved. All I know is that when destiny arrives at 6 a.m., I won't be running out that door. I'll be here, behind this counter, where I've always been, where I'll always be, waiting for those doors to open again, waiting for her to ask that question one more time, waiting to understand which one of us is the haunting and which one is the haunted. The clock reads 2:51 a.m. The screaming begins. Story 25. The fluorescent lights of the McDonald's parking lot hummed with an electric persistence that seemed to crawl under my skin. I'd been sitting in my car for 20 minutes, maybe longer. Time had become elastic, stretching and contracting in ways that made my pulse quicken. Through the rain-streaked windshield, I watched her move behind the counter, her ponytail swinging as she worked the late shift, cleaning surfaces that would just get dirty again, going through motions that seemed almost choreographed in their repetition. It was 1 a.m. when I finally went inside. The restaurant was nearly empty, just a couple in the corner booth who didn't look at each other, and an older man asleep against the window. The smell of fryer grease hung thick in the air, mixed with industrial cleaner and something else, something metallic and sharp that I couldn't quite place. My shoes squeaked against the freshly mopped floor as I approached the counter, and she looked up with that practiced customer service smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. She couldn't have been more than 18, maybe 19. Her name tag was slightly crooked, and there was a small coffee stain on her uniform shirt that she'd tried to hide under her apron. I noticed these things. I noticed everything about her. The way she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, the subtle exhaustion in her shoulders, the slight tremble in her hands. Or was that my imagination? My thoughts had been doing strange things lately, weaving patterns where none existed, finding connections in the static. I didn't order anything at first, just stood there, and the silence stretched between us like taffy pulled too thin. She asked if she could help me, her voice pleasant but with an edge that suggested this wasn't her first late-night encounter with someone who made her uncomfortable. I told her I'd been watching her work, that she seemed tired, that maybe she'd like to go somewhere after her shift. Get coffee. Talk. Just talk. My words felt disconnected from my mouth, as if someone else was speaking them, and I was just an observer in my own body. Her expression changed then, a subtle shift from professional courtesy to guarded wariness. She said no, thank you. She had a boyfriend waiting for her. This was a lie. I'd seen her leave alone the past 3 nights, but I understood. It was the kind lie women told when they felt unsafe, the social armor against unwanted attention. She suggested I order something or leave, her voice firmer now, and I noticed her hand moving towards something under the counter. Probably the panic button managers kept for situations like this. I left, got in my car, drove away. But I didn't go home. The thing about this town is that there aren't many routes from the McDonald's to anywhere else at 1 a.m. The main road cuts through the industrial district, past the closed factories with their dark windows like dead eyes, then curves around the old railway crossing where the lights always seem to malfunction. I knew she'd come this way. I'd seen her bike before, an old 10-speed with a broken rear reflector, chained up outside during her shifts. I told myself I was just making sure she got home safe. The streets weren't safe at night. Everyone knew that. There had been incidents. People talked. A woman alone on a bicycle at this hour was vulnerable, exposed. I was being helpful, protective. These were the words I used in the conversation with myself. But even as I thought them, they felt wrong, like trying to force puzzle pieces that didn't quite fit. The rain had intensified by the time her shift ended at 3. I watched from a distance as she locked up, as the other manager left in his truck, as she unchained her bicycle and started pedaling. I followed, keeping my headlights off, navigating by the amber glow of streetlights and the muscle memory of having driven this route before. How many times before? I couldn't remember. Days blended together lately, blurring at the edges. She rode slowly, cautiously, and I matched her pace, staying far enough back that she wouldn't notice. Or so I thought, but then she started glancing over her shoulder, and I wondered if she could feel my presence the way I could feel something watching me lately. That prickling sensation between the shoulder blades, the certainty of being observed even when alone. My hands gripped the steering wheel too tightly, and I noticed my knuckles had gone white. The dashboard clock read 3:47, but I could have sworn only minutes had passed since she left work. Time was doing that elastic thing again, and I felt a headache building behind my eyes, the kind that made lights too bright and sounds too loud. She turned down Maple Street, a residential area with sleeping houses and darkened windows. I accelerated slightly, pulling closer. This was when I realized I needed to talk to her, to explain that I wasn't a threat, that my intentions were good. If I could just make her understand, everything would be fine. We'd laugh about this later, about the misunderstanding. These thoughts felt rational in my head, though somewhere deep down, in a part of my mind that I'd been pushing away, a voice screamed that this was wrong, all wrong. I pulled alongside her, matching her speed, and she looked at me with pure fear in her eyes. Not the guarded wariness from before, but actual terror. She pedaled faster, and I accelerated too, pulled ahead, then stopped the car at an angle that blocked her path. I got out. The rain soaked through my shirt immediately, cold and insistent. She stopped pedaling, one foot on the ground, ready to bolt. I could see her calculating, looking for escape routes. I raised my hands, tried to explain that I just wanted to help, that she shouldn't be out here alone, that I could give her a ride home. The words tumbled out wrong, frantic and desperate, not at all how I'd planned them. She shook her head, said something about calling the police, and then she was moving, not forward but to the side, through someone's yard, her bike clattering against a fence as she abandoned it and ran. I didn't follow. I stood there in the rain, watching her disappear between houses, and something cold settled in my chest. What was I doing? The question surfaced like a drowning person breaking water, sudden and gasping. I looked at my hands, at my car blocking the street, at the abandoned bicycle lying on its side, its wheels still spinning slowly. The scene looked wrong from this angle, like a crime scene before the police arrive. I got back in my car and drove home, and it was only later, lying in bed with wet clothes still on, that I started to question what had actually happened. Had I really followed her? The memory felt slippery, uncertain. I remembered sitting in my car in the parking lot, remembered going inside, remembered her rejection. But after that, things got fuzzy. I had a habit of that lately, losing time, finding myself places without clear memory of the journey. My therapist had mentioned dissociative episodes, stress-related fugue states, but I'd stopped seeing her after she suggested medication. The next morning, I drove past the McDonald's, different shift, different workers. I went inside and ordered coffee from a guy who looked barely awake. I asked him about the manager from the night shift, the young woman with the ponytail. He looked at me with a blank expression and said they didn't have a night shift manager matching that description. The overnight manager was a man in his 50s who'd worked there for years. My coffee tasted like ashes. That night, I found myself back in the parking lot. Not intentionally. I just ended up there, as if my car had driven itself. The fluorescent lights still hummed, but now they sounded different, more insistent, almost like words I couldn't quite understand. I watched through the window and saw her inside, moving behind the counter, cleaning those same surfaces. Except she was wearing a different uniform now, and her hair was shorter, and when I tried to focus on her face, it kept shifting, features rearranging themselves like a poorly tuned television. I blinked hard, rubbed my eyes. When I looked again, it was the 50-something man behind the counter, exactly as the day manager had described. But I'd seen her. I knew I'd seen her, didn't I? The rain started again, and I noticed my clothes were still damp from the night before. Or was it from tonight? The dashboard clock flickered between 3:47 and 1:13, unable to decide which was real. I found a bicycle reflector in my passenger seat, broken, and I didn't remember putting it there. My phone showed 47 missed calls from a number I didn't recognize, but when I tried to check them, the screen went dark. I've been sitting here for 20 minutes, maybe longer. Time is doing that thing again. Part of me knows I should leave, should drive home, should probably check myself into somewhere with white walls and people who ask you how you're feeling. But another part of me, the part that's been growing stronger lately, insists that she's real, that everything happened exactly as I remember it, that I'm not losing my grip on reality. Through the rain-streaked windshield, I watch the counter. Empty now. Just the fluorescent lights and their persistent electric hum. But if I wait long enough, I know she'll appear. She always does. And this time, I'll get it right. This time, she'll understand that I'm trying to help. The passenger door suddenly opens, and the interior light comes on, though I don't remember unlocking it. Someone slides into the seat beside me. I can feel their presence, smell the mixture of fryer grease and rain. I'm afraid to look, afraid of what I'll see, or what I won't see. A voice speaks, young and tired and terrifyingly familiar, asking me why I keep coming back here, night after night, sitting in this parking lot, having this same conversation with myself. She tells me that she's tried to help, that they've all tried to help, but I won't listen. She says I haven't worked at the factory for months now, not since the accident that I can't quite remember. She says my daughter used to work at this McDonald's before she transferred to another location, that she had to change shifts because of me, because I couldn't accept that she'd grown up, that she didn't need me to protect her anymore. But I don't have a daughter. I'm certain I don't have a daughter. Aren't I? I turn to look at the passenger seat, and it's empty. Just the broken reflector, glinting in the fluorescent light that spills through the window. The dashboard clock shows 3:47. It's always 3:47 when I get to this part. The manager, the 50-something man, is standing outside my car now, tapping on my window. His face is concerned but firm. He's holding a phone, and I can see the screen lit up with what looks like a police number already dialed. He's saying something I can't hear through the glass, making hand gestures that suggest I should leave, that I should get help, that I can't keep doing this. I start the car, and he steps back, still watching me with that concerned expression. As I pull out of the parking lot, I see in my rearview mirror that he's making a call, probably giving them my license plate number. This has happened before too, I think. Many times before. But I can't remember where I live. Can't remember my daughter's face if I have a daughter. Can't remember anything before the fluorescent lights and the rain and the persistent feeling that something terrible happened that I need to fix. If I could just figure out what it was. I drive through the empty streets, past the closed factories, past the railway crossing with its malfunctioning lights. The rain continues, and I realize I've been driving in circles, passing the same landmarks over and over. Or maybe they just look the same. Maybe everything looks the same now. The bicycle is back in front of me again, lying on its side in the street, wheels spinning. I stop the car. I always stop the car at this point. And somewhere in the distance, I can hear sirens. Or maybe just the electric hum of the fluorescent lights that seems to follow me everywhere now, getting louder, more insistent, almost like words I'm not ready to understand. I get out of the car. The rain soaks through my already wet clothes. I approach the bicycle and I notice something I hadn't seen before. Or maybe I've seen it every time but forgotten. There's a name written on the frame in faded permanent marker. And as I lean closer to read it, the fluorescent lights from somewhere I can't identify grow impossibly bright, and the humming becomes a roar, and I can almost remember. But then I'm sitting in my car in the McDonald's parking lot again, and it's 1:13 in the morning, and through the rain-streaked windshield, I watch her move behind the counter, her ponytail swinging as she works the late shift. It's time to go inside. This time will be different. This time, she'll understand. Story 26. I'd been working the graveyard shift at the gas station for 3 months. 3 months of watching the clock hands crawl through the small hours while moths threw themselves against the windows and the coffee machine gurgled like something drowning. The pay was terrible, but I needed it. Student loans don't care about your sleep schedule or your sanity. It started on a Tuesday. He came in around 2 in the morning, when the world outside had reduced itself to empty highway and distant engine sounds. I'd been restocking cigarettes behind the counter, my back to the door, when the bell chimed. The sound made me flinch. It always did at this hour, breaking the careful silence I'd built around myself. When I turned, he was already at the counter, too close, close enough that I could smell him. Old leather and something chemical, sharp and wrong. He wore a denim jacket despite the heat, and his eyes had that glassy quality I'd learned to recognize, that particular shine that meant trouble, but it was his smile that set my teeth on edge. Too wide, too knowing, like he could see something about me that I couldn't see myself. He bought a pack of cigarettes and a lottery ticket, and when I handed him his change, his fingers lingered on mine a moment too long. The touch sent ice through my veins. Then he reached across the counter, quick as a snake strike, and pressed his palm against my cheek. The gesture was almost tender, which somehow made it worse. I jerked back, my spine hitting the cigarette display, but he was already walking away, that too wide smile stretching his face into something that didn't quite look human under the fluorescent wash. At the door, he turned back. He said my name. I'd never seen him before in my life, but he said my name like he'd known me for years. Said it with an intimacy that made my skin crawl, made me want to scrub myself raw. Then he was gone, the bell chiming his exit, leaving me alone with the hum of the lights and the certainty that something had shifted, that some invisible line had been crossed. I told myself it was nothing. Told myself he'd probably seen my name tag, though I couldn't remember if I'd been wearing it. Told myself the touch meant nothing, that I was overreacting, that working nights was making me paranoid. The mind plays tricks in the small hours. Everyone knows that. But then the phone calls started. The store phone rang at 2:47 a.m. the next night. I stared at it for 3 rings before answering, some primal part of my brain screaming not to pick up. When I did, there was only breathing on the other end. Slow, deliberate breaths that matched the rhythm of my own suddenly racing heartbeat. Then a voice. His voice, asking if I was alone tonight, asking if I was scared. I hung up. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the receiver back in its cradle. The phone rang again immediately. I let it go to voicemail. Then again. And again. 7 times that night, each call at exactly 13-minute intervals, precise as clockwork. I stopped looking at the caller ID after the 3rd one. I knew who it was. Somehow, I knew. Between the calls, I found myself watching the darkness beyond the windows with an intensity that made my eyes water. The gas station sat on a lonely stretch of highway, surrounded by empty fields on 3 sides and a thin strip of woods on the 4th. During the day, you could see for miles. At night, the darkness pressed against the glass like something living, something hungry. The fluorescent lights only pushed it back so far, creating an island of sick yellow light in an ocean of black. I started noticing his car on the 3rd night. An old sedan, dark green or maybe brown, hard to tell under the sodium lights, parked at the far edge of the lot near the air pump. It hadn't been there when I'd arrived for my shift, I was certain of that. But sometime between midnight and 1, it had appeared, silent as a ghost. The engine was off, but I could see the silhouette of someone in the driver's seat, utterly motionless, facing the store. Facing me. I tried to tell myself it was just someone sleeping, someone pulled off the highway for a rest, but they never moved. Not once in the 3 hours I watched, my coffee going cold in my hand, my reflection in the window looking more haggard with each glance. The figure sat there like a statue, like something carved from shadow, and even though I couldn't see details at this distance, I knew they were watching me. Could feel the weight of that gaze like fingertips on the back of my neck. When my shift ended at 6 and the morning guy arrived, the car was gone. No engine sound, no lights pulling away, just gone, as if it had never been there at all. I mentioned it to the morning clerk, tried to keep my voice casual, but he just shrugged and said he hadn't seen anything. The look he gave me suggested he thought I'd been sampling the beer cooler. Maybe I was losing it. Maybe the night shift was finally getting to me the way everyone said it would. Sleep deprivation does strange things to the mind. I'd read about that, about how the brain starts filling in gaps, creating patterns where none exist, seeing threats in every shadow. That's what I told myself during the day, lying in my dim bedroom with the curtains drawn, trying to sleep while the world outside went about its sunlit business. But the knowing, that cold certainty that something was very wrong, never left me. On Thursday night, I arrived early and checked the break room. We rarely used it. Just a cramped space behind the store with a card table, a broken microwave, and a door that led to the dumpster area. The single bulb overhead had burned out weeks ago, and no one had bothered replacing it. When I flicked the switch, nothing happened. Just darkness, thick and complete. I stood in the doorway, my hand still on the light switch, staring into that darkness. Something felt wrong about it, wronger than simple absence of light should feel. It was the quality of the silence, maybe, or the way the air seemed heavier somehow, pressing out from that black rectangle like a held breath. I backed away without going in. Told myself I'd replace the bulb tomorrow in daylight when things didn't feel so oppressive. I closed the door, and the click of the latch sounded too loud in the empty store, too final. The phone started ringing at exactly 2:47 a.m. I didn't answer, couldn't answer, just stood there behind the counter, frozen, while it rang and rang and rang, the sound drilling into my skull. When it finally stopped, the silence that followed was somehow worse. That's when I saw him at the window. Not outside looking in, but reflected in the glass standing directly behind me. I could see his face clearly in the fluorescent lit reflection. That too wide smile, those glassy eyes fixed on the back of my head. I spun around, a scream building in my throat. The store was empty. I was alone with the hum of the coolers and the tick of the clock and my own ragged breathing. But I could still see him in the window's reflection when I turned back, still standing there. That smile stretching wider and wider until it seemed to split his face in two. I ran. Didn't think, just ran. Straight out from behind the counter and out the front door into the parking lot. The night air hit me like a slap, hot and thick with the smell of asphalt and gasoline. I stood there in the cone of light from the overhead canopy, my chest heaving, looking back at the store. Empty. Of course it was empty. Just a gas station at night, fluorescent and ordinary, exactly as I'd left it. The register was unattended. Anyone could have walked in, taken anything. I'd abandoned my post over a reflection, over nothing. But when I forced myself to walk back inside, my legs trembling, I found something on the counter that made my blood turn to ice water in my veins. A photograph. It showed me sleeping. In my apartment. In my bed. The angle suggested it had been taken from my bedroom doorway, looking in at my sleeping form. The quality was grainy, clearly taken in low light, but there was no mistaking what it was. The timestamp in the corner read, yesterday's date, 3:17 a.m. Right around the time I would have been deep in exhausted sleep after my shift. Someone had been in my home, had stood in my doorway watching me sleep, had photographed me, and then somehow, impossibly, left this image here for me to find. My hands shook so violently I nearly dropped the photograph. The edges were crisp, freshly printed, still slightly warm as if it had just come from a printer. But there was no printer in the store, and I'd been here the whole time. I would have seen someone come in, heard the bell, noticed a customer, unless I hadn't been paying attention, unless I'd been so fixated on the windows, on the darkness, on my own growing paranoia, that I'd missed the obvious, that he'd walked right in while I'd been staring at my own reflection and left this calling card where I'd be sure to find it. I called the police. Tried to, anyway. But when the dispatcher asked what I was reporting, the words tangled in my mouth. What was I reporting exactly? A reflection that probably wasn't there? A car that might have been empty? A photograph that could have been photoshopped? That could be some sick joke from one of my friends who knew where I kept my spare key? I hung up before I could make a complete fool of myself. The rest of that shift passed in a blur of terror and doubt. Every sound made me jump. Every car that passed on the highway could have been him. The darkness beyond the windows seemed to pulse with malevolent life, pressing closer with each passing hour. I kept the photograph in my pocket, feeling its weight like an anchor, like proof that I wasn't crazy, that something real was happening to me. When I got home that morning, I searched my apartment top to bottom, checked every lock, every window, every possible entry point. Everything was secure. Everything was exactly as I'd left it. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he'd been here, that he'd stood in my bedroom doorway watching me sleep, that some essential boundary had been violated in a way I could never repair. I didn't sleep that day. Couldn't. Just lay in bed with my eyes open, staring at the doorway, waiting for a silhouette to appear. Friday night I almost called in sick, stood in the parking lot for 10 minutes, phone in hand, thumb hovering over my manager's number. But I needed this job, needed the money. And what would I say? That I was scared of a customer? That I was seeing things in reflections? That I couldn't tell anymore what was real and what was paranoia feeding on itself in the isolation of the graveyard shift? I went in, told myself I'd be fine, that it was almost over, that I just had to make it through one more night, and then I'd have the weekend to sort my head out, to figure out what was real and what I'd imagined. The break room door was open. I know I'd closed it. Know I'd heard that final click of the latch. But it stood open now, darkness spilling out into the hallway, and from somewhere inside came the faintest sound, a rhythmic scraping, like metal on concrete, patient and purposeful. I should have run. Should have walked straight back out to my car and driven away and never looked back. But instead, I found myself moving toward that open door, drawn by something I couldn't name, couldn't resist. My hand found the wall, searching for the light switch, and when I flicked it, the bulb blazed to life. The break room was empty, but there on the card table, arranged in a neat row like surgical instruments, lay 3 objects that made the world tilt sideways. A hunting knife, its blade catching the overhead light, a roll of duct tape, and a coil of rope, yellow nylon, exactly the kind you'd use to secure a load, or a person. I backed away, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. These things hadn't been here before, couldn't have been here before, but they were here now, real and solid and undeniable, and their presence confirmed every fear I'd been trying to rationalize away. That's when I heard it. A car engine very close, right outside the back door. The door that led from the break room to the dumpster area. The door I'd never used, never had reason to use. The handle began to turn. I ran. This time I didn't stop, didn't look back, just grabbed my keys and my phone and bolted out the front entrance. My car was parked at the far end of the lot, a million miles away under the fluorescent lights, and I ran toward it like a drowning man swimming for shore. Behind me, I heard the bell chime, once, twice, and I knew he was coming. I fumbled with my keys, dropped them, scooped them up with shaking hands. The car unlocked with a blessed beep, and I threw myself inside, slamming the locks down, starting the engine. Only then did I look back at the store. He stood in the entrance, silhouetted against the sick yellow light, watching me. Even at this distance, I could see that smile, wider than any smile should be. He raised one hand in a wave, casual and friendly, as if we were old friends parting ways. I drove. Didn't stop driving until I was home, until I was inside with every lock engaged and every light blazing. I called my manager from my apartment and quit over voicemail, my voice cracking, unable to explain, unable to make him understand. That was 2 weeks ago. I found a new job, day shift at a grocery store. I sleep with the lights on now, changed all my locks, blocked the number that kept calling the gas station, though it never called my personal phone. But sometimes, late at night when sleep finally drags me under, I feel it, that weight of being watched, that certainty that something is standing in my doorway, something with a too wide smile and eyes that see too much. I wake gasping, and the doorway is always empty, and I can't tell anymore if the terror I feel is memory or premonition. Yesterday, I found a photograph slipped under my apartment door. It shows me at the grocery store at my new job, stocking shelves. The timestamp reads 3 days from now. I haven't told anyone. How could I explain? That time seems to be moving wrong? That he's been somewhere I haven't gone yet? Photographing a future that hasn't happened? They'd think I was crazy, and maybe I am. Maybe the night shift broke something in me that can't be fixed. Maybe I've been talking to myself this whole time, seeing threats in every shadow because the isolation finally got to me the way everyone said it would. But the photograph is real. I can hold it in my hands, feel its weight, see the date stamp that hasn't arrived yet. And when I look very closely at the image, in the reflection of the freezer case glass behind me, I can see him standing there, watching, always watching. I don't know what happens in 3 days. Don't know if I should show up for work, or run, or call the police with a story they'll never believe. Don't know if any of this is real or if I've been unraveling this whole time. Paranoia eating away at the edges of my sanity until there's nothing left but fear and uncertainty. All I know is that the lights are on, all of them, blazing against the darkness. And I'm not sleeping anymore. Can't afford to sleep. Because every time I close my eyes, I see that smile stretching wider and wider, and I hear that voice saying my name like a promise, like a threat, like a certainty that hasn't arrived yet, but inevitably will. The phone is ringing. It's 2:47 a.m. I don't remember buying a phone with that ringtone. Don't remember giving him this number. But I know who it is. I always know who it is. The question I can't answer, the question that keeps me frozen here in my lit apartment while the phone rings and rings and rings, is whether I'm remembering this moment or living it for the first time. Whether I'm the person being watched or the person watching myself be watched, narrating my own dissolution from some safe distance I can no longer reach. The phone stops ringing. In the silence that follows, I hear footsteps in the hallway outside my door. Slow, purposeful, patient, the kind of footsteps that sound like they have all the time in the world. Story 27. The fluorescent lights hum their nocturnal song at 2:47 a.m., and I'm the only living thing in 40,000 square feet of retail space. Or at least, I'm supposed to be. I took this overnight stock clerk position at Meridian Marketplace 6 months ago because the pay was decent, and I needed the solitude. After my divorce, after the apartment that felt too quiet during the day but somehow louder at night with memories, I wanted a job where I wouldn't have to smile at customers or make small talk with coworkers. Just me, boxes of merchandise, and the industrial peace of an empty store. The first 3 months were exactly what I needed. I'd arrive at 11, punch in, and spend 8 hours restocking shelves, organizing displays, and losing myself in the mindless rhythm of work. The building settled around me with predictable groans. The HVAC system clicked on and off. The refrigeration units in the grocery section maintained their constant mechanical drone. These sounds became a soundtrack I could trust. But things changed sometime around month 4. It started with the motion sensors. The store has them throughout, designed to trigger lights in specific sections when someone walks by, conserving energy during closed hours. I'd be working in household goods, and suddenly the lights would blaze on in sporting equipment 3 aisles over. Then they'd click off after the prescribed 60 seconds, leaving that section in darkness again. At first, I attributed it to faulty wiring. Old building, cheap renovations. The manager had mentioned they'd had issues with the electrical system before. I'd even see the maintenance reports clipped to his desk sometimes, complaints about flickering lights and tripped breakers. So when the lights started doing their dance, I simply made a mental note to mention it and went back to stocking shelves. But the sensors became more active, more insistent. I'd be in the tool section, and the lights would snap on in cosmetics. Minutes later, kitchenware would illuminate. Then seasonal. Then back to cosmetics. It was as if something was moving through the store in a pattern, triggering each sensor in sequence, like someone walking a deliberate path through the darkened aisles. I told myself it was impossible. The doors were locked. The alarm system was armed on the perimeter. I checked the security panel 3, 4, 5 times a night. Everything showed green, secure, but the lights kept performing their phantom ballet. The second thing I noticed was the display cases. Meridian Marketplace sells electronics, and we keep the expensive items, tablets, smartwatches, noise-canceling headphones, in locked glass cases. Only management has keys. At the end of my shift, around 7 in the morning, I'm supposed to do a final walkthrough and make sure everything is secure before the morning crew arrives. One morning, I found 3 cases in electronics standing open. Not broken, not damaged. Just open, their locks disengaged, glass doors ajar. The items inside were undisturbed, but the cases gaped like mouths frozen mid-scream. I closed them and said nothing. What would I say? That I somehow opened them without keys and without remembering? The manager would think I was stealing or losing my mind. Maybe both. So I closed them, checked them twice, and added them to the growing list of things I was choosing not to think about. Except they kept opening. Not every night. That would almost be easier. A clear pattern to report. Instead, it happened randomly. I'd walk through electronics at 3 a.m. and everything would be secure. At 5 a.m., 4 cases would be open. I started checking them compulsively, every hour, my hands running over the locks to confirm they were engaged. And still, I'd return to find them open, waiting. The third thing was the reflections. The store has large windows across the front, floor-to-ceiling glass that during the day showcases the entrance and makes the space feel open and inviting. At night, with all the interior lights on and darkness pressed against the glass, those windows become mirrors. Perfect, unavoidable mirrors. I started seeing people in them. Just for a moment, just at the edge of my vision. I'd be pushing a cart of stock toward the front registers, and in the window's reflection, I'd see a figure standing near the pharmacy. I'd spin around. Nothing. Empty aisle. But the impression lingered. Someone tall, still, watching. It happened more frequently. A reflection of someone browsing in produce, someone standing at the end of the cereal aisle, someone in the parking lot, right up against the glass, face close enough that their breath should have fogged it. But every time I looked directly, there was nothing. Just the reflection of the empty store and me, alone, staring at my own increasingly haggard face. I know what you're thinking. I was thinking it too. Sleep deprivation. Working nights messes with your circadian rhythm, causes hallucinations, paranoia. I researched it during my lunch break, scrolling through medical websites on my phone. Every symptom matched. The brain, deprived of natural sleep patterns, starts to misfire, creates sensory experiences that aren't there, fills the void with phantoms. I tried sleeping better during the day, bought blackout curtains, used a white noise machine, took melatonin. But the apartment was still too quiet, still too full of the life I used to have. And when I did sleep, I dreamed of the store, the aisles stretching impossibly long, the lights clicking on in sequence, leading me somewhere I didn't want to go. Display cases opening like blooming flowers. And always, the sense that someone was walking parallel to me, one aisle over, matching my pace. I started drinking coffee by the thermos. Stay alert, stay rational, Document everything. That's when I noticed the fire alarm. Not the alarm itself, that had never gone off, but the pull stations. The little red boxes mounted on the walls throughout the store, behind glass that reads "in case of emergency." There are 12 of them total. I'd never paid attention before, but once I started looking, I couldn't stop. They were smudged. Fingerprints on the glass. Fresh ones. I'd walk past them on Monday, and they'd be clean. By Wednesday, the glass would be clouded with prints, as if someone had pressed their hands against them, feeling for the mechanism inside. I started wiping them down with cleaning solution, part of my new compulsive routine. Check the display cases. Check the security panel. Wipe down the fire alarm stations. But the prints always came back, and they were always in the same places. The pull station near the loading dock, the one by the employee break room, the one at the front entrance, the one near the cold storage room and back. Someone was touching them. Someone was in the store. I reviewed the security camera footage. We have 16 cameras covering the main floor, the stockroom, the loading dock, and the entrances. The system records everything on a 30-day loop. I started coming in early for my shifts, spending an extra hour in the manager's office, scrubbing through footage from the previous night. Nothing. Just me, moving through the store like a ghost haunting myself. Me checking cases, me stocking shelves, me staring at reflections in the front windows, me walking through aisles where, 30 seconds earlier, I swore the lights had been triggered by something else. But there was one camera angle that bothered me. Camera 7 covers the back corner of the store, near the storage room and employee areas. It's positioned to catch anyone trying to sneak out the fire exit or tamper with the loading dock. The angle is wide, taking in about 40 feet of concrete floor, metal shelving, and the gray door that leads to the break room. In almost every night's footage, for just 1 or 2 frames, we're talking a fraction of a second, there would be a blur near that door, a distortion, like someone had walked past right as the camera refreshed its image, creating a smear of motion that didn't quite resolve into a shape. I rewound it, watched it frame by frame. There, then gone. There, then gone. I told myself it was a glitch. Compression artifacts. The system was old, probably recorded at a low frame rate. Of course there would be anomalies. But every night the blur appeared, and every night it was in a slightly different position, moving closer to the camera, moving into better view. Last Tuesday night I saw it clearly. I was reviewing footage from Monday night, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., fast-forwarding through the hours of me working. Around 4 a.m., camera 7 showed me walking past with a cart, heading toward the stockroom. I disappeared from frame. For 60 seconds, the camera showed an empty hallway. Then someone else walked past. Not a blur this time. A figure. Tall, wearing what looked like dark clothes, moving with purpose across the frame from right to left. They were there for maybe 3 seconds of real-time footage. Clear as day, clear as me. I sat in that office chair, staring at the screen, my coffee gone cold in my hand. I rewound it, watched it again. The timestamp showed 4:17 a.m. Monday morning. I remembered Monday morning. I remembered being alone. But the camera disagreed. I watched the figure move across the screen 5 times, 10 times. Their gait was steady, unhurried. At one point, just before they moved out of frame, they seemed to pause, turn slightly, as if they'd heard something, as if they'd heard me. I checked the other cameras for the same timestamp. Nothing, just empty store. But camera 7 had caught them, preserved them in digital amber. I checked the perimeter alarm logs. No breaches, no entries. The system showed the building had remained secure all night. I started carrying my phone with me constantly, ready to call 911. I mapped out the exits in my mind. Front entrance, fire exit by the loading dock, emergency exit near the bathrooms. I could be out of the building in 30 seconds if I needed to be. But what would I tell the police? That I saw someone on camera from 2 nights ago? That lights turn on by themselves? That display cases open and reflections don't match reality? They'd think I was crazy. Hell, I was starting to think I was crazy. Wednesday night, I almost didn't come in. I sat in my car in the parking lot for 20 minutes, staring at the building's lit windows, trying to convince myself to drive home. Call in sick, quit, take any other job, day shift at a gas station, anything. But I needed this job, needed the money, needed something to fill the hours that weren't filled with sleep anyway. And maybe, some stubborn part of me needed to know, needed to understand what was happening in that building. I punched in at 11. The store felt different. The air heavier, the fluorescent lights seemed dimmer, their hum pitched slightly higher. Or maybe that was just my imagination. Maybe everything was just my imagination. I started my routine. Stock the shelves, check the cases, monitor the lights. But I kept my phone in my pocket, screen unlocked, emergency services on speed dial. Around 1 a.m., the lights started their dance again. Sporting goods, auto supplies, pet care, seasonal. They were moving in a circle around the store's perimeter, each section illuminating and dying in sequence. Getting closer to where I stood in the center aisle. I stopped moving, stood completely still, watching the lights spiral inward. Toys, party supplies, household goods. They reached the aisle next to me. I could hear the click of the sensors, the buzzing surge as the bulbs came to life. Then silence, the prescribed 60 seconds ticking down. The lights went dark. For a moment, nothing. Just me breathing in the dim emergency lighting that runs along the floor. Then the sensor directly above me triggered. The aisle flooded with harsh white light. I was still alone, but every cell in my body screamed that I wasn't. I moved, didn't think, just moved. Pushed my cart aside and walked quickly toward the front of the store, toward the windows, toward the space where I could see everything around me. My footsteps echoed on the linoleum. Behind me I heard another sound, softer, matching my rhythm. I stopped. The other sound stopped. I walked again. It followed. I spun around. The aisle behind me was empty, but the display case at the end stood open, its glass door swung wide. I'd checked that case 20 minutes ago. It had been locked. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I nearly dropped it pulling it out. A text from the automated alarm system. Perimeter secure. Interior motion detected. Zone 7. Zone 7 was where I stood. I pulled up the security camera app on my phone, the one management had given me access to for emergencies. Cycled through the cameras. They all showed the same thing. Me, standing in the aisle, staring at my phone. Alone. But camera 7, the one covering the back hallway, showed something different. The figure was there again, standing directly in front of the camera this time, motionless. Close enough that I could see they were wearing what looked like a store uniform. The same uniform I was wearing, but I couldn't make out their face. The image was distorted, pixelated, as if the camera refused to resolve their features. As I watched, they raised one hand, pressed it against the camera lens. The screen went black. I didn't go back to check the camera, didn't go anywhere near that hallway. I stayed in the front of the store, near the registers, near the exit, until 6 a.m., when I saw the first morning light creeping across the parking lot. The manager arrived at 7:30. I met him at the door, told him I was putting in my 2 weeks. He asked why, and I said I'd gotten another job offer, security position, better hours. He seemed disappointed but understanding. Overnight work isn't for everyone, he said. It does things to your head. I didn't tell him about the cameras or the lights or the cases. Didn't mention the reflections or the footsteps or the figure that was slowly becoming more solid on tape. What would be the point? But I asked him one question before I left, tried to make it sound casual. Did anyone else ever work overnight here, before me? He thought about it, said there had been someone about a year ago, only lasted a few months, quit suddenly. The manager couldn't remember why, just that he'd seemed stressed, paranoid even, kept talking about needing to get out. I thanked him and left. Walked to my car as the sun climbed higher, casting long shadows across the parking lot. I didn't look back at the store, at those big windows that would soon be transparent again, showing everyone inside. I have 12 more shifts, 12 more nights of fluorescent lights and motion sensors, and the question that won't leave my mind. Was I seeing someone else in that store? Or was I finally seeing what's been there all along? And which answer is worse, that I'm being haunted, or that I'm losing my mind. Because there's a third possibility I can't quite shake, a thought that comes to me in the gray space between sleep and waking. What if the figure on camera 7 isn't someone else at all? What if it's me, and I just can't remember? What if I'm the one opening the cases and triggering the lights and pressing fingerprints against the fire alarms? What if the reflection in the window that doesn't match is the real one, and the me I think I am is what's false? I start my new job in 3 weeks. Security guard, different building, different shift. But I wonder if it will matter. If I'll see the same figure on those cameras too. If the lights will follow the same patterns. If I'll spend every night trying to decide what's real. Or maybe I already know, and I'm just not ready to accept it yet. The fluorescent lights are still humming. I can hear them even now, sitting in my bright apartment in the middle of the day. That particular frequency that gets inside your skull and stays there. The sound of being watched. The sound of not being alone. The sound of the night shift,